You better have my money when I come to collect. Well, hello out there. About to have some late night snack here. San Antonio. Up in the beer. He up in the beer. Yeah, I don't care. There's no excuse.
Marco's still over there complaining that you rolled out like
I don't care.
San Antonio rolled out like a bitch. Oh.
Oh shit, we're on air.
Dude, you didn't give us a warning. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, by the way, the chat's over. It would have been nice if you guys had said something.
I didn't say shit. I don't know what to fucking do. I'm about to eat something or drink something or go to sleep. That's my options right now.
Oh, man.
Better have my money when I come to collect. Yeah.
You know what? When you go out shooting, too, though, what you realize is kind of like it's the fondling and the ownership of the gun pretty kind of outweighs the actual, like, okay, shooting it a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
And
it's like I enjoy having, I don't know, but when you go shoot, it's like, okay, I have, what do I need another AR for? I got two. that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, why do I have this longing to make a third one?
It's a pistol.
Yeah, right. So it is different, I guess.
Once you have two of the same thing, that's your excuse to stop. You know, two ARs, two AKs, two shotguns, two whatever it is.
See, now there you go. I don't have two AKs and I don't have a 47, so maybe I should go with the Papsky.
Oh yeah, 529.
At $3.99, right? Or just go right for the 541 and just.
I think you'd be better off with the pistol.
What if you're a super homo like DB and you have three of the same kind?
Well, he doesn't keep that. He sells them off too quick.
They're all gone, dude. So you know why?
One time in his life, he had three of one. And the whole time, yes, I did say San Antonio ran from the other chat because he's a homo and he's scared of my Wizards.
No,
my Wizards are balling in the playoffs.
San Antonio.
San Antonio's scared of my Wizards.
He's a baller, dude.
He's trying to make it since you're broken up a bit, man.
4 rings. 4 rings.
4 rings?
Tim Duncan.
Are you scared or not? Are you scared or not?
Tim Duncan.
Are you scared or not?
Nah.
Yeah, or not.
How are the Hawks doing? The Atlanta
They
Hawks?
just got eliminated, and I was so disappointed because I wanted to play you guys in the playoffs to talk big shit about you, DB.
No, I don't play. I don't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you live in your
time I was a big fan. I was a big fan of basketball when we had Charles Oakley, Patrick Ewing, John Starks.
Patrick Ewing,
and we had. Who else was there? Oh yeah.
And keep this in mind. DC had Patrick Ewing before New York had Patrick Ewing because he played for Georgetown.
Yes, I know. And so did who else do we have that was fucking awesome? That whole fucking team was great. Derek Harper.
John Starks was your man?
Oh yeah, he was. But those were the days. So I'm saying,
and fucking throat slash your ass and.
That was the last time I was a sports fan. Was that era, and I haven't been since.
Because you were Spike Lee's roadie.
Pretty much, it was just heartbreaking after that. Yeah, I realized that shit broke my heart, and for what? Who cares? You know, at the end of the day.
All right, hey, San Antonio, you there? San Antonio.
Yeah, he's here. He's in word only. He's like a ghost.
Yes, he is. But before we get into the gun topic, because I will get deep into it.
Throw a brick in your face.
Deep. I will get deep in your face.
So wait, if he says like I'm gonna throw a brick in your face,
yes.
What are you gonna? That's consignment.
Are you thinking of brown cobblestone, or are you thinking of a brick of marijuana or cocaine?
I believe if you watch the video from Stitches, you'll know what I'm talking about. He was talking about brick.
Yeah, he's obviously talking about a brick of cocaine. But which would you rather have in your face?
None. A brick of 22 at this point.
Yes. So would I.
Like, if you throw a brick of 22 in my face, I'm definitely going to shoot that shit. I'm going to bump ski it. Bump fire that bitch.
Hey, and I think it was you last night. So what's that, 22, 21? That's the approximate pound of key.
Oh, 22?
Yeah.
23, yeah. But remember when somebody was saying 10 a key? Like, yeah, in your fucking dreams, right?
Dude.
What was a young buck from Tennessee?
50 and 98 was talking 19.5 a key.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy.
And that's per. So if you picking up like a 5-pack or a 6-pack, you under that. And that's 98.
Oh, that's so not me. That's so not me. I'm such a working stiff.
And that's like in like 2000. So. Well, by the time like you nickel, I mean, see, like this is where they get you. So.
Wait.
Wow.
We're on.
While someone who has $20,000 can buy a brick of key, but by the time you actually expand it out to like street value, it's like $100,000.
Oh God, yeah, you're cutting that shit in half.
Yeah, so you cut his shit in half, and then you nickel and dime and bag it, and if you sell every nickel and dime bag, then yes, okay, you have like $1 million worth of cocaine.
Well, pretty much.
I just always felt like no matter what your situation is, that kind of risk, it's definitely not worth it.
Oh God, no.
That's
actually, at that point, it is worth it.
I don't know enough people.
I definitely get point
I'm gonna get a GED. I'm gonna get my GED. I'm gonna go to community school, get my college degree. I'm gonna get a job. Then I'm gonna set.
Are you kidding me? At that point, it is. Dude, how many? Okay, so this is exactly where all these hood rappers, et cetera, come from. Is because they buy a couple of ounces, flip it, buy another couple of ounces, flip it, buy another couple of ounces, flip it. Next thing you know, they're at a whole fucking kilogram, and they're making $1 million in a month, and they can either walk away with $1 million or stay in the game. I mean, there's profit to be made.
That's a good question. 357 SIG or 9 millimeter? Happy birthday!
Birthday!
Yo, it's your birthday. Go CP.
I never shot a 357 SIG yet, so I hope that's on my. Too bad it's so expensive, or I would just get one.
Yeah, he'd throw a brick in your face, dude. That's what you don't know, dude. Here's where we really get a chance to see, what you really gonna do with it. You know what I mean? What you really gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
I love you, DB. Ain't the booze talking either.
Oh shit! What you gonna do with it?
I am the liquor.
I'm not even drunk, dude. I didn't drink at all tonight.
Oh God, no.
I didn't. I swear to God.
I know, seriously. I know, I was
no, seriously, like for my birthday, I am sober as shit, bro.
Oh, sure.
Or not. Whichever one you want to take it.
You sound like you've been sipping on something, bro.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not.
The other chat was a good chat, man. I like the topic. I kind of flipped the topic by accident.
No, I was just trying to play devil's advocate with somebody because, honestly, like,
Dude, Mark, dude, I want to tell you because I was gonna text you. It's like, so if they're like, well, here's what I would do. I would, do this, and then you'll be like, dude, I'm more worried. No, because I live in the city and shit is, fucking real, dude. Like it's real. And then with the all the people are coming to your house. Man,
No, it's
fuck
not.
them, dude.
No,
Fuck
okay.
them, dude.
Okay, that was a different topic.
Oh, all right.
But my main point of chance on that chat was someone like you who lives in Georgia. Do you think you have a constitutional right to carry, or do you think you have a state right to carry?
No, I have a state right to carry.
Exactly.
That's because the Constitution is not clear on carry. If it was, we would.
Well, Marco, how about this though? We're open carries legal in New Hampshire. I don't credit the state or the government really. I mean, it's like you're saying.
You don't. But would you make a statement as in the United States there is a constitutional right to carry? Would you make a blanket statement?
Well,
like
I don't know
that,
about the carry. The carry thing is an interesting.
The carry is what's up for interpretation.
Yeah.
Even if it was a constitutional right to own, and so many places, it's so.
Well, they've already decided. The Supreme Court has decided it is a right to own.
It is.
They've already decided that. If you read the statement, Scalia and
Okay.
what's his name? All the Supreme Court justices. Let me finish. If you read their Heller thing.
No, because you can't argue me until they done my platform.
Because they said it definitely doesn't mean carry.
Okay.
So that's what they said.
Okay, great. And that's what he said. That's what they said in the Heller case, and it's coming up that they're going to have to argue the word bear, but not including that, just the right to own. Let's just get into the right to own. Okay? So DB, you and me have the right to vote, right? Now, I could flash my ID card.
No, they won't let you vote then. You need to register to vote.
Okay, great. So register to vote.
When I moved down here, when I moved from New York to a different state, I couldn't vote because I didn't register in time. So for the Obama McCain presidential election, I wasn't allowed to vote because I didn't register in time. Okay, so don't tell me about it's like I didn't stand there and go, I have a constitutional right to vote.
Let me ask you this.
You could have voted by absentee ballot if you really wanted to.
Okay. So this, and I wish you guys was in here because this would be a good proper debate for him.
Oh, I believe he's around.
Oh, he might be because you never know. He's a ninja that floats around. Yeah, he's always in the internet tubes. So check this out. So, what if you had to register as a gun owner, but not your guns, just as an owner? Okay? And keep in mind, in the states where you do have to register as a gun owner, for like example, an FOID card, or in the state of Maryland where you have to have an HQL, which is a handgun qualification license.
That's in your state.
Just to own. Just to own.
That's in your state. I want to say, no, listen. So Georgia just passed this new law in the state of Georgia.
Okay.
It's illegal for them to make a list. But I am on a list. I did register for my permit, so wouldn't that they already know I'm carrying, I'm on a list of carrying permits.
So let me ask you this. Do you have the constitutional right to carry? You, DB Cooper.
Not until the Supreme Court of the United States decides that.
Exactly my point. Exactly. Okay, so you hit it right on the head. Because a lot of these motherfuckers from Georgia, from Arizona, and I don't mean it like motherfucker any like derogatory. I'm not saying people from Georgia, Arizona, or whatever, say, oh, I have a constitutional right. But the point is that when you have a state constitutional right, you don't have a federal constitutional right.
The state of Georgia has a constitution just like every other state. So it's in that state.
New York? What about New York? So in New York.
So put this, like when Stone Guy says, I have a constitutional right, do you think he's implying a Georgia constitutional right?
No, he even said in that chat, I don't know if you heard him, but he even said that the Constitution doesn't mean carry. It doesn't. Right now it doesn't. It does not mean it.
And in New York, what's the deal?
He wouldn't acknowledge that, and that's the point that I was acknowledging.
I heard him say it.
That was the point that I was acknowledging was that the federal Supreme Court does not acknowledge that. So at that point, the fact that he walks around saying, I have a constitutional right to carry, is only given to him by his state,
No, but
not by the federal government.
Arizona even calls it constitutional carry.
Exactly. So
that's just them.
But that's a state constitutional right to carry. So for any American to say I have a federal right to carry is improper because that federal right to carry does not exist in this Constitution as of right now.
I don't know how we're about the same age, but I brought this up in another chat, right? That back in the 90s, with the assault weapons ban in the 90s, and the anti-gunners of the 90s, they would challenge you that the right to bear arms doesn't even apply to you. I remember watching Nightline. I watched all kinds of shit back then, dude. I used to watch all kinds of like political stuff.
Okay.
And they would argue up and down that
it
doesn't even apply to you. It doesn't even apply
here. I got your answer right here.
I wanted to say that eventually they realized that they're not going to win that.
No, they haven't. That's where you're wrong because you want to know what? The Heller decision, if you look at Heller versus D.C. and whatever the Chicago State, whatever case, I think it was Heller was D.C. and McDonald was Chicago, okay? And as far as they ruled was the right to keep, and that meant inside your home.
Right.
So on a federal level, the most that you and me have to keep is inside the home. Now they expanded that to outside the home, but they did not specifically rule on that. So no federal case has ever ruled on bearing, ever, outside the home. Ever. So it blows me. Look at this.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's up to your state.
Look at this. Like even G. Webs himself can acknowledge, say, I have a state constitutional right to carry. G. Webs cannot say I have a federal constitutional right to carry because it does not exist. It does, and as much as I can get those pro states to buy on that particular statement, will help me in my states battle even more.
Right.
The more they fight me on that, but the more they fight me on the fact that they have a constitutional right, but yet I don't have a constitutional right, and yet it's because of my states and my states' right. No one was
trying to say that. No, you were trying to say that you wanted a federal.
I was getting a lot of state.
They were trying to say
shit. I was getting a lot of state right shit. Would say, well, they can limit you and but they can't limit you out of prosecute out of the actual existence, and that's my right to vote is as free as my right to own a gun. It's as free as that.
I think G. Webs was trying to say something, but he couldn't.
I think he was too.
He's low though.
I hope he can get back in here.
What's up, y'all?
No, he's here. His mic doesn't work. What's up?
G. Webs need to buy some more tubes.
Hey, yo.
Stay in here so you can.
Ooh, super quiet.
It is, but that's like this mentality that a lot of these pro-state guns have, that it's constitutional. It's not constitutional. It's state.
Dude, the whole idea is that it's up for your interpretation. What do you think it means? What do you think it means? If you were a Supreme Court justice,
the vote is up to interpretation. What the fuck?
No, but what I'm saying, the Second Amendment. What do you think it means? What do you think it means? Dude, the right to vote is already established. No one's challenging. Okay. No one's saying if you can't vote anymore, dude.
What do you mean?
Who's saying you can't vote? Who the fuck is challenging the right to vote in America right now?
The people that want to have a ID card to be able to vote.
Exactly.
That's bullshit. I have to register. They're already I think there's like 30 states that already you need to show ID. So no one cares about that, right?
I need to show ID to buy a gun, but other than that,
I need to show ID to vote.
Shit else. I don't need shit.
You don't need an ID to buy a gun. You only need an ID to buy a gun if you buy it from a licensed dealer.
Yeah, but you can't vote unless you vote for a licensed dealer either, because it has to be sanctioned by the state. So I give them that. For regulation. Please, I don't mind if they register me as a gun owner, but as far as registering every single one of my guns other than that, and making my registration as free as possible.
Super
as well
communist, super socialist. That's
Yes,
crazy
yes, it is.
insane.
Yes, it is.
There's
Yes,
no
it
way
is.
they
But
could ever let them
it's taking
register gun owners.
it's taking the dollar amount out of what these states have per gun.
No, you don't want any states to exist. You want there to be a federal government, period, with your logic.
No. At my basic freedoms, yes. At
See,
my
you just
basic
said you want a
freedoms, yes.
federal, like you want a federal.
At my basic freedoms, yes. I don't understand how voting should be 10 times more All right, so for example, me
Why don't
owning
you
a
move
gun,
to Cuba? You'd probably love it there because they do everything at the federal level.
but that's the point.
Or Russia.
Why would you want the government to have that kind of power?
Why would?
Control.
Because they do already. Versing over
That's
my gun
the
rights.
problem. That's the problem. And we're slowly chipping away and trying to get it
Let's
to where
win
you
by losing completely.
would agree. Yeah, right.
Yeah, dude, you live across
know.
the fucking. You live right next to Virginia. If you want to go move to fucking Virginia, you can, and you can fucking carry. And yeah, whatever your problems might, oh, I got to do this now and this. But if you fucking leave it up to the Fed, and you get a Harry Reid and a Nancy Pelosi and a fucking whoever and this person and that person,
So
and
you're
they change the law,
There's a
you're
safe
fucked
Pelosi.
on a state. Where the fuck are you gonna move to, dude?
So let me
You
ask
won't be
you
able
this,
to move.
Ed. Let me ask you this, Ed. You have a constitutional. All right. Well,
We
you
have a constitutional right to.
state right to carry. State right to carry. Do you have a federal right to carry?
Do we have a federal driver's license? Name one other license you have
That's
at a
not a
federal
privilege.
level.
That's a privilege. So
Doesn't matter. So what? Name anything that you have at a
I have a
federal
federal right
level.
to vote. I have a federal right to vote anywhere the fuck I want.
No, you don't have a right to
No, you
vote.
don't. I just
How
told
do
you when I
explain
moved,
slave
I
owners
couldn't
and how do
vote.
you explain women? There was
I
never
couldn't-
a right to vote. They had to fight for the right to vote.
I just told you when I moved from New York to here, I couldn't vote because I didn't register in time.
Was it 90 days there?
Yeah. So what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you? Okay, so if I lived in Georgia for 90 days, then I can buy any gun I want. That's not a constitutional right.
We're
but
saying
you
that
said
there's a
voting. I'm
constitutional
talking
right to
just
keep
vote.
and bear arms, and then there's a state right to carry arms, and there's a local right to
What's the difference
possess and
between
carry
carry
arms.
and bear? That's
That's the question. That's definitely a question that's for debate. But
that's
you're
my
suggesting that there needs to be some sort of federal level carry.
No.
That's
no,
scary.
No, like put it this, like what my beef is that there should my right to own a gun, whether it be my home or carry, should be as free as my right to vote. Whether it be carry or not, but my right to own a gun inside my square footage of home is as free as my right to vote, without anyone to question it.
Ironically, you need to register to vote. Ironically, to this
Exactly.
conversation. Well,
Which is the ironic question.
you don't need to register to own a gun if it's a private sale. If I want to go buy a gun in New Hampshire as a New Hampshire resident from another resident, I don't have to register for that.
Or if
I
you
mean,
want to build your
technically-
own gun out of parts or from scrap, virgin materials, you can do that too.
I can't. Not in my state.
Yeah, you can.
No,
You
you
have
don't.
the right to. Doesn't mean you have the given ability to. That's up to
Look
you.
at this. I can, as long as it's over 30 inches, it's on an AK frame or an AR frame. So you have to give me a brand new design post, I want to say 2008, that I can bend in a jig, and then I can hold my own build parties to that up there.
No, not really. You have the right. If you move to another state, you'd still have that right. You retain that right. You also choose to live in a state. No, you have a constitutional right to. You have a constitutionally protected right to it. You choose to live in a state that then infringes on your right for the good of the people in that state. They all figured it was a good idea, and everybody abides by it, so they infringe on that. They infringe on other things too. They put a tax on things you might buy from another person. There's all kinds of things they infringe on, and you allow that because you live in that state. That's the point of states' rights. If you want to make it so that the federal government chooses what every state is, then you don't have the power to vote with your feet. Move to a different place.
But then that's the same
rights
thing.
in
But
state for individuals, then you can move to a state that has laws that are more drive with what you're wanting to do.
But then what's the difference in between saying, okay, you live in this state, and then because you're this X color skin tone, I can say this. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
No, you just said a bunch of words.
Well, where did the
I
race
didn't.
come into? I missed something.
Yeah,
Okay,
right. It's
but
not
it
that.
doesn't.
That's the thing.
It doesn't matter when it comes to race or anything. It comes to a poll tax. So when it boils down to the fact that you need to pay X amount of dollars to accomplish X constitutional right, which 43 other states call it a constitutional right, which I don't because we have not defined bear. So by the time you apply a dollar amount to the right to bear, I don't see it. I don't see it. Especially, all right, if a state gave you a right to open carry but not conceal carry, and yet you have to pay for the right to conceal carry, then you're paying for the right to conceal carry. But the point is, you still have the right to carry. In my state, you have no right to carry.
No, you're taking the definition of right to mean easily accessible, like opportunity, or somehow you have the what am I trying to think of? The word I'm trying to think of. You have the, like, it's owed to you. It's not owed to you. You just simply have the right. You have the right to never be able to attain a right.
Can you have a shotgun in Maryland?
We're waiting.
Can you go on a
We
rifle?
have the right for this pursuit of happiness, but you could be sad your whole life. You don't have to be happy. You just have the right to be happy.
So we're waiting on, you just said it, that the Supreme Court Justice is about to finally decide on what bear means.
They might take the case from...
Okay, so check it out. Fuck it, I don't care. So they might take it. So if they decide it doesn't mean carry, should my state then change it so I can never carry a gun because
it's a federal court decision.
Sotomayor and fucking Scalia said I couldn't?
You're going to have to fucking take it because it's
what about Shape Pelosi?
My state doesn't give a shit.
It's a Supreme Court decision over a federal court decision.
Don't matter. If they say it doesn't matter, that the Second Amendment doesn't mean you can carry,
but how many
state still says it's okay.
DB, how many times have you and me said that are in private conversations over the phone? How many times have you and me said?
You can't take his private conversations.
And
that was off the record.
Social
even G-Webs, even G. How many times?
Well, deny anything.
I am willing to put the entire Second Amendment versus over there nitpicking bullshit.
No. Well, you just said that's fantastic. I'm just saying, if they want to decide, the Supreme Court decides, say it was next year, they took the case, they decided it doesn't mean carry. So does that mean every state has to take away their concealed carry permits for people?
No.
Of course.
Exactly. So that's what that's what you want. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want them to decide if it means carry. Because we all can carry.
Man, settle down.
You're slicing it because you want to know what? What I want the Supreme Court to say is that some form of carry is legal. Okay? So that means if a motherfucker in New York wants to open carry a 6-pistol shot on his waistband like Miranda in this last, or Mandina, no, his name was Mandina, in his last big heavyweight championship fight or whatever, then let him walk down New York streets with that shit showing.
You want them to decide for the entire country, but if they decide the wrong way, it doesn't go with what you want.
No, because
at least your state can say that's cool, that's fine if that's what they want.
Exactly.
Our state says we can carry. So it doesn't matter.
Then there is still state rights. But the point is they haven't ruled on it, and it's not going. And for much of the gun community, to say that it is constitutional, while 30% of the U.S. population does not see it as constitutional, I think we serve ourselves an injustice.
Yeah.
You're also waiting for a Supreme Court ruling, but it's damn obvious that if government had the choice and it was all their doings, isn't it blatantly obvious that what they would do? They would want to ban certain guns. They would want us to register. They want all the background checks. They've already shown the hand that they would like to play. So
that's party politics. That's party politics that you're talking about.
What it's about.
That's
yes,
not what it's about. That's not what it's about. Because then you're ruining the party. Because then you're ruining the whole argument of American politics, where it's about the people.
Shit.
And that the people have nothing to do with the Supreme Court. It's written in law.
Hopefully it is. Something, but I mean, that's what we're hoping, that they can actually interpret the Constitution correctly. And thankfully, it's up to the Supreme Court.
But are we not at that point right now? Are we not at that point? I mean, think about it. Like, we've had a lot of good. Yeah, so why not push it now? But my whole point is, all right. So for G-Webs to say that he has a constitutional right to carry, to me, is blasphemy, because he has a state constitutional right to carry.
I never said I had a constitutional right to carry.
No, I'm not saying you specifically did, but I'm just saying.
You're yanking me. You're yanking me.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, there are a lot of people in pro-gun states that say, I have a constitutional right to carry. And my biggest rebuttal to them is, no, you have a state constitutional right to carry, or a state law that allows you to carry. But don't ever confuse the word constitutional right to carry, a federal constitutional right to carry. Because by the time
if the state agrees with them and it allows me to carry in New Hampshire,
let's say I do confuse the two. What are you gonna do?
Opposing it, then what does the state have to do anything to do with it?
I'm gonna shove a brick in your face.
Yeah, but I mean, if the state is allowing something that is allowed by the government, it's not like the state's then giving me permission. It's just they're not even opposing it.
But it's the state that allows you. Okay, so
it's okay by my state it's also okay by the government, obviously, because I'm allowed to do it in New Hampshire. So there's no impedance there.
But so it's not like they're giving me permission. That exactly is your narrow-mindedness. That is exactly your narrow-mindedness.
Yeah, we agree. So there's nothing so you don't have this argument. They agree shall issue. That's the beauty of shall issue. That
is disgusting behavior.
Because it's the right.
Look, the fact that you have shall issue and may issue is disgusting at its most rudest core.
I don't have may, we've got shall, because that's the beauty of living in New Hampshire, in Arizona, and Vermont, because it's...
No, because
they agree with the...
As soon as you discuss may issue and shall issue, that is the most disgustingest fact, other than fucking Ralph's over here toes while he's wiggling him down there by his pant legs, is fucking...
That's
me.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
You're the one in the may issue. I'm in the one in the shall issue state. So who's in the wrong here?
Exactly my point. Where it gets back to the fact that if you have may issue and you have shall issue states, the word constitutional when it comes to carry, and the fact that you have those two differentiations should not ever be mixed in the same sentence, because you're doing the gun community a disservice. Because the gun community are those that don't have it, and we need you. We need you so bad.
Right here.
So it's not okay for Arizona to say they have constitutional carry because it's in the Arizona Constitution?
It is great for them to recognize the Constitution. It is great for them to recognize the Constitution.
Their state constitution.
Yes, but for them to say no, like not even state constitution. That's where you get wrong. Like
that's when they passed that law, dude. That's their constitution. That's the state constitution.
Hold off. You guys are confused. If you think that the Arizona Constitution says we have the right to carry, that doesn't say that at all.
Then
the
why
Arizona Constitution. Here's how it went down. We became a state in 1918, and then in something like 1982. In something like 1982. They changed the laws to prohibit carry of a firearm, and then I think it got a little bit more severe. Like at first it was just in cities, and then it was everywhere.
You said 1982?
In 1982 or something like that is when they they made carry illegal. So from 0 until 1982, you could just carry a gun because no one said you couldn't. So what they did in 2009, when they reversed all that bullshit and we got what's called constitutional carry, let me finish, dude. In 2009, the July of 2009, they simply erased the parts of the law that said you can't carry. So we don't have anything in the law that says you can carry. We simply don't prohibit carry. Thus, constitutional carry means you have the right to keep and bear arms under the Second Amendment, and there's nothing in the Arizona law, and there's no lower level laws like city or state or city laws that can change the fact that you have the right to keep and bear arms. So you're thinking about it differently if you think that we have something that proactively lets us carry. It simply removed any restrictions from stopping us from carrying.
So let me,
just a little confusing the way everybody talks about
it.
We do carry under the Second Amendment.
If Florida, so if Florida carried this concealed weapons charge, or hoorah or whatever, when did Arizona take charge of it? And so from what? Prior to the 80s, I don't know, like pro-gun carry, let's just say. And before that, what were the laws in between and before that? Do you know? Or?
I don't think there were laws, honestly. I think there might have been some city laws, and that's where the laws in the 80s are a result of bullshit hysteria. Like those laws, well, basically I shouldn't say that. They're based off of their reaction to the violence created by the war on drugs. Those laws basically took all the local, like city and county laws, and wrapped them up into state laws and said, okay, if you can't carry in 60% of the cities, let's just make it a statewide thing. So for a while there were just no laws against carrying. That's why from, 1905 when John Moses Browning decided that the world needed a 25 ACP round and then built a gun around it. Back then he started building those guns by the thousands and then hundreds of thousands, and then other countries in Spain and Italy started making pocket pistols by the hundreds of thousands, importing them all over the world. It's because there were just not laws against that. And little old ladies and single moms and little old guys that were coming home, just walking around retired, were able to keep a gun in their pocket and protect themselves. Then, like I say, somewhere around the violence of all the bullshit in the 60s through the 80s is when we started seeing laws to prevent that. Even though there was never any problem from like 1905 until 1960 with those people carrying guns. Except for when you get riots happening and all of a sudden everybody at the riot's armed, they like the idea of everybody at the riot not being armed.
Well, let me ask you this, G-Web. Someone who is as eloquent as you are, would you say you have a state right to own firearms? Or would you say you have a constitutional right to own firearms?
I don't know when I'm muted. Everybody's born with the right to own firearms. I just live in a country that doesn't prohibit that right.
Okay, so you would
it's
say
recognized by the Constitution, basically.
Okay,
is what I'm thinking.
Well, the Constitution specifically says that no one, including ourselves, will make laws against your carrying of a firearm that you're owning and keeping and bearing a firearm that's yours.
But do you believe you
so that goes to the Constitution.
But do you believe you can live in all 50 states and exercise that right? In all 50
exercise the right? No, but possess the right? Of course.
I mean, but at that point, anyone possesses the right.
Okay, so do you have the right to look out of the windows and enjoy the scenery of your automobile? I know it's not a constitutional or God-given right, but you have that right. But if you choose to drive through a tunnel, you're just not able to exercise that right very much, right?
But at the same
time, it's like. You live in a effing tunnel with gun right.
Okay, so I have the right to punch a girl in the stomach who wants an abortion. Doesn't you know what I'm saying?
No, that's a crazy example. Yankee.
Okay, no, yes, and I knew you were going to say that. But my point is that in the state of Maryland, I don't have the right to walk into a gun shop, buy a gun, and whether it be in less than 7 days, walk out with it, unless I have a license.
100%. You just can't get the concept that your state infringes on that right. You, the person, have that right. If you choose to move to Virginia You can exercise that right. You choose to live somewhere where they've created a tunnel, and you walked right into that tunnel, and now you're screaming because you can't see the sky. Well, go get out of the damn tunnel.
My whole point is that if it's a constitutional right, then the state never creates a tunnel. So
it's a constitutional right for you to own firearms, and you do. And you're bitching about that you can't carry.
Okay, but
that's fine. Okay,
I do because I bought all my guns 2 years ago. But if I was a brand
it seems like we've been yelling about this since he was however
like
many a year younger than this. How old are you now?
I'm old.
You don't want to say, dude. It's like 45.
He doesn't want to say. He's young.
Oh, we've been
10 years
yelling, we've been yelling
47.
about this since you were a year younger than this.
You know how Cubans, they age well.
Put this: if anyone,
if
someone is 21 years old right now in the state of Maryland and wants to buy a gun, they don't have a constitutional right to it.
What about a 15-year-old? Do they have a constitutional right to own a firearm?
Of course they do. But no.
Can they go out and exercise that right by buying a firearm?
Does a 17-year-old vote?
Is that like mutually exclusive? No. How do you explain any youngin? See, right there, that answers your damn argument. Anyone can possess the right. It doesn't mean they're also that everyone else is obligated to make sure they can exercise that right.
But that's like so that's like saying
you have the right to go swimming, but if you don't like swimming, you don't have to.
So that's like saying so for example, let's take a pro-gun state like Florida saying, okay, you can't swim until you're the age of 25. That's stupid. Like,
yeah, that's damn straight. You know how delicious children are? Sharks probably go after the beaches because of the children.
What if a particular state like Connecticut says, oh, you are not educated enough to vote until you're 28?
If they pass that law, then everybody in
just because you have that right at 28 doesn't mean you have that right at 20. At 20, it's ignorant, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, play this. Like, the whole point
to live in a state that restricts your rights?
No, it's because, okay. Yes, to restrict your fundamental rights.
Boom, painted yourself into that corner.
No, because to limit your liberties is okay. To limit your privileges like driving is okay. And every state has the ability to do that. But to say you cannot vote at 18 because my particular state says you can't is ignorant.
What? No.
Yes.
No.
What if we wanted to lower it? To like,
it might be annoying, but that's just the way it is. I mean, that's just how free people.
You're gonna tell me? Okay, so you're gonna tell me Arizona has a constitutional fact to raise the voting limit to 38?
I never said that, Yankee. Why did you say some other shit I didn't say?
But can they? Can they really?
Can Arizona say that they wanted to raise the age to 28? I don't know why they would want to, but I guess they could try. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
But try not or not. Is it a constitutional right for them too? So that's the argument.
I don't think that's in the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't affect states; it affects individuals, right? It's a contract between the individual and the state, the government. When I say state, the government, like the federal government. It's not a contract between individual states and the government, is it? Or is it? Might be, because there's states mentioned.
By your own definition, they shouldn't be able to restrict anything, including driving, if you really want to go the way you're going.
No, because I don't consider
I might
driving
be 15-year-old and need to be able to drive to support my family, but I can't because it's not the law.
No,
and that's a state.
You should. All right. Well, because
there's reasons, though. There's reasons for that. Because they're non-intelligent and they get in accidents.
But there's no reason. Okay. But the difference between constitutional right, and this is why. This is why education is free, is because you can walk to your nearest school, whatever the distance may be. You should be able to walk to your nearest school, and that's why your voting booth. And that's exactly why your voting booths are by your nearest school. So therefore, you can walk to your nearest school.
Only if your parents pay school tax.
No. Even
that's why voting is usually within walking distance. Yeah.
Exactly, because it's at your nearest school, and because your nearest school is by walking distance. So why is me not owning a gun as close as my nearest walking distance?
You own one.
And anything besides that
You live in the most fucked up state. Listen, dude. You
I
live
agree
in one of the
that they
most
should define what is it the Second Amendment say again? To keep and possess, we've already got a good definition on keep. They should say they should define the other.
All I'm gonna tell you is this.
But if they define it the wrong way, if they don't agree with us,
principal is closer than my FFL, I should be able to go to the nearest school and buy a gun.
See, the whole thing is you're waiting for the Supreme Court justices to save you.
Ironically, you can go to your nearest school and buy a gun without paperwork.
That's fantastic. But you know what's funny is that we just had 8 years of someone who really doesn't care much about guns. We're going to have probably another 8 years of someone who probably really doesn't like guns at all. And then they're going to they're going to put up Supreme Court justices as they retire, and they're going to ask them questions like, hey, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about the Second
Amendment? So have you resigned us to having a Democrat again just because you're trying to keep the ammo?
Of course, but I'm just saying
going,
so if we had 3 anti-gun presidents in a row,
there's no way Hillary will win.
Trust me, she's going to win. Then you're going to have a stacked Supreme Court. Right? Then the Supreme Court says, you know what, we think that keep and bear, it doesn't even mean that. It doesn't even apply to you anymore. But that's fine, because my state says it's okay. They're not going to repeal my state carry permit.
Dogs, I've been saying this for 35 times. So, okay, for the 35th time, please acknowledge that you have a state right to carry.
I already did. I'm just
not a constitutional.
I already did that. You're waiting for them to save you.
Yes.
But and if you move to Virginia, my point is that if you move to Virginia, you'd really care less what they say. Because your state has your back.
Is it really about what I care less, or is it really about the better?
It's really about the state you live in, dude. You're waiting for them to save you and your state. But if they don't, if it doesn't work out that way, you can move to Virginia. But if you want it to wait,
I had to say
you don't want to give them all the power.
But play this. I rather play this.
That's fine. I lived in New York my entire life.
Yeah. So okay. Cool. But then like you're diminishing my original argument, and my original argument is to those that have really, really good gun laws. Washington State, Yankee, Arizona, and G-Webs, and Georgia with you and Stone Guy.
Dude, but wait. I want you to say that. I said this 35 times.
Because federally, it's not there. No, you don't have a constitutional right.
You have a state constitutional right. 35 times. We said you have a constitutional right at this point in life to own a firearm, and you do. And you live in one of the most fucked up states for gun rights, but you still own firearms because that's your constitutional right to own firearms. Right now, the constitutional right to keep and bear arms doesn't mean to carry. Stone Guy even said that, but you didn't hear him. He even said that's not the case. So if you really want them to decide for every single state what it means, eventually they're going to decide, guess what? No one's going to carry anymore. No one's going to even own them soon because it don't even apply to you. They're going to say it doesn't apply to us again.
It doesn't apply to me. And when people like you say, I have a constitutional right to carry, it doesn't apply to you either.
I didn't say that. I just said we don't have a constitutional right to carry.
Then that's my argument. That right there, you just nailed it right there.
We have a constitutional right to own them.
No. Yes, great.
Yes, there's not one state in America that will prevent you from owning
40 states in America that have this bullshit belief that they have a right to carry. You think, no, I would guarantee you that most of these states really believe that they have a constitutional right to carry.
No, they believe that their state has their back. That's all. They believe that the state that they live in interprets the Constitution to mean they can carry.
Yes, and if a federal agreement came upon that, they all go to shit. They all go to shit.
You're wrong. Because if I'm telling you, if the Supreme Court justice decides tomorrow that it doesn't, the Second Amendment does not mean carry, my state's not going to take away my right to carry. It just means that that's what they feel. That doesn't mean the right to carry. That's where they're going to leave that up to the states.
I vote that Chris gets a vote on the next topic of conversation because this is
it's over, dude.
Gone in a few circles.
This was like for hours.
I'm voting that good guy gets to pick the next topic.
Let's go back to guns. Let's go back to guns itself.
I'm still trying
guns,
to
like if we have the right to carry, or
No, just guns, like like the physical, like items, like the items themselves. But politics can only go so far. Look, I understand how you feel, Marco, but as it stands, I just want to end the argument. Says you have the right to own. It says right to bear arms. You have the right to own. Your states may, basically have different loose or greater interpretation of that. My state has a great interpretation of it. Alaska has a great interpretation of it. Some states like New York don't have a great interpretation of it. So they basically interpret it, but they stay with it along within the lines. So it's not about getting rid of the spirit of gun ownership. It's just how far do you want to interpret that. Unfortunately, you live in a state that it has not as good as interpretation as Virginia does, but that's the case. So it's not about right. We still have the right to bear arms. It's just about the state's interpretation.
Pack your bags. Pack your bags. Get some food in there. Clean your rifles. If this goes one step further.
You have a pass on this one.
Give me a pass on that one. Yeah, Marco.
You got 3 more years before.
This is your birthday,
It sucks.
But then,
3 more years isn't so bad.
It's over. So
everybody goes down about shit disappearing too much sometimes.
What started all this?
I think we should run through this one more time because I'm confused.
Wait, let me get a pad and paper. I need to take notes.
I hope there's,
Everyone has a right to carry right now in their states.
Oh no, we're done with this one. Bayonet,
all right, hey, I just
magazines, barrels, front sights.
Wait. Where's Yankee?
Holsters.
We were talking about 2-piece barrels, dude. No one even knew about that.
No, wait a minute.
That was a bullshit conversation, too.
Hey, G-Webs, did you see at SHOT Show, which I have yet to see a video from the NRA show, were the new Troy flip-up sights?
Ooh,
I'm looking at them.
Have you seen the Metal Magpul
New
ones?
Troy ones, new design.
Have you seen the Metal Magpul ones? Those are pretty cool.
No,
I told you I
I
didn't
don't
even
like
turn my
those.
camera
I
on.
can't believe those are $200.
those Pro M
I can't believe
sights.
the new Magpul ones are more expensive than Troy's.
Really? They're
No,
$200?
Oh yeah, they're $90 to
They're less.
$100.
That's
And
ridiculous.
Caca.
I like
I got
my
a front
Troy's,
side
but
post. That way I don't have to worry about the front.
I know 2 people who got the new
I do
Magpul iron
have
sights,
play
and they're caca.
on this site
They're
though.
caca.
Yeah, I've had the first generation of the plastic ones and broke it within about 2 weeks of having them. I was like,
This
That's what I'm saying. So, would you really prefer flip up or spring loaded, or is spring loaded just something asking to go wrong?
I bought Troy sights and I haven't had a problem.
No, but Troy has to do
I'll give
spring
the
loaded
Magpul
sights.
plastic though, the polymers, they lock into
I
position
don't
extremely
want
firm,
polymer.
but I don't trust the polymer. And it's
I
a
don't
fact that the
want
front ones,
polymer. I
the
don't
front
want
one has
polymer.
melted on gas blocks before, so that's a fact.
I don't want polymer. I want straight up.
Yeah, so get
Metal.
yourself some of these.
No, but
Flip
Troy,
flops.
no, but Troy got some new spring loaded joints though.
It doesn't matter, spring to me. I like it's okay as an option, but
I don't know. I just think spring loads because something go wrong and it's not gonna stay up.
What
I like
yeah,
having
so there you go.
fixed rear. I like having a fixed rear sight. Daniel Defense.
I don't, because if you're using an optic at all, you shouldn't have your irons in there.
Exactly,
Why not?
exactly.
You
Oh,
should have
witness?
just the optic in there for back. No, even
Absolutely.
Jaeger said, forget it with the co-witness. You focus on one or the other and have the ability to co-witness.
I'm so
There you
good
go.
at
If you need
any
it.
sights. I don't have any sights. I
Because-
just look at something and it explodes.
That's why you
Realize
have
it.
a dot. So you don't
I
have to worry
just
about your sights.
ejaculate and it
I
blows
wonder,
up.
does good guy ever have to reload that thing?
No, he doesn't.
Why? Because I got this bitch. I got a Stendos.
Oh, I guess not.
I don't have it.
I love selling
I wanted to avoid having to do that because I was scolded last night for, are you singing that damn song again? It's like,
That was
yeah.
me.
What you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. So
If someone scolds you for singing bass, you just yell, "What you gonna do about it?"
What you gonna do with it? No, what you gonna do with it?
Yeah, what you gonna do? Get it right, Mello. Come on, yeah. What you gonna do with it?
You gotta do that shit right,
Bitch,
bro.
I love selling balls.
Hey, all right, G-Webs. So I finally got this on. but there's a big gap.
Oh, that's a SIG brace?
No, it's not SIG brace. It's the Dragunov.
Oh, that's on your. That's on your.
Yeah, no, I
put it on the Wasser, right?
Yeah. No, I broke the law.
Yours is different than mine.
No, I broke the freaking law. Of course I put it in the Wasser.
You broke.
Yours is a lot different than mine.
Yeah, well, the thing is this: the receiver for the Wasser is kind of like straight. For some reason, it's kind of straight, and this one kind of works better with it going in. I guess this says it's just AK-47 Mac 90.
Yeah, it's made for all of them. It's made for all of them.
Yeah, but it's still going to have, this one has a gap on it, though.
How much drilling
Is
do you have to do?
Is that Utaj?
No, it's not. It's ATI.
I don't understand why somebody wants to Clinton their rifle, or turn the rifle back into a Clinton rifle. I don't get that.
A what?
No, that's a pretty comfortable stock. That's pretty nice.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, the one I have looks similar, different design, but they're super strong and they're comfortable. The pistol grip's really comfortable.
Yeah, this is very comfortable.
Did you say Clinton? A Clinton? A Clinton?
Yeah, it's a stupid thumbhole assault weapons man thing.
Oh, it's not a thumb hole though. It's just a Dragunov.
Yeah, it is. No, that was designed for the assault weapons ban. It wouldn't have existed without the assault weapons ban.
What, the Dragunov stock?
It's not a Dragunov stock. They designed it because during the time all we had was a shitty fucking thumbhole stock.
They made it look like the Dragunov, but they would have never even started making them. I don't think if they wouldn't have had to.
No, that's a Clinton. That's a Clinton thing.
Well, if we wouldn't have had to have stupid stocks attached to our pistol grips, so they had a reason to make it.
I don't know. I just find these type of stocks really comfortable.
Back. What you gonna do?
Hillary 216. What you gonna do?
I'm not taking no Hillary to the face.
Yeah, what you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it?
I think somebody's
fundamentally wrong with you all.
I have my money when I come to collect.
Somebody just broke their piggy bank open over there.
You saw the video, right, Peter?
No, I haven't.
Oh, don't. If you don't. If you ever wanted to know, like, if someone ever said, like, why do you carry more than 10 rounds? You just play that video.
Exactly.
It's a music video where this guy has an AK-47 tattooed on his face, but he like shakes an SKS in the air. It's hilarious.
No,
it has 3 optics on top of each other.
I like that he keeps fucking making a dumb face so he can show off his grill.
Yeah, like he won't close his teeth, like his mouth. He leaks his lips like around his gold teeth.
What do you call this? That's a NC Star with a flashlight and the laser on side of it. That's what.
So it's a flashlight. It's a laser on top of a flashlight.
It's a scope, and beside it is a laser, and the other side is a flashlight. Combination.
Yeah, but it's a red dot with that scope on top of the red dot.
Chris, how do you know this? Are you?
Yeah, he would. No.
No, I took a screenshot of it and put it on Facebook.
Because when I shop for NC Star scopes, that's one of the ones that came out. Okay. That's why
he's
I
come
know.
a long ways. So he has the knowledge of those, but he's.
Are you really Stitch's armor? Let me find out.
He's a UTG Star member.
What do you mean?
Like Chris, I need to figure out what to do.
I got all kinds of UTG stuff here. Let's see, we got this. We got.
It's like come a long way. I'd buy an NC Star if I could, if I wanted to.
What's that little revolver in the corner of your frame there?
This is a IJ double action model 1900. That has no serial number. It's got an owl on the grip. I think someone just bought it for $35.
Still an old pocket pistol.
Yeah, a little throwaway, I guess. It still works. Yeah, it works, and it locks when. Yeah, I mean it does lock up. Dirty as all hell, and it's missing its front sight in there. But I tried to sell it on Guns America as a lot of 4. I got these 3 other ones too. Wheelgun guy bought 4 of them off me, and then left me with these 4.
Hey, who's seen that guy?
I haven't seen a Wheelgun guy in a long time.
This one, this is a Hopkins and Allen Arms. And then I got
Bucket of Guns.
This one, yeah, this is Bucket of Guns.
Jesus.
And then there's this one with a cotter pin in it.
And those are awesome.
Yeah, so I was selling all of them, $100 for all 4. Shipped.
Did anybody see AIM Surplus had a bunch of Smith & Wesson revolvers that they got from Europe? They were selling for super cheap.
What kind? Was it different?
There was like a model, whatever. There's a Model 10, and then the stainless Model 10, and then a 19 or what's the Magnum, the 357.
The 19.
You gotta watch it when they come from Europe, though. Half time they're metric calibers.
Yeah, right.
It was
some of the gun websites.
There's a 19 and whatever the stainless model 19 was.
You can donate. You can donate Children of the Guns to gun websites.
I got 4 revolvers, Marco, for you right here.
Well, if you pay for my license, I'll buy them from you. Because I'm not paying for my license. I refuse to. I'd rather wait a year and a half that it cost me to move than no pay for my license.
By the way, this is
you're speaking.
By the way, this is the stock that's gonna go onto the.
I don't. Oh God.
On the PAP pistol?
On the PAP.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, this is stock that's gonna go on the PAP once I get the paperwork in.
Nice.
But I may get the SIG brace too, just in case. Just.
You have to change the training to put that PAP pistol. To put that Dragunov stock on the PAP.
Yeah. I need.
You have to change the trunnion?
What?
Do you have to change the trunnion or just put
no, the trunnion. All it has a flat back, so all you have to do it'll just for this one it'll just go into the screw into the middle right here.
He only halfway puts it on basically.
Okay,
yeah.
so you basically squeeze it on the same way you squeeze on the AK.
Exactly.
Yep.
But in that point, what the fuck are you doing the paperwork for?
Because it's
what?
shorter.
This is a stock.
He's saying, why are you bothering to do all the paperwork, but then not actually make the gun a real rifle, just to leave it as a pistol? Might as well.
Yeah, like at that point, like
you're trying to make it a rifle.
Yeah, like you're squeezing the stock shoulder brace on versus actually applying it, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to spend the money on a gunsmith.
Well,
yeah, you don't. Okay, there's many different ways of doing this. This is why I decided to choose that.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Time out. Let me. Hold on.
Whoa.
Don't tell him what you're gonna tell him to tell him.
I'm not gonna tell him what to tell him.
No, I'm answering your question because basically, that's the easiest way to put a stock on this because all it does is goes in here, and here I can do whatever. I can put something else to I can glue it on. I can double stick tape it, and it'll hold it back here. But usually though, before I even put the screw on there, just the grip alone, screwing the grip alone, is very stable. It's very tight in there. So it's more than enough.
It's a duct tape SBR.
Hairspray and some other stupid shit. Versus, but by the time you really put the paperwork into it, and I'm talking about you waited a year just to put this joint onto it. What the fuck is hairspray versus an actual trunnion cost?
Doesn't the
$50, bro?
The SBR tax is what, like $200, right?
Yeah.
So for for less than that, you could, I would just put the fucking pistol base on.
Install a rear trunnion on one of those things in like an hour. So it'd be like whatever trunnion costs and like whatever a gunsmith costs for an hour of his time.
And $100. No, you know why it's $100? My gunsmith, it will probably have me waiting for months because they're busy right now.
Your gunsmith is gun website, and he's right down the street. And
no, he's not down the street.
And the whole time, you're talking about paying $200 to squeeze something together that you could actually get with just the AK, whatever, 47 SIG brace. No difference.
There's a difference. The length of pull is different.
The length of if the length of pull is that much difference to you, then you might as well spend the $50 extra to make it right.
Chris is like 7'2". He's freaking tall.
Yeah, but I bet in upcoming months you're going to see variants in length, just like with the SIG brace on ARs.
I wish
if
that's
there's
what they
possible.
Would do. Like
I
make
bet
it
they
like
will.
a SIG brace.
They'll just make a longer one.
Forearm,
Wait, they're already making longer ones for ARs, you're saying?
Well, they make
No,
the buffer
for
tubes
AKs?
with the collars on them.
For AKs,
You know,
can get
those CAX, the CAX buffer tubes that have the 1-2-inch collar,
There's kids in
and
the
that keeps the brace from
No,
going all the way up.
But okay, cool.
So they're adjustable, and it's KAK, CAX. And there's several variants. Yes, CAX, decocker.
Love decock.
Yeah.
How
about those
of the
Russian ARs?
brandy cock. Of the brandy cock.
You know what I wanted to do when I had one was
So I think they would probably do that for the AKs. I mean, don't you agree that we may see a slew of other companies coming out with a brace now, variants?
Oh, I would assume so, unless SIG had so many in stores that there was no point. But I've been to stores that don't have them, so I would imagine there's room for more.
This is like a major, this is a major thing that's changed, and now that's opened up a whole new market.
Are you ready? Since we're talking about braces, you ready for one?
You can add for $12. You can add
Controversial.
rings to your CAX, and you can make it longer.
I just looked up, because if I was in dude, I'd do like I'd probably do a Kyber pass, like a Kyber pass, crink. If I was gonna do it, but I just looked up Kyber pass and I found this AK. SIG is outrageous.
Hey, I have an idea.
All the finish is worn off.
Hold on.
That's the finish is worn off of that thing, right? It's not like they chromed it.
No, he polished it. Whatever he did, that's awesome.
That is sick.
Here, I got an idea here. I want to see if this sounds legit or not, or legal or not. Okay, now, you know the AR, the 15, the SK15. It attaches to the buffer tube, right? Now, if I could put the in between here a length of L-shaped metal, and then just basically cut it so it'll fit into the. Hold on. What do they call this? So it'll fit into the, the
between the grip and the receiver.
The grip and the receiver, and then attach a tube, like a buffer tube in there, and put the SIG brace in there. Will that work, or is that
still technically? I was going to show you. Look, Chris, check this photo out. I'm going to show you, because I was going to do that. I was going to do this with my I was going to try to do the SBR thing on my PAP, and then I was like, forget it. I just want another AK. But this is what the one with the Ace. I think it's definitely like it's a Magpul MOE on there, like an MOE stock on the back. I'll show you the photo.
So they have to have something like the Voltar thing for the PAP pistol.
Super cool, dude. Hold on.
Not,
here we go. So this is a PAP. This is a PAP pistol right here. So I'll put it in. Hopefully this photo will work. Let's see if this photo works.
Or nah.
Or nah, buddy. Oh yeah, here we go. So let me see. My internet sucks so bad. Okay, so look here. This is the Ace folder. So you could just put this on here.
We're not seeing anything, dude.
Oh my bad.
Here we go.
It's basically like a. It's a buffer tube that folds, and you put the AR stock right on it. That's the way to go, I think. And it adjusts. So.
Yeah, that's the epitome of what should be done.
That's what I was going to do.
That's what needs to be done.
And it was really cheap. That thing just like screws into the back of the trunnion, right? Like the folder, and it attaches to the trunnion with bolts, and then you got a mow that's adjustable, and then you fold it.
Yeah, it's not going to impede on the ejection or anything, or the bolt.
Can't you just tap right back into the flat with those? Like the hinge is got like holes in the back, and you can just tap it right into the flat. You might need to reinforce it.
You might not even need a gunsmith for that, dude. Like you could do that yourself.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, you just screw that shit into your.
Here, look at this picture of it.
What I'm thinking of, what I'm also thinking of is this, and this is probably will be cost effective for me because I'm just gonna make it myself. For mine, like get like those welding metal that you get from Home Depot, those bars of steel. I'm gonna use an angle grinder to cut the slot to go in here. They'll go into the part that goes into the nut, the pistol grip nut, and then it'll go L-shaped right here, and from there I can attach the buffer tube. That you can get like a separate buffer tube, and from there you can use a SIG brace, the SK15 SIG brace for now, and later when I get the paperwork, I can also get, and I'll just take the SIG brace out and I'll just put a regular.
But what does that matter if you have a UTAJ all over that shit?
You can't do that, Chris, because the way the SIG brace works is that it goes under your pistol grip, right? You can't attach. You couldn't install a buffer tube to that thing and then put the SIG brace on it. That would be
okay. That's what I was asking. That's what I was looking out. I can't do that.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't you be able to put a pistol tube on there?
Because he's altering his pistol to put something onto it. Where the SIG brace comes, where you take your grip off, and it slides under your grip. So you just.
That's 10 years.
But it doesn't on the AR one. It doesn't go under your grip.
You're right.
I understand.
Because
the AR with no modification has the receiver extension.
That's 10 years not dropping the soap if you do that.
Yeah.
Or you could just. That would be the new question to ask. That would be a new question to ask.
Or dropping the soap a lot if that was your thing.
Yeah. Or you could just.
That's why it is black too.
Look at that.
He painted his furniture black too.
Damn, that thing is sick.
That's got the perfect amount of wear, huh? That looks like a computer.
But wouldn't that be the new question to ask? Is if I have an AK that I adapt to an AR pistol tube and slap the same AR pistol, it's like a new question. I don't see how we automatically.
Let me say this.
Illegal, I think it's a new question for the ATF. Yeah.
Because you got a Rock River piston-driven pistol that just has a Picatinny rail in the back. So are you saying that cannot be used with a SIG brace? Because I would have to put a buffer tube on that.
Once you put the buffer tube onto
it would be a pistol. It'll be a pistol buffer tube, though.
You're changing both the design of your gun and you're changing the design of the brace.
Because it doesn't use the tube, then that's the modification. But if it uses
the letter
tube, it's okay.
When you buy the brace, it comes with a letter, and that letter from the ATF is saying that thing you bought is okay to use the way it's designed or whatever. But you can't just go say, hey, now I'm going to stick a metal pipe on this thing and then weld it to the back of my pistol or whatever. You're totally changing the letter. You're changing.
Because people could do that to a pistol. Well,
they're not doing it, dude. I mean.
But then, what's the difference between adding that from an AR to adding that from an AK? What's the difference?
Yeah, right. Is that kind of?
The pistol needs the tube to operate. It has the tube anyway. So
but it doesn't on the AK, though. It doesn't on the AK.
Right. There's no tube involved on the AK.
All right. Hold on. Tell me.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
Now you're doing something else, dude.
Okay, that's what
Let me ask you this. So let me ask you, G-Waz, what's the shortest length on a shotgun?
Wait a minute here.
What's the short length on a shotgun? It's
18-inch barrel, 24-inch overall.
24-inch overall. So what if I slap an AR?
Wait, what? 24?
I'm sorry, that's a rifle.
Legitimate.
No, nothing's ever 24.
Just
They're
26?
both 26.
Oh, my bad.
26.
Okay.
26.
Are you talking about constitutionally right to own a shotgun?
Well, you have that right, but I don't. Because almost
the only difference in shotgun is 18 instead of 16 for whatever reason. Shotguns need to be 2 inches longer barrels, but their overall both have to be 27.
Dude, this.
So you can't buy the SIG. So you can't buy the SIG pistol that's driven and put a SIG brace on.
So let's just say. So let's just say I buy a shotgun with a collapsible buttstock tube, but I replace that collapsible buttstock tube with a pistol buttstock tube that suits the AR-15 whatever. Do I have an SBS if I'm under 26 inches?
No, most modern shotguns with an 18-inch barrel are still over 27, even if you take the pistol grip off.
Right.
Because the receiver's what, 8 inches long?
Yeah. That's just modern ones. I mean, that's
okay. So, all right. So the actual dynamics aren't there. But I'm just saying.
Idiots wrote the law. I don't know what they were thinking because they could have made it 2 inches shorter and restricted all kinds of stuff. They made it where it is, and it's just a nuisance now.
Well, looks like it's.
You realize if it was 24 inches overall, then AKs wouldn't be in it. Probably ARs wouldn't be in it.
You know what's funny is that Maryland first wrote their assault weapons bill at 30 inches, and they cut it down to 29. So, like, a Tavor is still legal, but that's why, like, if you want to get a Tavor in the state of Maryland, you have to get a pin and welded, like, flash hider that's like 6 inches long.
So, DB, you're agreeing and saying that you can't take that SIG pistol that's piston-driven, and then you can't put a pistol tube on that, then?
I wouldn't know.
It's going to alter the design of the way that pistol operates.
I would believe so. Wait,
not if you alter the pistol. If you alter the pistol, that's where the ATF comes in and they get pissed off. If you drill... if you drill and tap the rear trunnion on that. But if you look at the link I posted, you can get away with a folding, and I put this in quotations, SIG brace.
Right.
It's going to cost some bank, though. It's going to cost some money.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's $100 and something bucks, man. $180.
Yeah, but, I mean, if you're talking about Elmer's gluing and double stick taping stuff together, you know what I'm saying?
Have you guys seen the rear trunnion, that Iron Forge Armory or whatever? Can't remember the name. Just a second.
Yeah, that's Iron Hammer. Care about no money.
Iron Hammer armor.
I'm broke.
No, it's the rear trunnion with the threads for
Oh, you're not broke, dude.
an AR tube. It's pretty freaking sweet.
I'm rich in
knowledge.
I'm rich in knowledge.
This is like the worst time of year, too.
I got Bakelite. I got Bakelite, bitch. Yeah, Bakies.
I'm tall and I've never had a problem with length of a pull on an AK. Like, I don't understand.
I like the AK a little shorter, than my AR.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm just very comfortable with. When I was in the army, I hated the length of pull of an M16. I don't know why. Back then, I didn't like it, and I liked a short length of pull. But then after shooting a while, I started to appreciate that longer length of pull is more stable for me. So that's why I like
medium. I like the medium. A washer length of pull to me is perfect. Like short to medium, oh my god.
Yeah. So
what I don't like about the AK is the grip angle. Otherwise, I would have more AK.
Yeah, that's great. I can't even hit anything with the grip angle on that AK. It doesn't work for me.
It's like I bring it up and I'm expecting to shoot a counterinsurgent, but it's aimed on
the sun.
Some non-combat.
For me, it's when I bring my rifle up, it's aimed straight at the sun.
That XD compared to the Glock's grip angle there. It's pretty crazy.
I cannot get my AK to not point at the sun or the moon.
What?
Yeah, it's the grip angle. When I bring it up, it's like pointing straight up in the sky.
Hey, DB.
Hey, listen, when you get like 2 or 3...
DB, you're holding it upside down.
DB, when you get like 2 or 3 more neck rolls in your fatness, you'll be alright.
Yeah, I'm losing weight, dude. I haven't had bread in like 2 weeks.
Oh.
Oh shit! I'm trying to appendix carry before I die of a heart attack.
Passover?
No matzah, no nothing, no just.
Well, it's not a matter of if you can appendix carry or not. It's just if you can draw from once you got it in there.
But the problem is when I do the appendix carry and I pull the gun out, the gun's pointed straight at the stars. At nighttime, it's fucking crazy, dude. I don't know what to do. Can't get the front sight down. Unless it's a 1911. Then 1911s, they point straight, like for me, right at the target.
Okay.
Or no.
Not funny?
No, it wasn't.
Not bad. That was fucking hilarious. Man boobs.
Hey, DB, did you hear that they pulled down the "Come On In" Vine? It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I wish I would have saved that somewhere.
What am I going to do tomorrow morning before my shower?
Exactly. Isn't that what you have for your wake-up call?
What am I going to do at lunch tomorrow? I have a question. How the fuck do you know they took it down, dude?
Because I looked for it too.
I try to hand it to like other people. I try to hand it. I try to hand it to other people.
I was trying to find it.
Speaking of church, I got something to send you. Hold on.
Hey,
once was enough for me, man.
We're sitting here arguing about shitty fucking crink pistols, and I'm looking at the shit they have over in Russia, and it's making me angry.
But listen, we're Sunday school brothers, so I'm gonna send you this. Come on in.
What do they have in Russia?
What is that?
Way cooler shit than we have here.
Not for their citizens, though.
I don't know, man. I've seen a video. I saw a video once of a guy shooting fucking icicles off the eave of a building with one of these. Like on a busy street, he's standing on the side of the street shooting up, knocking icicles off. I mean, of course they stop people from walking so they get hit by falling icicles, but it was pretty fucking hilarious.
What's up with those stripper clips, man? Are those like built-in spoons there?
So you can grab onto them, I don't know.
That's pretty freaking cool.
The thing is dead silent. Well, at least I'll find the video. I'll post the video. Hold on.
The video.
That looks awesome. But, yeah, I watched some video, it may have been you, put it in Gun Channels, which was like a Russian high school, it looked like maybe a 10th grade class, was having like a competition to see who could field strip and reassemble the AK. And
I've seen that.
It's crazy.
I posted it. You can see Chris in the background if you look.
Did
no,
you
that
post
wasn't me. That was Keystone.
Oh yeah, it was Keystone. Yeah.
I was just wondering because
go to somewhere in Russia is the YouTube page that has all that I sub to, but they have all a bunch of crazy Russian shit.
That was cool.
10 years old is the bare minimum for collision costs.
Nah. So you better clarify that statement with anything other than where I was going with it.
Well, it was constitutional. 16. It'd be like 4. You know what I'm saying? It was a constitutional right.
Sound like R. Kelly right now, son.
If it was a constitutional right, then we all be building them at like 2, 3, or 4. But we don't have a constitutional right.
They don't have a constitutional right. Their citizens don't have a Second Amendment, and that's probably why they can't even carry a fucking gun. I wonder what the Russian gun laws are.
You got to understand, we are one of the few countries in the world that have not changed their constitutions. Other countries have changed theirs, like at least once or twice.
You know what's
and and the thing they always leave out is right to bear arms on the next constitution. If they ever had it once, they got rid of it in the second one.
Yeah,
and many of the new constitutions, we emphasize the right to marry, and we emphasize the right to like women's choice, and that's part that we wrote into the UN. As far as many of the new country constitution, but we don't buy into that, and we force it upon other countries.
We need an amendment. You know what's awesome about this shit is that
that's called experimentation. We see if it works. We make this other country do it first.
Yeah.
I don't want to use it.
Right?
Prepare to be wowed by how amazing life is in Russia. Here you go. This is like a dude with that rifle that I posted. That thing is quiet as hell.
The hell?
But at the same time,
nice.
We all dream of living off of Patagonia.
That's a nice piece.
What do you think that round is? Because wouldn't it be doing
like something you never want to say in the locker room?
It's like a weird 9mm. It's a weird 9mm round. I'm not sure the exact designation for it.
You know how much wild, crazy sex you're getting, like when like your girlfriend sees like orcas porpoising. It's pretty tight.
Orcas porpoising. What the?
And then you shoot with one of those suppressed Russian AK tanks. Porpoise falls over. And then you look at her and go, "What you gonna do, bud? What you gonna do with it?"
What you gonna do with it? Better have my money when I come to collect, bitch.
Only Russian citizens over 18 can own civilian firearms. I wonder what.
Now I know exactly what to say when people are late on their monthly gun channels dues.
I'm on.
Hey,
when I come to collect.
I'm automatically debited. So.
No, I know that's why it's funny because everybody is.
You should have seen the look on my wife's face when she opened the envelope with the patch in it. What the hell is this?
I just joined a cult.
Dude,
strange cult.
I'm sorry, but like the way fucking Russia came apart after the Cold War ended, you can buy anything over there. And if anybody's ever seen
Lord of War today, Lord of War is on what? Stars right now. That's just like.
I mean, you can buy anything. It's the black market over there is so fucking.
It is, but it's by the time you get it here, and the fact, are you legal by the time you get it here?
What?
You can dogs like you can catch a boat from here to Africa, and put a crate of AK rifles from here to Africa. But how the fuck do you own them?
I'm not talking about here.
Look, I'm not going to wait around until I have a constitutional right to get a boatload of AKs.
Yeah, right.
I'm just going to go get my boatload of AKs from Africa.
You already have a constitutional right to carry, so it doesn't matter. So that's the only constitutional right you need.
I'm so sick of the Constitution right now.
Or nah.
Well, that ended that.
Well, I was gonna say, I guess they can't carry guns into Russia, motherland.
Yeah, where are you gonna put a pistol on your tracksuit?
The best place where to carry a gun is not.
Hey, I have worn pistols with tracksuits, so it can be done.
You're a dirty Russian.
Thanks for making me picture that.
Well, you would probably wear like Saucony, while I would wear like Adidas.
It's a tracksuit. There's nothing bad about a freaking tracksuit.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that one of those Rugers doesn't just pull down the bottoms.
You would wear like Sergio Garcia, while I'm rocking like Adidas.
Wife beater, you know what I mean? Little wife beater in a track jacket. There's nothing like it.
Have you guys seen the movie Behind Enemy Lines or something like that with Owen Wilson? Yeah, that freaking badass assassin was in a freaking Adidas tracksuit all the time.
Yeah, but he didn't have a pistol tied. Like, do you have to like tie a little string into the pistol so it doesn't fall down?
What do you call this? I have walked around the mall with a freaking. Yes, this was before I got the M&P compact. I did carry my Ruger in a inside the waistband holster. Around my track pants.
Did you wear a belt?
I had to. No, I didn't have a belt. I only had the string. I had to tie that string fairly tight, and I had to, push up from time to time.
I couldn't. If you had to pull that gun, what are the chances the whole holster and gun would have come out together with
and then
one
your pants
piece?
fall down?
Oh no, the inside the waistband's fairly loose. So.
No, seriously, like you know what you guys are gonna hate me for? Alright, so I have two pairs of $90 basketball shorts. Basketball shorts cost $90, so you guys probably hate me for that. But it is so uncomfortable to wear a gun or a holster in them shits. And I've yet to get a Remora. I don't know why I don't want a Remora yet. I need to get a Remora. But
Dude, this thing is so badass. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, first,
basketball shorts sucks in carrying a gun.
You should contact Thalia Photography and ask her about the Remora first.
No,
well, that's only if you wear a bikini under the shorts, though.
Yeah, you need to rock a thug. You need to ask
You're gonna have to show your shit too.
And be like, what's it about? And be like, what do I carry? In basketball shorts. What if I'm going to a Knicks game and I don't have the right to carry?
Why would you go to New York?
Fucking Yankee. He actually bought a freaking Recover Tactical after we told him about it.
Oh yeah, he did a video about it.
Son of a bitch. I was gonna get that.
I think they sent it to him. Actually.
What, they sent it to him for free?
I think he said he called them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh wow. He just decided. At first he said it was fucking ugly too.
Are you talking about that freaking gun condom he stuck on his 1911?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
The one with the rail.
Not a bad idea.
No.
Turn an old piece of shit into some tacticular.
I'm gonna put down my 9mm.
See, it's only a bad idea if you have an FNX 45 tactical.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm gonna tell you this: like, if you have a real 45, that's a bad move. But if you have like a Fugazi 45, then go ahead, put that shit on.
Yeah, I just use the muzzle flash to see what I'm doing.
Nah, but like if you like a Springfield 1911 like Army whatever type or a Colt or whatever, then you're stupid. But like if you have a Para or an STI or just some,
he put it on his Colt.
Oh, he's dumb.
Which one?
He put it on the stainless commander.
Put it on his Colt. Yep.
Even if you put it on there, I guarantee you don't keep it on there, and I guarantee you like. Look, this Yankee sells gun parts like DB sells guns, so that shit ain't staying there.
He's fickle.
The thing is ugly. I'm fickle. Just looking at it made me upset.
Well, it's not for everybody. I find it appealing. So.
Of course. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on. All right, I'm back.
Your MMP compact.
If you can insult me on air, I'm not gonna.
I like you too much to insult you.
If you have a gun with a rail, like an M&P 9 compact, then what? I guess if your only 1911 doesn't have a rail, you should.
No, but find a holster for it. That's for sure. No, but at the same time, like if you only had one 1911, wouldn't? All right, so like I don't want a 1911. I really want a 1911. It's not in my plans to buy. There's like 8 other guns in front of it. But I'll tell you one thing: when I buy a 1911, it's gonna have a rail on it. It's gonna have a rail on it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but then when you see, that's the thing is that there's so many good 1911s, and the price range for the ones with the rail, you're gonna have to spend like $900.
How much does the thing cost?
$50. $50.
I'm gonna tell you this. But like my 1911 right now, like if I was in the market for it, it's like $700 to $800. So by the time you tell me it's $900, I'm only like $100 away. Like
it just I don't know. It seems weird to me. It just looks weird.
My favorite 1911s don't have a rail. That's for sure. Like the Colts and Springers and.
But if I can only get one, I'm gonna get with a rail. My
favorite 1911's a Colt. Yeah, so.
I mean,
and you can get a Colt rail for what, like 11?
Yeah, but I don't want the Colt rail. They're ugly with the rail. They're ugly, and there's no holsters for them.
Remember, I have no constitutional right, so I want
to... Here we go.
You have no constitutional right to have a rail.
You can't carry it.
DB, have you seen this? So I'm so tempted.
I had one of those.
70?
Mm-hmm.
One of the new ones?
Yeah, the repros. Yeah.
How was it?
I had a few failures with it. I mean, you can't beat it, dude. I mean.
All right, so let me ask you this: 70s and 80s is the difference between internal and external extractors, right?
No, it's internal firing pin block. It's like a Glock.
That's just
plunger.
Chris,
Dude, Chris, right? You need 3 of these.
That's just gaudy as hell.
Oh, whatever, Chris. You know you need.
That's gaudy. I'm sorry. No.
Hey, Chris. Utas made it. You'd buy it.
Chris, you need a gold chain with that hanging around your neck.
No.
That is badass.
Gaudy.
Hey, Chris only rocks sterling silver, so.
Ballin'.
He rocks the
Dragunov. That's the real Dragunov right there. The Dragunov 45.
Hey, you need to put your stock on that thing.
Or is that a crocodile?
Wait, crocodiles aren't dragons?
I found on Newegg they sell the stock for the Glock 17s.
So
Newegg?
Mika jumped in the chat last night waving a Dragunov around like he was Bob.
Yep. Son of a bitch.
Fucking
Who
good.
found Mika's
Yeah, but he
house
was-
the whole time?
But it wasn't like Bob because he was quieter and more polite.
$1,200. $1,200 what he paid for it.
Oh, I thought he said 200.
12.
12.
He
12.
200. I was like, okay. That's crazy.
No,
Yeah. Well, we have to pay like what, $3,000 for ours here?
five.
Five? Yeah, five.
Five.
I would love a Volmet AK so bad. Those things are so fucking cool. Ugh.
Get in
Even
line.
with that
that's
weird
worse than,
stock and everything, I like them.
Get in line. Those things are spendy.
No, I'm just gonna have to sell for a PSL.
Why are you settling?
Because they're less expensive than the actual Dragunov, which is at least $4,000.
Don't ever settle in life, bro. Ever.
Mika, that's when Mika pulled out the PKM and really started.
You don't know me too well, do you, Marco?
You have a
It's not
constitutional
about
right
knowing
to settle.
you. That's just
So, I'm just saying.
that's just life advice, bro. Don't ever settle, bro.
Chris always settles.
Ever in
He's a
life.
settler.
You know what?
You
I find it that if I don't aim too high, I don't have to fall too low. Fall too low. So.
Dude, if you how tall
What?
are you? You ain't gonna fall that far anyway.
Yeah. I'm short as shit,
Love you,
too,
man.
man. I aim for the sky, bro.
How tall are you, Marco?
Always.
When is Bob moving in with you, Chris? Because that's when
I can't
Oh, talk about a
Yeah,
sitcom that needs to happen.
we're doing a Kickstarter. I think it's already at
Like
like
hell, he's
20,000.
moving with me.
Because look, if the Kickstarter gets past 50, you guys could split the 50, 25,000 each. You got to live with each other for like 6 months.
1,000. Whoa.
Move over. What was that show where everybody shot on it? Top Shot.
Everybody shot on it. I thought like it's.
We could have a shooting competition at the end of every show. Oh my
Dude, all you guys need are like 6 GoPros, and I can edit everything you guys do.
He needs to get
what would
drunk
we
a lot.
call it?
earlier.
Even lunch.
Well,
Even
Bob
lunch.
needs to get drunk by 5 o'clock.
The Canuck and I don't. We gotta give this show a name.
No.
I just call it Bob and Good Guy, dude.
He's been threatening to come to Arizona or some time now, and he hasn't done it yet. So he ain't gonna do it.
This summer, he said.
Dude, he's going right over your house.
Why would he come over here during the summer when it's the worst time of the year here?
To help
the
you
only
clean
time.
your grill after you kill that
Because he's
coyote.
a
His
dumb
socialist
idiot.
country gives him like 16 weeks off of summer vacation or something.
Well, I'm sorry. What was that about the? What did you say about the coyote there?
I said he's gonna come over your house and help you clean your bumper with all the coyote
My
guts. that you
bumper
probably
is fine, but I just I'm gonna pick it back up at the shop tomorrow. So
Oh, really?
What,
So you
what
handed
that
your
end up
car?
costing?
I already took it to the body shop and have it fixed. So that's a lot. There's $1,800 worth of damages.
Oh, jeez. What's your state laws on having to report it?
Oh, I just.
That's $1,500. Then I
Did the
have to
trash pick it
report
up already? Did the trash pick it up already?
Yeah, it's taken care of. My neighbor took care of it. So
What about your insurance deductible?
my insurance deductible is $250. And that's all I'm paying.
No,
That claim has already been approved.
Yeah, $250 for $1,800 is worth it.
Oh yeah.
No,
That's
but
why
I'm saying, like, what'd you say?
We'll just make it
What did you
back
do with the
next year.
body? Like, what did
You
you
don't
and
have
your
to
neighbor
claim
do with the
like-
body?
I'm sorry.
What did you or your neighbor do with the body?
My neighbor took it to the desert.
Okay.
that shit. Probably is.
He works. He's an outdoors guy. He put it in his truck, and then he took it to the desert. So
You know, yeah, like I got in that car accident. It was like $4,000 in damage to my own car, but I didn't have to. Obviously, used insurance. But
Did you give him like
didn't-
$5
didn't have to be
for it,
re-
or like a 6-pack?
didn't have to be reported to like the police or anything.
no, yeah, animals.
I
You
heard
don't have to report.
The last deer I hit, it cost me. Oh, I lost my license because in Oregon because I didn't freaking report it because it was over $1,500.
What, damage to your car?
Yep.
Wow, that's a freaking weird law.
Hey,
Here,
quick
it's other people's property damage in this state, I believe, in New Hampshire.
Quick left or right, how often do you guys have to go through emissions in your state?
2 years.
Emissions? You mean
Every
like
year.
a state inspection?
Every year.
Like gas emissions or state inspection.
I drive a hybrid. I don't have to go in for a long time.
We do. We have a once a year inspection required, but they don't. I don't know what the emissions are. If they do that or not.
Yeah, I don't.
Actually, no. They did away with emissions, I think, in New Hampshire.
Do they plug it into a?
They do plug it in, yeah.
An OBD2 reader or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a Honda. OBD2 is straight Honda.
Sucks.
That's how I know you drive like a You drive a '99 Honda or newer if you're OBD2.
My old Lexus, the check engine light wouldn't go out, and so it wouldn't pass inspection because of that. Even though it wasn't a problem, that failed the inspection.
Yep.
So how much is your
3
inspection
years.
annually? How much is your? Okay.
Really? It's free here.
It's free. My buddy owns a shop. Sometimes he gives it to me free, but
Oh no,
now
I'm sorry. It's $15.
they charge $40 now because they got to buy that computer now to use it, so they had to pay for that thing.
My emissions here in my state is like $15 every 2 years.
Yeah, same here.
But we register once a year. But here in New Hampshire, it decreases every year. Now it's the lowest at $150. There's no excise. Yeah, there's no excise tax or anything like that.
For my plate, I pay $128 a year. $128 every 2 years, and that's for any like 4-door sedan. And
that's crazy how low that is.
Yeah, $128 for every 2 years for a 4-door sedan, and $14 every 2 years for emissions.
Of course, we don't have any sales tax here, though.
I think I figured out why DB's broke.
Bakelite?
Speaking of which,
I think he's buying hookers.
Oh, well, who's not doing that?
Well, look what he posted on the site. He had a pressing looks like a pressing meeting.
DB Cooper only pays in roses.
Yeah.
150 roses an hour. That's his going rate.
Oh, that's his advertisement. Oops.
New in town for a couple of weeks only.
What's GFE?
Good question. Let me look it up.
Girlfriend experience.
Oh.
Girlfriend experience?
Is that really it?
Yeah, Urban Dictionary says girlfriend experience.
DB, M for M.
Do you want to know what BBJ is?
I'll look that up too. Hold on.
Girlfriend experience. So do you want to be? So you want somebody to call you?
BBJ is being blown. It's a. You already said
blowjobs. Wait.
Bareback blowjob.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yet he didn't know what a rusty trombone was, though.
What's the bareback mean?
Seriously.
You know what bareback is?
Lack of a condom.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's
riding dirty.
Speak of the devil. There he is.
Riding dirty.
Oh.
Those are the best kind.
So it's girlfriend experience with that. So basically, you have to like clean your house or something first, and then over, and then you got to do everything right. And then if you're lucky, you add them in the last 5 minutes of it.
You have to call. You have to call a certain time. You have to text.
Or by like 3 minutes to the top of the hour, she starts and then goes, "Okay, well I gotta go now."
You get a sandwich out of the deal.
Yeah, make me a sandwich.
What the hell are you all talking about?
GFE.
DB is paying $350 for an hour's worth of girlfriend experience.
He's not paying. It's only 350 roses.
You've seen
the roses then.
You've seen DB. That I consider that a bargain.
Good times. 350 roses for 1 hour.
Like, yeah, Quentin Tarantino. He's got that Quentin Tarantino head. Natural Frankenstein.
So, right after we mentioned it, Yankee, you decided to get you one, huh? Or did you get it for free?
Is BBJ?
Huh? Are you talking? I'm talking about
free in many years. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Recover Tactical.
Oh no, I got that for free.
Yeah, do it. I can do it.
Hey, Yankee, like, you honestly not like make an effort not to mention that in your videos just so people don't clown you for it, or what?
Well, no, it's rude if someone calls you and offers you something so that you'll review it to say something like that, because then it makes everybody think they can just call them and get a free one.
So they actually called you.
He sent me an email.
Like this is like a week after we mentioned it to you. This is so perfect timing.
Well, that company's making their rounds different YouTube.
True.
They're watching the gun channels, man.
Phone call.
The guy does have like 80,000 subs. Excuse me.
I bet you somebody like, I bet you like when they talk Tag Daddy, they probably asked him, hey, is there anybody else you think would like one of these? Or
yeah. Oh yeah, let me mention this guy who has 75, 80,000, maybe even 100,000 subscribers.
I'm sure if G-Web's they asked me when they sent me, they're like, if you know any other channels that are, want to do a review, let me tell them to call me. So, like if G-Web's called them tomorrow, or emailed them tomorrow, they'd send me one.
Yeah. You need like 5K plus.
To-do list tomorrow.
They should send one to Corey.
Norinco AK.
I wish the what do you call this? I wish they put it on Newegg so I can buy it. Because I still got a Newegg account.
I don't have to say though.
Yeah, I'm also surprised Newegg has gun parts.
I didn't think I was going to like this thing. I thought it'd be stupid. But
yeah. Would you like it for real?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I actually like the way it makes the gun look. I like the way it feels.
Did you put it on your Colt? You said.
It's on my Colt Commander.
Get some more of them green grips like you get on your CZ, and it'd match it pretty good.
Let me ask you this:
no, wait, they are grips, aren't they?
They're green, yeah.
It is grips, yeah, that's green.
Do you think that grip would be cool on any of like your SIGs like that have wraparound grips?
What do you mean, like if this for like a SIG 1911 or for regular SIGs?
Or just, both.
Well, no, it wouldn't be any good on my regular SIGs because they have rails on it.
Okay. Well,
not all of them, but most of them.
Well,
it won't work on a wraparound grip.
Yeah.
Like say.
Not on the SIG.
Like my M11A1 doesn't have a grip, but or doesn't have rails, but it doesn't need to because the 26, which is basically the same gun, does have rails. The 226.
But would you think it would be a flawed design or a flawed grip if, not someone like you who has both, but someone who just has one?
No, because I think SIGs are too available with rails. This was just to solve a problem with a well-established gun that everybody already has one of. That you can add something new to something you already have and everybody has one of.
Because it was in the last 2 years when they started offering 1911s with rails.
Because I hear people all the time, like, oh, I wish we had a rail. I wish I had a SIG with a 1911 with a rail. I might sell mine and get one with a rail. But you don't have to. You can put it. You want it for self-home defense and you want to put a light on it, you just slap this on it, stick it in the drawer with a light on it. Would look pretty cool. I like the way it looks. I think it makes it look like a prop from a movie. That's what it strikes me as, like a prop from a movie.
Yep. Looks like a dressing to make it more space age.
Yeah, it makes like if 1911s had evolved. It's like what they would have imagined 50 years ago 1911s would look like now. And I'll tell you, speaking of what guns look like now, has anyone been following that stuff on the smart gun?
A little bit here and there.
That thing, I know I'm completely against it because of the technology involved and some of the laws.
It's my home state.
Some of the laws that have been written around how once you sell one, all guns got to be like that. Which that law would never ever go into. I don't think that law would be struck down if it ever happens. But the gun itself is cool as fuck.
Okay, but let me tell you. All right, so Yankee, this is all right because my local FFL was the guy who did the Facebook rant and everything. That's actually my local FFL. Yeah. That guy, but
that something Defender Arms or whatever.
No,
it was.
No, Engage Armament.
Engage Armament, that's what.
Yeah, and where I get behind him is where he makes a statement of the ability to me as an FFL to sell any gun should be legal, and everyone should help me sell any gun, no matter what the case may be.
Why? No, I wouldn't help you. I wouldn't support you in something that's going to have negative ramifications on an entire industry and an entire people. I wouldn't help you with that. That's like saying, if I want to have sex with a 16-year-old and it's legal in my state, you should support that in every way. If I'm 50, no, I'm not going to support that, even if it's legal. I'm not going to support it.
But the way he also pissed it was how many of, like, especially in the blue state, like here, how many people do you say, well, if I had an absolute free safety gun, I would probably buy that because it's safer than the average.
No gun is safe. No gun is safer than just keeping your finger off the trigger.
It isn't, but like when you're talking to New Yorkers and everything like that, if you give them that sense of that sense of safetiness, even though as much as you and me think it's wrong.
Well, it is wrong because you can't infringe upon the Second Amendment by saying you can only buy this.
Yeah, that's a disservice to just let somebody be ignorant. If you can educate someone and show them what the real deal is, that's a better deal than just ignoring them.
If there were no laws tied to this gun, if there were no states that were saying, oh, once this gun is sold, that's all that can be sold after that, because that's an infringement. That's
where he got most of his backlash via Facebook and everything was from out of state because of the laws that were enacted out of state. And if you saw his YouTube, it said, don't get mad at me for selling it, get mad at your politicians for passing this X amount of laws.
I still get mad at you for selling it because you're aware of the situation.
And you are aware of the situation, but the
company was offering him a nice hefty paycheck because the company's trying to get So he was looking out for his own selfish best interests instead of looking out for the best interests of the community or the whole, and he got bit in the ass by doing it, and that's how the world works, and I support that 100%.
And it is, but is it his fault that a stupid state like New Jersey passed X law?
No, it is his fault.
You guys tell me all the time it's moved. You guys tell me all the time it's as simple as moving, right?
It is his fault after the fact that he chose to take a paycheck and offer a product that he knew was going to hurt a lot of people.
Then tell those people from New Jersey to move. As simple as you guys tell me to move.
I don't tell people I'm not going to approve a piece of stepping stone legislation that would lead the same legislation in other states simply because I can tell people to move out of that state. I tell people to stay in their state and fight for what's right.
This is the same thing as that douchebag that put the design for the 7.62 by 40 whatever pistol.
It's not because you can. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
What did they say? It starts a 3-year clock from the time the first pistol sells.
They all had to be like that after that.
If the AG approved it, and ever since then, the AG is even considering kicking back that law, which is even more impressive.
Once I get that law out of the way, I would love it because I would love to have one of these. I think they are super duper mega cool, and I would love to own one.
What?
And as I mentioned before, I mean, we're only putting a finger in the dike, so to speak, where it's
how much does that cost?
That's wrong.
I understand, but obviously, just trying to keep it light in here. Obviously, the technology for this type of gun is going to be around at some point for sure. So, you know what I'm saying? It is just a delay at this point until we can get the legislation to not go that way. But within 10 years, there's going to be all kinds of biomatrix in some kinds of guns, but probably.
I still don't understand why it's his fault and not New Jersey's fault.
Because it's still his fault. He knew conditions.
It's New Jersey's fault. New Jersey passed a law. He did it.
If I lived in if right now I wanted to smoke a cigarette, that's fine. That's on me. But if I'm in a concentration camp and they line 15 people up against the wall and say, "Here's a cigarette," but for every puff you take, we're shooting one of your people in the head. That's on me.
That's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. Okay, you took it as an exaggeration. That's not what they're doing.
That is what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing because as simply I've been told tonight, you can move.
You can move.
Okay, great. So
that doesn't justify his actions to make a whole state have to move. That doesn't justify his actions. That does not take away the selfishness of his actions at all. It does not justify it. You cannot defend what he does by making some other state.
I'm not.
Selfish or ignorant? If he's not aware of a New Jersey law, where does it say you got to be aware of other states' local laws or state laws?
But he's well aware of it.
He said in the video that he wasn't aware of it.
Oh bullshit! He's on MSNBC from an interview from 3 weeks ago talking about it.
That's where he fails, G-Webs. Is that he failed after that, and then the same thing that California Gun Club wanted to do the same thing, which was an FFL as well, wanted to do the same thing. They got so much backlash that right now they are out of business, and then in the process of them going out of business, he took up this business opportunity. Mm-hmm. That's honestly where he failed. So I am on that, but at the same time as you guys told me, I have a right to move. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
I don't see how that's playing devil's advocate.
You missed the first 12 hours of chat.
Yeah, it's pretty much the discussion earlier was do you have a state right to carry or do you have a constitutional right to carry?
Let's not go through this shit again.
But no, I'm just summarizing. I'm not going to continue. Trust me.
I didn't.
But the gun itself, I mean, have you looked at pictures of it and looked at video of it?
Oh, dude, it flashes up with a green light. It's super
green light pops out on the back of it. It looks like it's something out of a freaking sci-fi movie. I mean, it is. Here, let's put this picture up of it here. I mean, when you grab the gun, the little green light comes on the back of it, and it looks like it's out of a freaking sci-fi movie. I mean, this gun is freaking sweet. I would love to own one, but I'm not going to own one. I'm not going to allow my own selfish interests to overcome my sense of what's right, and I'm not.
Well, what if you're the third or the fifth or you know what I'm saying? So like you're not the one sending the president.
I'm not going to be the first one. Let's just say that this guy was.
Okay, so you're not going to be the first, but you would be the second, third, or whatever to make a profit off of it.
Damage is done. I'm not profiting off of it. I'm buying it. I'm a consumer. I'm not selling it.
No, like not you as a buyer, but as an FFL who's a distributor.
Once you're the second person, you've got a legal obligation to start selling it, and just that after the first one was sold. If you're in New Jersey,
I guarantee you, if that technology becomes a part of society. Like let's just say there's a police force that uses that pistol or pistol like it with that same apparatus. I guarantee you somebody will throw something together that will jam them and make them shut off.
That's what I was telling someone tonight. I was like, okay, great. They allow the whole country to have as many guns as they want that have this technology in it. Then if things go bad, well, we just broadcast a signal that turns off all the citizens' guns.
Or our criminal will make one to you rob a bank and the cops show up and you shut off all their guns and then they
No. Law enforcement will be exempt. I can tell you that right now.
Well, no, the guys from Armatrix.
You can't stop electromagnetic waves from emanating from a source, though. So someone
the guys on the stop all guns from working. I was watching an old episode that had this gun on it, and the guy that's in charge of it, who used to work for Blackwater and used to work for the DOD and I don't forget which administration it was. But he's like, the cops are the ones that want this. They want to have this as their sidearm. I'm like, no, they don't.
Yeah.
There's not a single agency that would act this gun as their sidearm. For one, the technology isn't successful enough. It malfunctions too often. If the battery goes dead, you're screwed. Just all those things. Plus, they said the manufacturer costs on the guns are $1,250 a gun. There's no way any police force is going to pay $1,250 a gun for their gun.
Well, but the police will get them for like $11.50.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Also, you're wearing the watch on your wrong hand. That's the one that's counterintuitive to the whole thing.
But it's freaking.
It should be that massive ring.
About this particular FFL.
Yeah, that ring would be fine. They could slip it in there, couldn't they?
They make a safe that opens with your ring now, like a biometric safe that you don't touch it. It just opens from a ring you have that has a RFID chip in it. So that way, if they could do that with the gun, that'd be better. But I still think the gun itself is cool, and I would own it because I think.
Well, put it like this. I mean, like Yankee, like you talk about.
It sounds like you like the styling of the gun, but not the gun.
No, I like the gun too. I like the styling of it. I love the whole technology aspect of it. I love that it's kind of this new age thing, you know. But it's kind of like, you know, just because they make, you know, electric cars doesn't mean that I don't want to be able to buy, you know, like a V8 Mustang still. I still want to be able to buy a V8 Mustang. I might be able to appreciate an electric car too, but, you know, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. Just like I like to appreciate this gun for the technological piece of equipment that it is. Yep. Not an evolution in guns, just an addition to guns.
Yeah. Well, let me give you a little background on this FFL. So this FFL moved from a very small corner shop to a mediocre large industrial center and opened up FFL right there. About during their process of moving is when Newtown happened. Literally during their move. The month that they were moving is exactly when Newtown happened. And they invested largely into a forge company. I still don't know what it is. And they created their own billet aluminum lowers. And that's their moneymaker right now. Is their billet aluminum lowers, and in the state of Maryland they will sell you one with a heavy barrel, tagged heavy barrel, and obviously they tried to promote.
But their lower only works when you got their watch on.
No. But they try to promote their lower, nationally. Like, you know, if you want on heavy barrel, they will either build you a rifle, what their rifle is, or, you know, whatever. And they have pretty expensive parts on there, bro. I mean, like, they're talking Novetsky type rails.
While they're doing this, you're taking the long way around. Let's get around to why this is justified. Something about this FFL.
No, I'm not. Once again, the point was to the background of this FFL.
What state was that again? Sorry.
This is in Maryland. So this is in Maryland. So this is right when Newtown was happening, and you know what I'm saying. So they got bit by the Maryland law, so they can't sell. You know what I'm saying. So their 5 to 10 year plan went to shit. Where a lot of gun FFLs in your state probably have a lot of outs because they can still sell ARs or whatever, but they put all their bags of this shit into the AR, and if they sell them,
not really my fault or my problem.
Never said it was your fault or their problem, but the point is that they were looking for new sources of revenue, and they picked up this firearm after a lot of negative repercussion happened. And I don't know if you saw the video. And I really thought the guy went full Jaeger. I mean, the guy was drinking on his video, and he said some shit that he should have never have said in the middle of it. If you watch the full 11-minute video.
Can you still see the video out there, or is it taken down?
It is, and the worst part is that his video has been picked up by anti-gunners, and that's the shit that's being played.
And I want to see that video. I haven't seen it yet. What do I type in?
It's pretty fucking pop. Here, look, I'm gonna tell you whose name to search to find it.
Okay. Because I haven't seen it yet.
I was watching him on Chris Hayes on MSNBC on Chris Hayes' show. I was just watching it with him. I just taped it.
And actually, what happened was on his Facebook, and he videotaped that, and it was supposed to air 2 days later, and all this backlash happened in a matter of 36 hours, that Chris Hayes pushed back his airing of it for another for another 72 or, you know, whatever, like 96 hours or whatever after it, and then incorporated both reactions into his original taping.
And, you know, and even on the video that I was just watching, the guy comes across as a total idiot. I mean, he's like on there ranting, he's like, well, there's some people say you shouldn't have ARs, and gun owners say we should have them. This is the same thing. They're hypocrites. They're telling us you can't have this special.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm like, no, it's not the same thing, because someone's not saying, okay, if anyone in the country ever sells an AR, then no one else can have anything other than ARs ever again.
Well, once again, is that his fault or is that New Jersey's fault?
Doesn't matter. He's still instigating this after the fact. He knows he is living in a set system. He is living in a set of criteria. The criteria is already set. The fuse is already set. He's
not his
choosing to
state.
set the match to it. Can you say, okay, whose fault is it that they blew up the school? The guy who put the dynamite in the wall or the guy that lit the match? Well, it's both of their faults. The guy that
Whose
Or
fault?
the son of a bitch that built the school in the first place.
Yeah.
Whose fault is it that I can't carry? Mine or my state? Should I move or should I not? You know what I'm saying? So, like, once again,
What you do? That's up to you. That's not up to me to decide or to tell you what to do. You can just choose to stay and fight your battles, or you can choose to go somewhere else. That's
and
your
New
choice.
Jersey residents can
no
choose to
bearing.
move out or not.
That has no bearing on this case. You are trying to justify apples by saying you hate oranges. That's just two totally different things.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No, you're not. You're mixing. You're confusing your subjects. You're not playing devil's advocate. Playing devil's advocate would be just be like, well, he has the right to do this bad thing. You can't say what he's doing is not bad. You can claim he has the right, and I'll be like, yes, I agree 100%. He has the right to do this bad thing, but it's still a bad thing. And if you want to argue he has the right to do it, that's great. I'll agree with you. But then every other person that sees him do it has the right to say, you are a motherfucker. I will never buy anything from you.
Yeah.
I will chastise anyone that ever buys anything from you, and I will curse your name till the day you die.
And
that's what
shall issue states have the right to say shall issue, and at the end of the day, what do I have the right to do? Is move the fuck out.
Wow, he gets crazy in that video.
Is move the fuck. No, because you guys told me this for like 3 hours.
Yeah, and you're screwing up the subjects too. Your right to carry, your right to possess and bear an arm is a constitutional right. A state that infringes upon that is wrong. You can argue that day and night. You can say they are wrong. This guy is in a situation where you cannot claim he is right to do what he's doing.
It's capitalistic.
Well, that's fine. It's his right. You can claim it's his right, but you cannot claim it as non-damaging. He is choosing to damage a select group of people. So by choosing to damage them, that's his right to choose to damage them. If he's not violating the law, he has every right to do that without violating the law. But
well, let me ask you this. Is your constitutional right to carry granted you by the state, or is it granted to you by the Constitution?
Granted to you by the Constitution.
Oh, my God. If you believe that, then we wouldn't have any May issue states.
No, what I believe doesn't have much.
AR-15 mag bolt latch, pistol grip.
What did you say?
Magazine.
Magazine.
Night sights.
Bayonet.
Because I have the right to move to Virginia.
Move to Virginia. You do have that right.
Night.
Any point.
And on that note, everyone left the chat.
Nah. One person left. One person left. And I wasn't even trying to bring that up.
It's Christopher, whoever that was.
That's...
Well, I gotta go too, so I'll see you guys later.
Oh, no, I'm
Hey, I was just kidding about the short joke.
See, come on.
No, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I gotta go to bed. I gotta pick up my car early tomorrow. So.
You gotta pick up your curling iron tomorrow?
My car.
Oh.
I thought he said I gotta wake up early.
Remember the coyote? Yeah.
The coyote, but I thought you said you gotta pick up a curling iron tomorrow. I was like, for a new look? You'll start running bangs up, I assume. I didn't know.
The coyote cost $1,800 worth of damages to my car. So.
I hope you made him pay for it.
So was the radiator fucked up or not?
It was bent.
It was?
Yeah, it was still working. It was like driving for like a couple of days that after it was hit, but yeah, I'm not gonna leave that alone. So I went ahead and just had to take care of everything.
Obviously. So. Did he get you for a front core support too, or no? Was it that high?
Yep. And I what do you call this? In the integrated motor assist got hurt too.
The front core support is fucked up because that, even though it's technically not frame damage, it definitely goes on there as frame damage. So, like as far as your resale, it might be a little hurt.
The Carfox.
Yeah, the Carfox is gonna fuck you.
I'll find a way.
Just keep your repair papers. You'll be fine.
It's totally worth it. I mean, like if you get like,
I wonder if they'll raise your rates next year.
If Mexicans fix it, you're
They can't
right.
raise your rates for natural acts of nature.
Yeah, they can't raise my rates for like
It's like an act of God.
Comprehensive.
Well,
that's why
cool.
he paid $250. That's why he paid $250.
Only collision, not comprehensive. So.
Yeah.
But still,
dude, trust me, I've hit 14
in front of me when they totaled my Lexus. Yeah.
I've hit 14 deer since I was 15 years old.
Yeah, I've hit 3. I've hit 3. And 1 pedestrian.
I've hit many a deer in
It wasn't in a crosswalk, so I was fine.
I haven't hit a pedestrian. I was in the car with my sister. I was in the car with my sister-in-law when she ran over someone. I at first got charged with vehicular homicide until it turned out the guy in the street was already dead.
Oh, well, gee. Not for the guy though.
Did she say, "I heard a bump"?
No, we heard it. We were like, "What the fuck was that?" We thought it was apparently, she
that's the good guy excuse. That's the good guy excuse. I heard
Jimmy Sullivan, who's Charlie Sullivan's younger brother.
Oh. This guy that I hit was not very well liked around town. He screwed a couple people over. People would come up to me later on and congratulate me.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Hey, you got to hit Henry, right? And I'm like, yeah. I wish you had finished him.
That was kind of this guy that she ran over too. He was a drug dealer in town and kind of an asshole that like beat his girlfriend and all that crap. And so when he was dead in the road and she ran over him, you know, at first she was charged with possible vehicular homicide because they said that he was probably trying to cross the road and she was speeding and she hit him, blah blah blah. Well, it turned out he was just laid across the center of the road in a dark corner, and he'd already been stabbed like 7 or 8 times before he was laid there. So it's like kind of hard. I'm like, what were they even thinking? Let's lay him in the road and make it look like he got hit by a car. You'd stabbed him to death first and laid him in the road. I would have understood that if you like beat him to death with a pipe. Maybe you could be like, well, let's put him in the road. Maybe it'll look like the damage was done by. I don't think a car stabs someone several times.
Hey, good guy. Hey, good guy in G-Web, since you guys are on the border, have you guys ever seen an illegal immigrant get hit by the car, and because he's an illegal immigrant, he don't want to file papers or nothing, he just stands right up and just walks away after being hit by a car.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
He's like, don't worry about it. I don't want, no police. And
it's okay.
Yeah, I've seen like 3 of them.
Bones sticking out of their leg, they're just hopping away. I'm fine.
Yeah. The worst.
Sorry.
The worst.
Okay. All right. Well, I gotta go here. So just to let you guys know, I did that video for the PAP. That's actually like the most popular pistol or gun right now. Every other YouTube channel has freaking PAP videos.
Well, $3.99, man. You can't beat that price.
Well, the fact that you did it 2 months late makes you extra worth it.
Hey, you need to tuck in Nick into getting some of those cheap bastards in.
He had some like right after December last year, but they were like 600 and something, like 629.
Those were those PAPs?
Dude, they're like 424.
Boy, I wish my shop had one. That would talk about an impulse buy. That'd be freaking you wouldn't even regret it.
I just realized, I'm just lucky that J&G is in the same state, and they happened to, they were in town that day. So
what's your
That's
tax
cool
difference?
that you didn't have to wait.
Taxes and all that bullshit.
What was your tax difference? You say you want taxes like 10%?
Yeah, I saved a little bit on taxes on that. Because that would have cost like $450, $460.
No, but what's a little bit? Like 10%? I mean, like...
Yeah, 10%. Yeah, around 10%. G-Web.
10% is like $40, bro.
I take that for granted that I don't have to pay taxes on guns. That's awesome.
G-Web, you there? He said that, the Prescott taxes are a little bit higher than Phoenix taxes. And you know what? It was just luck. I wanted to go to the gun show. And they were there. I didn't have to. I also saved on gas money, having to drive 2 hours to get that show. Or shipping.
Did you cash or did you charge it? Because I mean, like that can also save you money.
No, I cashed. I paid cash.
Yeah. Always pay cash.
I always pay cash for guns.
Unless you get miles for your charging it.
Or not.
American Express, man.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Take care.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
But yeah, if you have a chance, Tactical, I gave you his name. If you just search.
Oh, I looked it up. I watched half of it. I watched where he ripped the gun off the wall. They have the 3-minute videos, or what I'm seeing up there. I'll search for the longer one.
Yeah, it's like an 11, 12-minute video, and what he says when he rips it off the wall.
Oh, I saw that part. It's like Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
And he whips out, then he smokes a butt.
Yeah, so
that's not good.
I expect to be one FFL short.
Yeah, he's got a really nice set of ARs on those walls too. Jesus, man.
Yeah, because like he literally like 6 months before Newtown invested in like, okay, I'm gonna be an AR manufacturer basically, and like he was trying to like an LWRC. And he was trying to put out his own like billet lowers and like, you know what I'm saying, like a small FFL shop taking a big leap. He was really trying to do that, and his whole entire state market dried the fuck up. Because
well, didn't he do really well right after, just with the scare? But that was just short-lived, right, for him?
Exactly, it was really short-lived, and he sold thousands of receivers to Maryland residents. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if you look at the problem was that he posted this video and it was up for maybe like 12 to 18 hours, and then he took it down, and he took everything down off of his Facebook, because even before he put up like a comment saying, oh, like, you know, like, I heard a lot of you Marylanders are mad because I did an interview with Chris Hayes. Please contact me. Here's my phone number. Talk to me.
Just put
like,
it all out there.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, call me and I'll talk to you about it. Blah 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 blah. And then like within 36 hours, he got like crazy death threats and like, I'm gonna kill your dog and just stupid shit. So he went ham, which is horrible for us.
Hey, Yankee, are you busy tomorrow?
He's busy right now.
He's like, maybe I'll pretend I'm not hearing that.
Well, I gotta take my daughter to go get her license. So
he said you better have my money when I come to collect.
No, I lent him my 320 so he could do a review.
Oh, you ain't getting that back. Was it a SIG? You're not getting it back.
He's real busy this weekend, but maybe in a couple of months you may be.
Yeah, right.
He's ignoring you on purpose.
Duh.
Exactly. That was that whole email about please don't send Beaver links.
Wait a minute.
All right, Beaver. So if I get my 40 stash. If I get my 40 Smith & Wesson stash correct, hopefully by midsummer, and I want a 357 lever action, gate loaded. I don't want a tube load.
One that you have the right to own, or one that you have a state right?
The one that I have the right to own after I move, because I have the right to move.
What do you mean? You want a gate loaded, not a tube loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. You want it to load from the side.
So yeah. So what I'm thinking is like $800, right?
Yeah, you should be
able to find more. One. Now, is the Henry octagonal barrel that much better than what I could get for like a Beretta or something stupid like that?
In all honesty, Beretta or Uberti. But
I'm not shooting quick action like you. Keep in mind.
You can get away with the Rossi. They're fairly inexpensive.
No, but I'd rather have an octagonal, because like an octagonal. All right, so
octagonal
people think
Henry's not a bad gun.
I'm not. No, but you can't get an octagonal barrel on a Henry. So.
Octagonal.
Yeah, octagonal.
Sorry,
tell him how to say octagonal. This is getting difficult.
You speak Spanish? No, but like my whole thing is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mean in the sense gangster, but I mean in our sense extremely cool.
Like
octagonal barrel is a lot gangster. You know what I'm saying?
He wants it gold plated.
No, I honestly don't. I really wish it wasn't black. If I can get an all blued or an all stainless octagonal barrel, holla at me. But I don't want to spend more than like $900.
You should be able to.
Can I get an octagonal barrel?
I picked up my wife's used one for $850.
Used. There's nothing used octagonal barrel around here.
It was beautiful. Had case hardened freaking receiver and everything.
Stainless or blue?
Blue.
Henry?
No, it was a Uberti.
Oh, so Uberti makes an octagonal barrel then?
Oh yeah, I have one.
Can I get the Beretta in octagonal barrel?
Yeah, the Renegade, absolutely.
Really? And that's a Maryland joint too. I might just get that then.
Now, what's your round count?
What, on 3D7? On what?
What are you allowed to go to? I know Maryland's got some laws because.
Oh, 10, but a lever action like it doesn't count. It's
levers don't count.
Semi-auto. It's only 10 on semi-auto, so lever doesn't count.
Okay, because you can fit like 11 or 12 38s in them.
But I want to go like I would want to go for a short 16-inch.
Okay, a carbine.
Yeah,
10
because
38s or 9 357s.
Because it's a lever action and at that like 3D7, I don't care how many round it holds. You know what I'm saying? If it was a 44, then I'd probably go 20-inch on the barrel and hold maybe 12 or 13. But because it's 357, I'm figuring whatever I can get in there is more than good enough. That's an extendo from my hip revolver. Hey, did you see Mandina's tattoo? I want that so bad. Did you watch the Floyd Mayweather fight?
Mm-mm.
The guy who he fought was an Argentinian guy, and he had this. It was super blown up, almost like the Roger Rabbit revolver, fucking tattooed on his hip, like he was carrying it like in his boxer pouches. Really cool.
Hey Yankee, did you hear me a minute ago?
No, what'd you say?
So you busy tomorrow?
What's tomorrow?
Tuesday.
What time?
I'm taking my daughter to go get her license, and I figure I could swing by or meet you somewhere and pick up if you're done.
Oh, I can just deliver it to you. Where you want me to bring it to you at?
I don't know what time, but I'll be at the DMV on 138.
He doesn't want to embarrass it, but he wants to drive it down here.
Where is?
Probably easier to ship it.
I know there's 2 things I got to do tomorrow, but I don't know when I got to do them.
No worries.
Well, I think it's funny you think I'm giving it back.
I told you.
It has a lot of nerve to just assume something like that.
Yeah, no, you got some nerve. You ever hear the phrase Indian giver?
Yes.
If you text me tomorrow when I have more of a grasp of my schedule.
No worries.
Or schedule, I guess I should say.
What, are you English?
Well, sort of.
Oh.
Well, look, if you guys check out this link, you'll see him at the weigh-in. Obviously, he's wearing his pants a lot lower than the way he would wear his boxing trunks in. But when he wears his boxing trunks, he's carrying in the ring.
Nice.
Just like a fucking 500.
What time is it? Oh, man, I need more painkillers. Fucking, I don't even know what it's called. Cut out of my lip today, and my face freaking hurts.
Hey Beaver, so those Emberties you told me about, can I only get them used or can I get them new?
No, I'm just saying I picked up one that had barely been fired for my wife for $850.
Well, how much can you get an Emberty new? Because
about $1,000.
My used market's not okay. Octagonal barrel.
Mhm.
Blued receiver or brass receiver?
Blued.
Okay.
You need to specifically ask for an 1873. An 1866 has the brass receiver.
Okay. And the Beretta you said was what?
A Renegade?
And I can get in a brass or a blued receiver.
That's in 1873, so it's blued.
Okay.
All the videos of mine that you see me shooting the lever gun, that's a Beretta Renegade. It's basically a Uberti frickin' rifle with a Winchester style 94 style stock on it. It's just a little different. It's kind of a rubber butt pad instead of a steel plate.
I always thought lever guns were the coolest shit ever.
I like them now that I'm really good at them.
Hey, Yankee, did I tell you I was going up to your cousin's house? See, Yankee only answers when white people talk to him.
Oh.
Ooh, that was a rough one, right?
So, you said you're short as hell. How short is short?
Slightly taller than good guy.
So what's that?
5'7"?
Oh, that ain't short.
On
That's
a good
average.
day? On a good day?
Depending on what shoes you get out the closet.
I'm like 2 feet shorter. I'm like 2 feet shorter than G-Webs, yeah. I'm saying on a good day. So check this out. So technically, right now is my birthday, and since I'm not gonna drink tomorrow, and today was my day of drinking, I'm going here the day after in West Virginia, about an hour and a half away from my house.
I'm on my phone. I can't see.
Okay. It's called Peacemaker International.
I had to turn the freaking screen off because the battery's dying.
Peacemaker National apparently is like the West Virginia of what is what's the Kentucky gun shoot? Oh, not Sandy. It's Knob Creek.
Burning Man.
Knob Creek.
Burning Man.
It's the Maryland version of Burning Man.
Tu abuela is Burning Man.
That's hilarious.
No one says what I said.
Finally, a politically correct version of Burning Man or Burning Man.
But it's like Knob Creek, but so they blew me because we called them and we said, "Oh, this whole thing up," and
it is Burning Man.
They're like, "Oh, well," and then we called to confirm it and send our payment. They're like, "Well, that only happens if you're a member." So
you became a member?
No, it was like $200.
Yeah, but how much were the tickets?
It's $15 to go shoot all day.
Oh.
Come on. So how many people?
But they're autos? That's worth $200.
$20 per person is a membership, right?
No, it's $200 a year for membership. So apparently, like, this place can set up anything and
just
everything.
For one person.
So apparently, this place can set up anything and everything that you want. They hold ISPCAs and everything. So I'll probably go back over there for a shooting challenge or whatever for a match. But so we went up there and you know, like, we called them like, hey, like, you know what I'm saying, we're not members, blah blah blah, but we want to go shoot steel. How, like, I mean, I will give you guys $100 to let me rent out some steel and just go shoot steel. Sorry, can't do that. If you want to set anything up, it starts at $1,200.
Oh.
But that was over the phone. No, it was just two people. Oof. If it was a group, it's still $1,200, so it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you had 10 people, that's a lot more reasonable.
But my whole point is that they generally like cater to like their own crew or whatever, which I'm not mad about. I'm not mad at all. But what I'm mad about is that they won't let me throw them $100 for a day to rent a plate rack and like 2 steel silhouette like targets. Like that's what makes me mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you're not gonna rent this out anyways. You want to make money or not?
Well, it's like my club. Unless I can have guests, just not that many. think I'm allowed 3. But
let me ask you this: can you have like 3 guests and 3 wives, and then
nope,
like
3
all?
guests. Period.
Okay.
Including kids.
Unless they're colored, and then you can have 1 guest per 6 months.
No, because at that point, like you get like the color, you get the color card, like free pass, where it's like, oh, let's throw them into the.
Look at it this way: I have 3 kids.
Enthusiasm.
When we have arranged days for family day, I have to leave 1 kid in the car, basically. And
Really?
Well,
are you a member?
Yeah, when I see the pumpkins come around, I gotta have 1 kid in the car, basically. I've been caught a few times, but every time it's been, dude, you're teaching your kids. Don't even worry about it. They're like way cool about it, but
all right. So for example, all right. So we're going there Wednesday, middle of the week.
It's a liability thing.
What, to shoot steel? You're gotta be fucking shitting me.
No, okay. For
of course,
me,
come on.
For me, okay, I have to take it's like an 8-hour training class to be able to shoot in the action pitch, which is the only place where you can shoot.
I'm not talking
steel.
action. I'm not talking action.
No. The only place you can shoot steel in my range is in the action pits, and you have to have a certification to be able to shoot there. So that's an 8-hour class.
In other words, if it's a self-supervised range, they want to make sure you know the range rules so you're not going to hurt yourself or their equipment or someone else so they get sued by entity above.
You can buy 4 plates for $100 and just use them, shoot them wherever you can shoot.
Yeah, why don't you move to a state where you have more room to shoot?
I mean, that's
move, right?
Well, that's what I did. I bought some.
Well, why can't I drive an hour and a half away and pay someone $100 to move a plate rack and 2 plates? I'm not asking for a lot. I'm asking for a plate rack. Play this, $100 a person. So we're talking $200 a person to pick up 2 fucking steel plates and a plate rack. And the best argument you guys can come up with me is insurance possibilities.
Sure.
Come on, get real.
Valid.
Come on, gentlemen.
Why don't you rent a boat and then just go down to the
I could
bay or whatever and shoot at some of them battleships? I'm sure it won't hurt a battleship to shoot at with a small arm.
I could probably rent a boat out of Chesapeake Bay and drive all the way out of Chesapeake Bay into in like international waters and shoot my gun a lot more freely than it would just to pay a guy to fucking move some steel targets from one point to the other.
They're gonna think you're fucking
I
Somali.
would rent the boat and then take your guns out there and then bring up a bunch of like porpoise bait when those sucker ass porpoises come up there to eat the bait and shoot at them.
Pop him in his blowhole.
You would skin me alive if I actually shot a whale. If I actually shot a whale.
Shoot a whale.
Yeah, right. If I shot a whale with an AK-47, you would skin me alive.
Shoot a whale.
I know you.
Shoot a whale. I'm going to do a YouTube video with a bounty on your head.
Exactly.
Only if when we got done shooting the whale, you didn't say, "Now what you gonna do with it?"
I put a brick in your face.
I put a whale on your beach. What you gonna do with it?
They're gonna think he's a Somali pirate.
I know you did, dog. If I told you I shot a whale and skinned it, you would disown me personally. Like, we would not be friends no more. So go ahead. So that's how I know you boys.
I'd be amazed though. Be like, damn, dude, you skinned your own whale. That's hardcore.
I thought was funny about that is he assumed any of us were friends to begin with.
That's why no one said your name.
But we had a big stinky dead whale here recently.
Yeah, did you see
the
footage of that shit?
Yeah, remember that one that was on the beach about 15 years ago? That great big, that was like a blue whale carcass that washed up?
Edge vacations up in your area?
No, it wasn't Edge. I checked first. I poked it with a stick and it didn't spark, so it wasn't Edge.
I said the Edge joke first.
Either way, it's
but I overtalked it.
Yeah. But we would have to take pictures of it, and our dog kept climbing up on the damn thing, and I was like, get off the dead whale.
Was he sticky afterwards?
Nah, it was gross. Dead whales are gross up close.
That's what I'm saying. Like, once they get that goo on you, it's over.
People keep thinking they're sea monsters because everything rips away from them, but like the head and the back and the backbone and everything, and then people are like, "It's a sea monster." No, it's just a whale carcass.
You know what I will say though?
I think they put that ambergris in like perfumes and stuff like that. People pay big bucks for that.
Ambergris, yeah.
While we all know bull sharks go into fresh water and salt water, this is the first time they've ever caught 2 bull sharks in the Potomac River, and that made big news.
Aren't bull sharks responsible for a lot of the attacks on people? Aren't that bull sharks?
Yeah, it's the most.
It's the
most common.
Yeah, no, bulls are some of the nastiest. Yeah, the tiger, the bull, and the great whites are the ones that are.
Because you'll find them in ravines, the canals, because they operate all like
yeah, there's gray and black tips. White tips are really nasty too.
When I was a teenager,
Kick the shit out of any of them sharks.
When I was a teenager in Myrtle Beach one year, we're out on the water. We're out in the water, me and my sister. We got one of those, those inflatable rafts that used to blow up that just looked like a really long set of tubes stuck together that you're supposed to lay on and suntan in the water.
They think sharks think of that as like sushi wrapper.
Well, she's sitting
on one that you can look straight through.
On each side of it, you know how you sit on it with one leg on each side and it kind of folds up in the middle and you just kind of paddle around on it. And I'm walking around and they start blowing the sirens. And everyone's getting out of the water and we're kind of out a little ways and we're not paying attention. And the waves are loud because we're out in the crests, stuff. So they're yelling everyone to get in. The lifeguards are waving everybody in. So we're like, oh, crap, we need to get in. So we start wandering towards the shore. You know how you walk kind of slow in the water. It's up to our chins. So we're walking our way in. By the time we get right up to about our chest, this huge shadow goes in front of us between us and the shore.
You were in North or South Myrtle Beach?
I don't know. It was Myrtle fucking Beach, and I was 12.
Close. All right, so closer to like the amusement park.
No, I was 12, and it was Myrtle Beach. But,
well, they still had that bootleg Ferris
wheel. I don't know. I was 12, and it was Myrtle Beach. So let me think.
Well, I was 10, and I still know where North and South Myrtle Beach is.
For you, I don't know North and South Myrtle Beach.
Well, I guess that makes me less white trash than you because I know where
Yankee's old as shit. When he was 12, that was like 40 years ago. When you were 12, it was like...
The strip clubs are in North Myrtle Beach.
Well, gee, thanks for that defense, sort of.
You're lucky he's remembering his when he was 12.
Okay, you guys want to hear...
Plus, the beaches were like half a mile that way back then.
You guys want to hear like a most embarrassing story?
Fucking mako shark swimming around us out in the water.
So listen,
I thought those had tiny mouths. I don't think they were dangerous.
But I never got back. I never wanted to get back in the ocean.
Makos are bad.
Well, first of all, I got bit by a jellyfish in North Myrtle Beach.
Mako sharks are fast and aggressive, and they have gnarly teeth. They're responsible for some, but there are a lot of them up here too in the New England area, along with great whites. For Christ's sakes, now. New England in the summer off the coast of the Cape is a hot spot for great white sharks now.
Yeah, they like the cooler water, don't they?
Insane.
Well, after that series of documentaries about great white sharks, I would be surprised anybody goes to the water.
I would go up there.
Is that when you start letting people back, Margo?
All right, so I got.
And then they go down to Carolina after the summer.
The scariest part of that documentary was the second one where they were stuck on the rafts.
All right, so check this out, right? So me and like 3 of my cousins, because we all grew up in D.C., so we all had like fake passports pre-9/11 that said we were like 35 years old when we were really like 16 years old. Because this was when you could walk down like D.C. and get like a fake passport. And then we went to Myrtle Beach for that summer, and we all had our fake passports, and we thought we were cool because we been buying fake cigarettes off that joint the whole time, blah, blah, blah. So we walk into like this wet T-shirt contest when we're like 16, 16 and a half, 17.
North Myrtle Beach?
North Myrtle Beach, yeah. And the funny part was that my youngest cousin didn't tell his parents that, oh, he's hanging out with us tonight. So this Bama got caught. And like, oh, where is he? Where is he? And my parents knew that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like we're going to walk the strip. We're looking for girls. So they knew we were going back to late. But this motherfucker didn't tell his parents that. So his parents started looking for his parents. And the next thing you know, I'm in a wet T-shirt contest. And I'm seeing... No, I'm watching a wet
wet T-shirt contest ever.
Okay, thank you.
I was like, that's that's not appealing so far. This story
You know, there's two
turn.
kinds of
It was probably like my second good pair look at tits. You know what I'm saying? Like the second time I've seen
No,
a
I
good
just
pair
have
of tits.
images of
Well, let me tell you a story.
pour some sugar on me now in a wet T-shirt.
So I'm looking at probably the second best pair of like broad tits I've ever seen, and my cousin is tapping me on the background, right? This is like 99 or whatever. And he's tapping, I'm like, yo, leave me alone. Like, stop tapping me, nigga. I'm looking at tits right now.
Looking at broad tits.
I want to interrupt your story and say, if you actually are fat enough to have a background instead of just a back, then you might wait.
So whatever. So I turn around and look at this motherfucker. I look at my cousin who's tapping me on the shoulder, and little do I see my pops in his 1980s clothing because he think he's still hip, and like this tit in this 1999 titty shake contest, holding a beer and like, you know, with his finger like crawling over you, like, come over here. I need to talk to you right now. And my dad read me out. He's like, you know what? I'd let you stare at these tits, but because your little cousin can't act right and fucked up, I gotta take y'all motherfuckers home. So he let us watch the rest of the wet T-shirt contest. And the whole time we're standing back there, and this guy was like totally out of costume, bland as shit, you know what I'm saying? Like bland as shit, like in like a suit. And I'm like, oh, you motherfucker. Like, I'm so embarrassed. I'm hanging back here with my dad. And we got taken home. And my cousin went home. And I was drunk by then because our fake passport said we were like 35. So, of course, we were drinking. It was like the second time I got drunk in my life. And then we get back and we go back to like our condo or whatever. And like, okay, I'm going to take a shower, wash all the shit off of me. And I try to pull like a meanie. You know what I'm saying? Like, grab onto the shower curtain, and I just rip the whole fucking shower curtain down and just flop dead naked, like, on the bathroom floor. My mom runs in, like, what the fuck happened? And I'm just sitting there, like, fucking, oh my God, trash out of my mind. The worst. The worst. The worst my parents have ever seen me drunk was that night. And it's all my cousin's fault.
Cool story.
It is a cool story. The wet bikini contest became like my first like at home drunk story, and it was at the beach.
Maybe you should turn that into a screenplay.
I lost my virginity on the beach, and it was definitely not the best experience with the sand.
You don't want
the beach turns into sand in the crack.
I lost my virginity in the movie theater bathroom.
I remember I thought.
How was it? It was really rough. I really hated it. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I was. Is it supposed to hurt?
No.
Very gritty.
That's what I said.
My girl was Jamaican. She knew
all
what
the
to
people
do.
telling you to stop doing that.
Yankee just got told what tight hole to get into.
I've had sex on a beach a few times, I'm sure, but I don't remember it ever being a pleasurable.
I got laid because I had a ninja. I was young and had a motorcycle.
Hell, I have sex with the real ninja.
Yeah, well.
Oh, you mean the motorcycle? I thought you actually have like a ninja. I was like.
Hey Yankee, when you were down at Virginia, did you ever go out to like Norfolk or whatever, or were you ever stationed there?
I was never stationed in Virginia.
No, but like when you were in like Richmond or whatever, like did you like ever go out to like Virginia Beach?
Why would I be in Richmond?
If you were in UVA?
I went through UVA through teleclasses.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I was actually in Eatontown, New Jersey when I did that.
Really?
The early form of University of Phoenix.
That's tight. And UVA was your graduate school, or was that your bachelor's?
No, that was my bachelor's.
Really? So your bachelor's from UVA?
No, my bachelor's is from Marshall. I just took teleclasses from UVA.
Oh, so your degree does not say UVA.
My degree says my home school, which was Marshall.
And your master's was from where?
My master's is also from Marshall.
Really?
Yep.
You realize you'd be a lot cooler if you had a bachelor's from UVA?
No, it'd still be just as worthless.
No.
Yeah, you have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Psychology and tell me how worthless it is.
From UVA, it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would have been a BS if I hadn't taken my concentration in art education, but instead, because I took my concentration in art education,
but you can make 50 grand. You can make 50 grand though.
It was a BF at 50 grand. I'm not working for fucking 50 grand. Home.
Not now. But starting right out of college, 50 grand. Get the fuck out of here.
No, you won't. With my degree, starting out of college, you're either
from UVA, you're making like 48.
No, you wouldn't. If you started with my degree out of UVA, you would still start the same fucking jobs, and you would either be a first-year school teacher or you would be a social worker, and neither one of them start at $48,000 a year.
If you do internships, you get like $48,000.
Well, you don't. Job. No, you wouldn't. You don't understand degrees, obviously, because every time. Let me tell you a little secret.
I don't understand it. I don't understand degrees.
Got one. I know you just got one, but let me give you some real world experience.
Okay.
If you go get a real job, and they start looking at your criteria. They don't give a fuck what school you graduated from. They want to see what kind of person you are, what your experiences are, etc. Your piece of paper from your school is just a fucking piece of paper. I work right down here. When I worked for Willamette Bridge programs in Oregon, I worked along people that graduated from Stanford, and they made the same fucking pay I made, even though I graduated from Marshall. So
Marshall's not that bad at school, and at that, it being from back east, you get a lot of credit.
When you're in the military and you're getting your degree, you get to take classes from whatever school is closest to you or whichever school offers you. Back then they called them teleclasses. I don't know what they call them now. But
online classes, you could take them online.
Well, they weren't really online. They were like you'd get these packets.
Well, I mean, like you get those packages for like PDF. You get the package like via PDF.
Yeah, back then you didn't get them via computer. You actually got like literal packets, like books and packets that you had to complete and literally like turn into your. There's an officer like on base that you would turn this shit into, and they would send it back or whatever the fuck they did with it, so you get your credit.
Yeah, but now like you know what I'm saying, like you'll get emailed a PDF at like 9:00 p.m.
Yeah,
and if it's not handed in by like midnight, then you fail.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how they do it now. But back then, that was not an option. As G-Webs put it earlier, I'm older than fuck.
You know what's really funny? I actually personally know someone who has a PhD in history. He probably wouldn't put his name out there or his credentials, and I will tell you he is, and like a professor at a college. And he's very anti. I don't want to say he's very anti-2A. He just doesn't see a cause for 2A. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of my theories where it's just
don't see a cause for nipples on men either, but I don't think it should be illegal.
Whoa. It's not so much a cause, but like if you can present it to them like, and same argument that I said earlier was my right to vote is as free as my right to own a gun. I'm curious to see how he would actually handle that on an internet conversation, but I wouldn't want to put him out there. I wouldn't put him to slaughter to you if he disagrees with it.
I would hope that he could be able to defend himself and defend his position, if that's his position.
But he's a PhD in history and knows the Constitution probably a lot better than you.
Okay, that's great. Let him explain his opinion on the Constitution, and then we'll see if his opinion on that Constitution stands up with court precedent and other factors.
But see, like, I wouldn't want to. Two smart people like that could quote, okay, this court case, that court case, that court case, that court case, and it's like, and then by the time the chat happens in less than an hour, it's like you have to read like 8 different court cases to understand your different opinions.
Who's afraid of doing that? No one's afraid of doing a little research.
I don't know.
Hell, sometimes before I make a 15-minute video, I'll read for hours on the topic before I do the video because I don't want to say something that's wrong.
I feel you, but then at the same time, this is a personal friend of mine, and before first of all, I would have to get him to agree to it, and I think he would just because it would be a constitutional argument. But then at the same time, I don't want him to be lambasted on the fact.
Why wouldn't you want him to be? If he can't hold his topic, that's his business, not yours.
He would, but then at the same time, a lot of times when you argue people, it's not so much on the topic, it's just your train of thought. At least that's what a lot of people think.
Well, and if he can't follow his own train of thought and put his own train of thought out there with any emphasis or any, backbone, then why would anyone care to listen to him?
I need to warm up to this. I don't think it would be down for it, but I think it would be interesting.
I love people on the right that they're always like, people are too sensitive and it's fucking, a politically correct climate. But then as soon as you challenge them in any way that makes them have to stand up for themselves or act like they have a fucking backbone or some balls, then they act like, you're aggressive, you're a bully. I'm like, what a big bunch of two-faced pussies.
No, but they're saying, put this, without speaking for him, but right now speaking for him is, would be, as much as he knows about the Constitution and as much as he speaks by to it, the Constitution has never held that much weight because when it was originally written, it said white men. So
he's going to use his own racial prejudice as a way to invalidate the basis.
He's a white man. He is a white man.
That doesn't keep him from having white guilt or racial prejudice. His color of his skin has no bearing on that.
Okay.
But that argument you just framed, that whole thing, well, that's not valid because it's written by white men. That's fucking bullshit. That was the criteria of the time. That was who was in service. That would be like saying, well, I don't have to listen to my mother because she's an old white woman. It's a ridiculous argument.
Wait a minute. I don't have to listen to her because of that? I ain't listening to her anymore.
Is your mother an old white woman?
Yeah, totally.
No, but I mean...
Now that I think about it, I'm listening to her. Everything always goes her way.
I tell my son that all the time. He's like, I'm going to tell Grandma. And I'm like, you realize I stopped having to do what Grandma told me to do many, many years ago when I moved out of her fucking house.
Okay, but all right. So I mean, for for example, a lot of the African American community does not hold much precedence in the Constitution because when it was originally written,
that word right, and two, I don't care if they don't or not. It's not up to them to choose whether they abide by the law or agree with the Constitution. It's their obligation to do so or leave.
So then we're back to this move out phrase, right?
That's their option. It is their option to abide by the law, change the law, or move somewhere where you like the laws. Those are your options. Whether you like them or not, those are the options.
What are your constitutional values? So let's get back to the point of where are your constitutional values?
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
That means that I have the right to care
to the left of my...
Yes. So, do I have a constitutional right to own and bear in this country? Or is that right to bear solely statewide?
Why are you confusing your constitutional rights of your federal constitutional rights with state issues? Why are you trying to mix the two?
Because there's about a third of the population does not have a right to bear in this country.
That a violation of the law doesn't set the precedent of the law. See, that's where you're making your mistake. You're thinking a violation of the law sets precedent of the law. That's not how it works.
That's exactly my point. So you believe that these states that may issue are in violation.
And they are being told they are in violation. That's already happening in the courts. That's reality. That's not.
They're not. No,
they are.
No, they're not.
Yes,
Chicago Illinois was a no issue, not a May issue. Tell me a May issue that's been overturned.
You're trying.
Give me one state that's been May issue.
Hawaii, like the most recent one was Hawaii.
California, but the state's fighting it.
Exactly. So I don't know what you're talking about. you're arguing from a position of fallacy, and you're standing on really shaky ground when you argue from a position of fallacy because you've got nothing.
Have they been taken over federally, or they're still okay? Once again, okay, so you named one county in California. Okay, no, hold on. Like,
they have a certain amount of time to change them.
You made a state in one state that is about 2 million wide. You made a county statement that's about 1 million wide. There is still about 90 million Americans that do not apply by that. And those two recent convictions are in the last 6 months. So let's not act like this is something that's been happening since like 98.
Why would one put the time of 98 on it? That's you doing that for some abstract and arbitrary reason that I'm not getting. Because it has no bearing on the argument.
Okay, no, but my bearing on the argument is that you made it seem like it was happening a long time ago, when Hawaii is less than 3 months ago,
like it was happening a long time ago.
And so is that particular county in California. Because if your argument was right, then the entire state of California would be effective by now. And it's not.
Let me ask you a question. The whole argument looks stupid. Was slavery right on the first day we were doing it, or was it wrong then, or was it only wrong on the day we finally outlawed it?
It's not about whether it's wrong. It's about whether the enactment is correct.
It's about whether it's wrong. It's about whether it's unconstitutional. So let me ask you, slavery is unconstitutional. Was it wrong the day we did it, or was it only wrong the day we finally outlawed it?
Slavery was unconstitutional the day that the Civil War sparked, and it proceeded all throughout the Civil War. So as much as you want to call it illegal,
you can start muddying the argument all you want. You can try to muddy the water to avoid answering the question.
I'm muddying the water.
Was slavery wrong?
I'm muddying the water.
We started doing it, or was it only wrong after we stopped it?
I am muttering the water.
You're not answering his question because you're muddying the water.
Was it wrong the first day we did it, or was it only wrong after we outlawed it?
It's been wrong, and I'm the advocate for saying
states that have those laws. They've been wrong since the day they had them, and they're still wrong the day we outlawed them.
Yes.
And they are being outlawed now. They are being told that is unconstitutional, and they have to change their laws. So you can't say because they were there in 1998 that somehow invalidates what they're being told now, because it doesn't.
But listen. Where I argue is that just because one state and one county won that particular argument,
it's not just one state and one county. Yes. Illinois has gone to concealed carry.
But it wasn't a main issue. It was a no issue.
It's not just one state. It's every state that is facing the same constitutional challenges are falling to the same constitutional ruling.
No, because
it's only a matter. It's like the whole thing with gay marriage.
It's like your argument now.
It's like the whole argument with gay marriage. Only a couple of states instituted it, but now every state that fights the legal battle is losing because of that precedent. Now, every state that they fight the battle in, they win now because of that. The same thing with the gun rights. They are winning every time it comes up in a state that these may issues or shall not issues are unconstitutional. They are being told, yep, the precedent is already set. They are unconstitutional. Now, they can be free to try to work around it as much as they can, but they still have to change their laws.
Well, listen, okay. Well, for as many federal court cases as California has won, and as many cases as Hawaii has won, Maryland has lost 2, New Jersey has lost 1, and New York has lost 1. These are in the federal court cases. So now you do have that collision of where you talked about, where you have federal court cases where now the Supreme Court needs to actually take a judgment, and that has yet to happen.
And it's not just that. No, there are state and federal courts that are already saying individual right.
Yes.
Individual right. So
and now,
because that exists, because that individual right now legally exists, any law that doesn't abide by that individual right, any state that has the communal right system based on their laws, are going to fall. They cannot stand anymore. They already know they can't stand.
They've already stood. All right. Look up the Woolard decision. Look up the Woolard decision. Look up the Woolard.
Something that happened 15 fucking years before the
Woolard decision happened 2 years ago. The Woolard decision happened a year and a half ago. Look up the Woolard decision. Please look up the Woolard decision.
It doesn't have anything to do with individual right.
It doesn't?
No.
You obviously have not read the case then. You have obviously.
How are you telling me that invalidates the individual right?
Have you read the Wooler case?
Tell me how you think.
Tell me. No. If you haven't read the Wooler case, please say I'm ignorant to the fact. Please say I'm ignorant to the fact.
Tell us how it invalidates the individual right.
Okay, because the individual right says that you have to prove a case and burden to a reasonable fact of may issue. Okay, and that case was proven fact in federal court that yes, Maryland does have the state to hold that because they have free right to long gun issue carry. And even though in this state it'd be like you carrying a long gun in Portland, Oregon, which is maybe legal, but you're going to go through a couple court cases to prove that. Can you imagine carrying a shotgun on your back in Portland, Oregon? You're going to get arrested, and then you have to go to court and you have to prove it.
Arrested. No.
Well, in my state, in my state where you have no carry, and that's the only carry you do, you will get arrested for 15 other things. And once again, tell me I should move out. Please tell me I should move out, because I'm waiting for that.
What?
You should consider relocating.
He's just somehow fixated on this people telling him to move thing, and he somehow thinks that has any weight on any other
because
you have
for like 3 hours
ago,
people saying, dude, just move out of Maryland, you won't have to worry about it.
If he doesn't want to deal with it, he can move out of Maryland. That's his option, but that still doesn't have any weight on the other argument. I can say, cut your fucking mullet. That doesn't change anything about the other arguments.
I've been cut my mullet for a long time, but my whole point is, look up this. Look up.
Offended that I told you to cut your fucking mullet, but it doesn't have any bearing on the argument, though.
Well, what I'm telling you is that the federal courts are split on this decision. As much as you think they're not, they really are, because on the West Coast,
they're not split. There's a few holdout courts, and even those courts, even the 9th district, they're going with the individual right now. So once they go with it, when you get California and Hawaii falling to it, that's pretty much gone.
But when you get D.C., New Jersey falling to it, it doesn't mean
not a state. D.C. doesn't have the same rights as a state. New Jersey has already been told they have to alter their laws, and they're altering.
It's coming up. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Oh my God, what the fuck is this case called? There's a case coming from there's a case coming up from New Jersey, which was actually supposed to be heard in between now. They have to make an announcement in between, I want to say now and the end of the month, in between whether may issue or shall issue will be the law of the land. And that's the only reason why they're even contemplating it is because we have these two splits on these two coasts. Because the same federal court that said Hawaii and whatever that county is in California, and we had the Wooler case that came down in the state of Maryland. Those two collide, and it's the only hope and chance we get this to the Supreme Court. And it's the first time ever that bear outside the home will ever be heard in the Supreme Court, because it never has been before.
It's never been done before?
It's never been done before. Heller was the first one to give you the private arms inside the home, but it specifically said inside the home. So think about it. 2009 was the first time you ever got a right inside the home. You going to tell me between now and then you haven't had a right outside the home?
No, you're looking at it backwards. That's the first time they reinforced with their decision that we had the right. We've always had
in modern times. In modern times, since CCW has been available since the 1980s.
No, you're doing it backwards. Like G. Webb said, you're doing it backwards. If I have if someone comes and sues me for my child and says you should not have custody of that child, that's you don't deserve that child. I go through 10 years of court cases and the court declares, hey, that's your child. You gave birth to that child. That child belongs to you. Court decision is that's your child. That doesn't mean that child is now suddenly my child, and he wasn't my child until the court said that. He was my child from the day he was born. The court just confirmed it that day. They didn't create the connection between father and son at that point. They confirmed it. Like, gee, you're looking at it backwards. You're looking at it like as if that day they finally said that kid that was my son. He was never my son before, but he is now because the court said so.
Or like he won't be if the court would have said the other way. That's what we're trying to say too. Is that
how many states could you carry in prior to like the 80s when Florida made that push?
At a time, or give birth one state at a time? Because twin states are tough unless it's like North and South Dakota.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Colorado, I think you could do 4 at a time.
Yeah, but that's, I mean...
Because isn't there a spot in Colorado where you can stand in all 4 states?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's the Four Corners.
New Mexico.
Utah.
I remember standing there when I was a kid.
I've never been there, so you have to kind of drive out of your way to get to it. I mean, you have to go like, no
been
matter
there?
where you might be near, you have to drive like 2 hours to get to it. And that means like a 4-hour round trip to get to it.
Yeah,
I've never been to the Grand Canyon either. I refuse to pay to see the largest hole in the ground.
You've never been to the Grand Canyon?
No. I've been past it numerous
Dude,
times.
you never been to the Grand
I will
Canyon?
not pay to look at the biggest hole in the ground. You have to
What
pay
kind of
to
American are you?
You don't have to pay to go to the Grand
I'm
Canyon.
not an American. I'm a citizen of the United States. You gotta pay to go to the Grand Canyon. You kidding? Try walking up to Grand Canyon.
You
Well,
have
listen,
to buy a
well,
federal
time out,
pass, which allows you to
listen.
every federal state park that
If I have to pay...
You have to buy like a little permit thing, I know, to ride a donkey down the trails, because we paid to ride
If
a
I
donkey.
have to pay $60 to own a gun in this country, you should be okay with paying to go see the Grand Canyon.
Nope, it's my right to be able to go look at a hole in the ground.
It's been a while, but I thought there was like
It's my right to have to go to the north.
1,000 places
I think
to
you have
pull
go
off
the
and look at it.
G-Webs, all you gotta do is buy the year pass, and then in the same trip go through Yellowstone and then up to Glacier.
No. See, back in my younger days, I was against all that. I figured I just got out of the military, so F them. I already paid my dues, and I shouldn't have to pay to when we already pay taxes. I was really against all that. So I did a couple of road trips where I would sneak into as many federal and state parks as I could, just to say I've seen stuff without having to pay the entrance
I didn't pay for it. I touched a tree and I didn't pay for it.
Exactly. I recreated here without having to pay for it.
G-Webs is like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fuck that tree, and I ain't going to pay a nickel for it.
I didn't abuse anything. I just didn't like the idea of paying. I went in and looked at like the ruins and ran out.
Well, then you're missing out on the opportunity there. I was having a conversation with a friend tonight, and I was telling him about the toothbrush I just bought my son. And it's one of those ones that plays music while you brush your teeth. It like vibrates the music through your jawbone so you hear it in your ears. And it plays "We Will Rock You" because that's his favorite song by Queen. And he immediately goes to, well, do they make like, they need to make like those flesh jacks that vibrate for music when you use them. And I was like, why is it with you that every time I talk about any type of new technology, the first place you go is, do they make one you can stick your dick in? That seems like where he goes with everything. But those toothbrushes are very cool.
So is it just coincidentally play his favorite song, or you get it? It's like an MP3 player.
No, they come preloaded with a song, but they happen to make one that is his favorite. His favorite song ever is "We Will Rock You" by Queen.
I thought maybe that they like you buy a thing and then you just decide what song.
I'm sure that's eventually, but the way it is now is it's you push the button and then you start brushing your teeth and it plays 2 minutes of the song, so that you brush your teeth for the whole time it's playing the song, and then when the song's done you stop brushing your teeth. Because my kids would brush their teeth literally for like 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's how you know you brush your teeth for long enough.
It's supposed to be like you say happy birthday or sing that, right? That's
no, I just think hail to the Redskins.
Yeah, start brushing your one tooth, and when you're done with the other last one in line, you're done.
No, you got to get the tongue too.
G-Webs is like, I brush until I've brushed all 3 of them, and then I'm done.
Exactly. Both sides on every third day.
I grew up not brushing my teeth, so I'm awful about wanting my kids to. No,
coming from immigrant parents where like they like healthcare didn't exist, and I don't know, just having nice teeth was like a plus. Like I remember, like my parents were so proud that they bought me braces. Super proud.
I was raised by my grandparents who both had false teeth by the time they were 30. And
did your parents want you PAP pistol braces or for the AR pistols?
No. See, I wasn't allowed to use my Buck 110 to pick my teeth because I never had one of them.
I remember telling my 4th grade teacher that I didn't have a toothbrush when they were talking about in school when they were teaching us, here's how you brush your teeth. And I'm like, well, I don't own a toothbrush. And I did not. I was in 4th grade and did not own a toothbrush because, like I said, I was raised by my grandparents who had false teeth. They didn't brush their teeth. They didn't make me brush my teeth.
I remember that red tablet you used to chew on, and then you smile.
Yeah, and then it was like that just turned my teeth red.
Oh, it was horrific. I think it was all rigged anyways, just to make you brush.
Yeah, it was.
Until they found out that I was blind when we did those in-school tests. It's like, you can't see.
You were blind and you had lice.
Oh, who didn't have lice?
I didn't. Fuck
and
no.
And then later crabs.
Fuck no.
Hey, now.
Crabs are just lice that live in the basement apartment.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you.
Same
I'm
stuff.
gonna
Get
tell you.
the A2000 and the Knicks.
Put like this. Alright. So
The hardest thing about crabs, not that I know, is just washing all your bedding 10 times afterwards.
Exactly. You gotta freaking fumigate the bed.
It was maybe like 3 years after I graduated high school. I was working for a major electronic retailer, and I was making like $40,000 a year. And we went out for like a monthly meeting or whatever. And these people started feeding me. I was the youngest person in the crowd. I was under 21. And these people started feeding me drinks, and I got drunk, and next thing you know, like it was at a Hooters, right? And we're having like a team meeting or whatever, and the girl came around like, oh, do you guys need anything else to drink? And I was like, oh my God, you're the girl from 2nd grade. She goes, yeah, I remember you, blah, 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 blah. Big old tits, right? Big old orangutan titties. She had them, and I looked at her, I was like, you had lice in the 2nd grade, and I said it in front of like 30 people, and I till this day, I that's the worst I ever feel about anybody's feelings.
Orangutan titties, like those are good titties? Because I've never seen orangutans with good titties before.
What I mean is she had big areolas.
Yeah, okay.
Some grapefruit titties.
You know the difference between business meeting and anal rape?
The Constitution.
How much you paid? I don't know.
Your constitutional right?
No, seriously, Marco, do you know the difference?
No, I really don't.
Well, then that explains it.
I thought for surely you were going to say, okay, well, how about we have a business?
Well, no, that's what you're supposed to do, but he didn't know what happened the next morning. He was at a business meeting. Woke up.
What's the difference between a business meeting and what? Well,
what's the
anal rape. You're supposed to go, what's the difference? You know what the difference is between going camping and anal rape? And then somebody goes, no, what? You go, let's go camping.
Yep.
No, but mine was better because it was constitutional right and anal rape.
Disagree.
And like, no, just stay.
Yeah, you had the only good answer to that one.
No, just stay with what state you're in.
There you go.
I need my in-state tuition, brother. I need my in-state tuition. Dogs, we're talking like $12,000 a semester if I move. You know how much that is?
I don't want to say this in a negative way, but we're talking about anal rape, and
and $12,000 is kind of worth it.
When I was in college, I actually sat on a student council board that heard, you know, the dean would bring things in front of us that were basically charges like one student had made against another student. They didn't file like legal complaints, but they filed like with the college, like he molested me or he raped me. And you know, I'm pro women's lib. I was raised by my mother's a single mother. You know, my grandmother was a strong woman. I'm pro woman in every possible way I can be pro woman, except that they're annoying as fuck half the time. But other than that, I'm very pro woman. But I would have to say that about 3/4 of the cases of date rape, he raped me, that came across us, that came across the forum, always involved when they did little investigating. They had dated for like 4 months, and then they break up, and then she files rape charges. It's right after he gets a new girlfriend.
Yeah, because that's usually when she finds out what that Bama's daddy's is actually worth.
So I have a hard time of like when people bitch about how the vast majority of charges of rape get unprosecuted. I'm like, well, that's because the vast majority of the charges are bullshit. Now that I've gotten that off my chest and didn't have any need to.
It's not controversial or anything.
No. Let's everybody else say something illicit that isn't required, that they have no reason to say.
I'm too drunk.
Mark, tell us why you don't like Hispanics.
Hey, Yankee, fuck you. You haven't said happy birthday
drink
to
too
me.
much.
Yankee, you haven't said happy birthday to me. Fuck you. Congratulate me.
There's a good reason for that, because I didn't know it was your birthday.
Well, now you know, so say happy birthday.
Was it
How old
today?
are you?
Yesterday.
It's right now. I'm 5 hours into it.
Okay, happy birthday.
Okay.
How old are you?
Noneofyours.com/org.net. Old as shit. Not as old as Yankee.
I think I'm older than you.
I'm only 47. Why does everyone act like I'm like 70?
BigDickBitch.com.
I'm not the oldest one in here, am I? Aren't you older than me?
Father. I'm 44.
Oh, okay.
I hope I don't look it.
So I will honestly say to you right now, if it makes you feel better, you do not look 44.
Yeah, that's.
Fuck you! It's my birthday.
Either way.
Me, asshole.
How old are you?
So I will say to you, you don't look 5'4".
I'm 5'7".
He's on.
My eyes are straight.
What was that? Who just clicked in and like they're on a CB radio? What was that?
That's me. I'm at work, so I got some crazy mic. Hey, you got them Back to the Future? No, those Back to the Future Nikes?
I don't, because those are good. The best I could get them for $1,500, and I could probably I couldn't sell them for much more than that, so they weren't worth it. But I did have an opportunity to buy them. Huh?
They got those China ones for $500.
Oh yeah, because you wear Bobos.
All right, with his mic clicking in like that, I demand he say copy after everything he says.
Copy.
Roger, over.
Over.
Or nah. Works as well. Hey Yankee, I'm going to your neighborhood the day after tomorrow, or the day after today, matter of fact.
Southeast Vancouver?
Peacemaker National, and off of I want to say it's about 40 minutes south of Martinsburg, right on the Virginia border.
No, that hasn't been my neighborhood like since 1984, right?
Well, I mean, you still live in 1984, so I figured it is. And if you look over here on the side, I will send you a link to where it's going to.
That is the Boxers.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
That's your gun-toting Boxers.
But I want, but you see how like he wears waistline?
Colin Gary shorts? What?
Carry it in the ring.
You just sent me a link that makes me think that you're very fond of pictures of tight young Latino men.
No, I want a tattoo of something really cool in my hip, and since revolver means gay like you, I might not get that.
Revolver doesn't mean gay like me.
Yeah, it does.
No. Revolver's...
All right. Hold on, that same fucking one. CD and then, yeah.
You just sent me the same picture again. What is it with you?
I did. What the fuck is this about?
Would you quit sending me naked picture of Hispanics?
You might like that, though. So let me see here. Peacemaker National, Punto.com.
Good taste. It's a Colt Python.
Is it right here? Yeah, right.
That can't be good.
But like it's blown up. That's that's what makes it whack.
What?
I like how it's blown up. Peacemaker National is where I'm going. It's about.
That's nowhere near That's nowhere near. That's up near Morgantown.
It's on the other side of the mountains, isn't it?
No, it's down south.
You see where?
No, I thought you said you're not going there though. That they wouldn't let you in.
This is West Virginia.
No, they're letting me in, but they don't let me shoot steel.
All right, let's say this is West Virginia. He's going right here. I'm from down here.
It's like northwest Virginia, basically West Virginia.
Yeah, I'm from down here. I'm from down, where the Ohio River and the canal, the
canal. Like Kentucky?
It's probably where the Hatfields and McCoys were, right?
Well, sort of. I'm in, Boone County's down here, where that's all going on.
But still, by the time I get there, I'm like 3 hours away from you, maybe like 2 hours away from you? I mean, it's not that far.
2 hours away, because you're way up here on the other side of the longest, two farthest points in the state period. Well, maybe from here to here might be further.
It's closer more to like your knuckle. It's mostly close to like your index knuckle. Like where it bends down, like where Virginia comes through there.
The place you're just showing me is showing me up here in the Panhandle. This is the Panhandle.
You gotta flip it. You gotta flip it though, because you're showing it the wrong way right there.
Yeah, you're backwards to us.
Yeah, well, you gotta flip your finger around.
Right. Now you're up here in the Panhandle.
Yeah, fuck you too, buddy.
And I'm down here where I live.
Oh, okay.
I'm down here
That
where
basically crosses the whole Appalachian.
Down where Kentucky and West Virginia and Ohio all meet, right?
it's West Virginia right here, and then it's Kentucky right here, and then it's Ohio right here.
It's basically where white trash becomes super superciliospialidocious. Right?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. But yeah, I'm going there just to go shoot for an entire day, because anywhere else would be 30 minutes further away.
Nice place to go, I guess. I've never been up there.
From what I heard, like, it's kind of like a Knob Creek place where, like, if you pay them to set up X, whatever, they will set whatever up you want for it.
Yeah, I've never been up there.
Pretty neat.
Oh, I gotta get this for my son. He'll love this.
And from what I heard, they have monthly shootouts, like IDPS or whatever, like those leagues or whatever. So it might be worth it. An hour and a half away, not bad. IPSC and what's the other one? Yeah, IPSC and IDPA.
They'll probably have speed steal as well.
It's easy to remember. IDPA.
That ain't easy to remember.
It's IDPA because there's no Z's in it.
Is that how you remember things? There's no Z's in it.
There's no Z's or N's in it, so it must be IDPA.
But he always just have to ask people, what's those horses with stripes?
Exactly.
Never remember that, yeah.
But whatever, I would drive all the way down there if Yankee's mom made me a pie. And if she lives in West Virginia, we know she makes pies.
My mom ain't making you no pie.
Come on. Size me, Yankee. You're not going to tell, oh, this guy is coming from whatever. Make him a pie, please, Mommy.
My mother doesn't make pies. She's not that
your mom would be like, who's this colored guy coming up my driveway?
Exactly how a Yankee sounds when he's talking to his mom.
Well, my mom doesn't make pies. She's more of she is a good cook, but she's more of a fried food kind of a cook.
Well, hey, I'm down with that, too.
And two, I don't think she'd make you a pie.
Your mom would be like, who is this colored boy coming down my street? The boy.
No, she's not really a very prejudiced woman. The only reason I didn't grow up a horrible racist is because of her, because my grandfather and father are both horrible racists. So she's not really racist, but she's... If you were out in our area, she would wonder why the fuck you were out there, because she know you ate from around that area. I'm
a YouTube celebrity. I talk to your son David all the time.
She wouldn't know who you were talking about if you said that.
If I said Marshall?
No, she'd know me about Marty.
Marty? All right, bet. I'm going down there.
No one in my family calls me David. I've never been called David other than as an adult. I was always called Marshall in school because there were tons of Davids, so they would always be like, "You're Marshall." Like on the first day of school, they were like, "There's like 3 Davids in my class," so they're like, "Your name is now what's your middle name?" And I'm Marshall. And they're like, "You're now Marshall." So I was Marshall all through school. So there are people who know me from school know me as Marshall, but people at home know me as Marty.
We got a lot of cooler nicknames.
Marty's a cool name. I don't mind Marty. Marty McFly.
We had Nino, Sleazy E, India, Roxana.
But it wasn't horrible. It was the only bad thing is people would call from school and ask for me by that name, or when I was in college, people would call and ask for David because I was called David from college on, and my mom would be like, "There's nobody here by that name," and hang up on them.
I remember asking. All right, so it was me and my 2 best friends, obviously. So this was like the ghostly trio during like elementary and high school, or whatever.
Which one was the pimp?
And one of my bigger best friend had the best girl voice. So whenever one of us would go out with like the 7-Day Adventist girl or whatever that couldn't take phone calls from like guys, we would get this motherfucker to call, to call the house because their grandma would answer the phone and have the best girl voice just to sneak to talk to the girl on the phone. It worked.
Am I lagging or did he lag out?
Nah. Is G-Web still
Nobody
in?
saying anything.
Oh,
No, the town I grew up in was so small I couldn't get away with any of that shit.
Really? You never got your best friend to put the best girl voice on to get the girl on the phone? Ever?
Everybody knew everybody.
Hey, G-Webs.
See.
Okay. So I don't know if I told you this, bro. I got a Daniel Defense rail on my AR.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, went real hard. Spent a lot of fucking money on it. So
Why did
here's
you
a
spend a
two-part
bunch of money on it? Which one did you get?
I got the lightweight rail.
All right.
Ooh.
Why'd you go Daniel Defense over Trey then?
Because from the few people that I saw that had anything 10 inches or longer, and no, that's not a gay joke. But anybody who had a 10-inch rail or longer, by the time you squeezed it, it kind of flexed a little bit.
No. Anyway, so did you get the circle kind that looks like a tray? Or yeah, it looks like a tray.
I got a quad rail because I don't like the QD mounts or the new key mod. I don't like it. I like quad rail because I'm old school like that.
Well,
as much as you're old school about your
AKs,
I'm old school about quad rail. I don't like this new key mod bullshit. I don't like it. Why?
Key mods are bullshit. Key mods are like, hey, here's a bunch of suckers that'll buy anything. Let's change the hole a little bit, and then they'll buy anything.
And unless you're specifically buying a key mod accessory,
whack suckers.
Nope. Why do you have to take off your rail? First off, why do you need all that rail space?
That's my point. You're getting right back to the point. So this is why I got a quad rail, because if I got a quad rail, I don't need a fucking this is why I always hated the Magpul rail or whatever, because then I have to put a little rail piece on here, and if my Loctite comes unloose, then my rail piece is loose. Oh shit, and it doesn't connect.
All right.
Okay, so that's why I don't like those pieced together rail pieces.
Exactly.
And as of right now,
at first I didn't agree with you, but then the voice sold it. I do agree with you now.
Okay, and then as of right now, the market of direct attachment key mods isn't out there.
Okay, now let me explain why I like key mod. Because instead of having to Loctite and remove your rail, half of them you have to remove your rail, insert your piece, and then you got to screw it all down. I don't like all that rail crap grinding on my hands. With a key mod, there's no Loctite. There's no Loctite.
There's no ladders.
Why have
ladders?
It's not always good to be thick, okay? Sometimes a little thin.
Well, let me tell you this. When you get a Daniel Defense light rail, the baller status that I am, that's what I got, and I put some ladders on there. My quad rail is not that thick. So you're talking about your quad rail. I'm talking about my quad rail.
Key mod or go home.
Or nah.
Key mod on my key mods.
Who makes something for your key mod?
Midwest Industries. Voltor.
One company.
Voltor.
A mediocre gun.
BCM. BCM.
Makes
Voltor. Industries mediocre?
Okay, BCM makes 10% of their equivalent product available for key mod.
I can name off like 5-6 companies that are going to key mod now.
Great, that are going to key mod. So keep hoping on that. Keep hoping on that. I hope it catches on. I really do. But you want to know what? For everything that does go key mod, I have Picatinny rail plus more to go on.
It's so much more proficient There's no screwing. You don't have to worry about the Loctite. Yes, you got to screw a little piece in, but they're not coming in once they're on. And I don't want that cheese, even with ladders, I don't like that crap. I don't like all that extra side rail on there.
I like it.
Smooth as a baby's bottom. When I go up to grab it, it's smooth.
Okay, now listen, if you get something nasty and thick and super gordo, then okay, I totally feel you on that. But okay, I'm not a good guy. I'm not going, you know what I'm saying, NC Star or Utahs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going Utahs.
You're not a good guy. I'll agree to that.
You just put Chris on blast.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Put this. I got the best quad rail that's out there. Say I don't. I got Daniel Defense quad rail. Say I don't have the best quad rail out there.
Is it key mod?
No, because your shit is whack.
Snap.
But all right. So maybe in 5 years from now, quad rail is the hottest shit from right now. But honestly, I don't like the look of. Huh?
You mean in 5 years, key mod? No, it'll be something new in 5 years.
What else? What else can we go to?
Oh, as if key mod's the ultimate pinnacle, the AR-15 will stop making new modifications because they made key mod.
But if it's not,
conversation
let's go with that. Let's say there is.
Who had this conversation?
We did actually. Me, Marco, and the three of us.
Key mod is a lock-in Lego piece.
I don't like it.
You are hoping that every manufacturer locks onto and provides every piece for it.
All I need is like a couple rail sections, and I'm good across all of my rifles. They're all key mod.
Oh, what? Okay, so
that's why I like the Troy.
So then, once again, your completion is based upon some tight lock and rails being applied to it.
Where I want them.
Direct rail compilation. You see what I'm saying? Like I really play this. Like this is what I really hate about the Moe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like the Moe handguard and everyone who has that. That shit is so whack to me because the point is, like, by the time you add on this little 4-inch Picatinny rail, why the fuck did you not get a Daniel Defense quad rail?
Because I don't want it. What if I don't want it there?
Yeah.
Well, okay, but if you don't want it there, the 2 inches, by the time you slide your hand to get it there, is chewed to shit anyways. So everything that you're arguing about, chewing my hand to get it there, get some $10 cover rails. You're not chewing your hand there, and then when you get there, it's bigger than an Asian girl's nipple. Seriously.
Which rail do you have? Let me look it up.
I have a Daniel Defense 10-inch lightweight quad rail. It's super narrow, super skinny.
Oh, I'm typing it in.
Yeah, link
well,
that
my
thing.
whole thing is that by the time you add that little plaque, add your little plaque, and before you actually get to the floor rail, if you're really stringing your web along that joint, you're gonna hit a big ass lump, and that's gonna chew your hand up.
Marco, you also said you don't like it that thin either, so that's why I like the thin on the Troy.
I do like the thin. No, because the thin on the Daniel Defense is there. On the thin on the Daniel Defense lightweight quad rail, the one that has the screws that actually squeeze into the nut rail. I got the real expensive one. The real buy once, cry once. I live by that.
And like I was saying too, I can take off my Yankee Hill front sight and get the rails in on my Alpha rail without taking it off.
Okay, but that's on your front rail. I'm talking
about.
But
you know, once you do it, you do it. I mean,
Marco,
all I put
is
on
it?
there is
the whole fucking thing?
I love that.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, right here with the screws are going.
Well, that's old school, man.
Yeah. I like that. Dog, I like that look. I like that quad rail look. I like that.
That's 1998,
buddy. You got it.
Yeah, I like the 98
you got
look.
that look, man. That's old school.
I like that 98 look, bro. I like that.
You got room for two gas
classical tactical. It's all right.
Dude, if I put two more Magpul Picatinny rails,
that's all you, man. That's the beauty of the system. You get to choose what you want.
But now my whole thing is,
Did you buy it used or new?
No, brand. Okay, I send you a text. This is what happens with G-Webs. Did I send you a text? This is your failure for not
What?
He gets many texts every day.
I mean, seriously, you can't expect me to read every
But no,
text.
but I have the private bat line where G-Web checks the Goldfish Dome.
No, that got worn out when Edge got a hold of that number. Now it's like, hey, I was thinking about buying a pistol grip for a gun I don't know. What do you think?
And that's why you don't have an NA.
Why don't you leave me alone?
And for that's why you don't have an NA grip right now, because you don't be answering.
He sending you news or what?
So okay. So listen, I was offered that rail, and I was also offered the Daniel Defense low pro gas block system, right? Because obviously
you didn't do that one. I hope.
I did. This is why you don't answer.
Wah, wah.
Well,
the worst gas block ever made. That was basically communist. No, I don't even know which one. So is it screwed on?
I can probably get replaced. I can probably get replaced.
Daniel Defense is like Spike's Tactical.
I'm interested to see if Troy actually has new flip-up front sights. I'm gonna look.
So low pro glass box are not the way to go. You wanna preferably grind down your front post. Do you have pins or screws?
No, I never had an A2 on there. I had that stupid Picatinny rail gas block.
A2 or go home.
Oh, well, you didn't have anything better anyway. So
yeah, exactly. So
is it screwed on there or what? You didn't answer that question. Why do you refuse to answer that question? Hold on.
Let me try. Hold on. Let me wait for my picture up. Hold on. Where's my picture?
Do you know the difference between anal rape and a front gas block?
Picture on you, pendejo. Okay. Shit. Can you see me? I look like Ninja Turtle.
No, I'm pretty sure it only lets you screen capture anymore.
So, all right. So take this out, right? So. No.
What are you doing with your fingers?
All right, so I'm gonna tell you this, right? So the Daniel Defense.
I'm not seeing any new Troy backup sites. Sorry.
All right, but listen. So the way this comes down is this shit clamps around.
That's how big he is.
Barrel. Yeah, that's how swole I am.
I'm not seeing.
Girth, baby, 3-inch girth. So
I don't even know what the barrel is.
Is that the Illuminati symbol? Is that the all symbol?
He's throwing gang signs.
What's throwing down on here?
The 3-meter girth sign. And all your if I throw up the 3-meter girth sign, all your girls will say,
dude, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean about a gas block. Where's the barrel? What's the barrel?
The barrel is right here.
Don't.
Right?
No, that's Illuminati.
So check this out. So the barrel's down here, and the clamp is on the bottom, right here, right? And you have 2 screws on the bottom.
So you need the lower
index.
So the screws actually come in sideways this way across the barrel.
Like a little room out.
2 screws, yes. And what they were trying to sell me was a DPMS mount where you had the clamp around the barrel, and these joints came 2 in here, two on the bottom, and they were like, "Yeah, if you get Daniel Defense, you're gonna crack." And I'm like, "Okay, well, since I'm Gucci, I'm all about the name brand. I stuck with Daniel Defense, so I went with the one that came sideways on the bottom, squeezing the clamp together, versus the one that came up underneath the bottom that pinched it together. So what was better? G-Webs.
You're fine. It's not like it's going to rotate or anything.
I don't give a shit it's going to rotate, but what
you got to worry about gas leaks. That's the main thing. Just so the gun doesn't work. Yeah.
So what do you worry about? So what's better, clamp on the bottom or pin straight through the bottom?
That I don't know. My Yankee Hills just have the 4 Allen keys, and it's just squeezed. It's not even.
That's like saying, what's of the 3 least favorable options, which is the best? I mean,
They're all fine. You're gonna be
you
fine.
never put what's the best video, but just to show the differentiation in between the two gas blocks. Like that's.
Dude, I don't know
That's a
anybody
good.
that just screws their gas block on.
Should have went with the key mod.
Fuck
Yeah, they have a
asshole.
key mod gas block.
No, everybody
Hey.
I know though pins them, dude. Seriously, they buy them with front sight with posts, or they.
Pins? No, but this joint had a pin. This joint had a pin.
No, I'm talking about tapered pins that hold the block to the barrel, not
So you talking about like
going
two
up to
screws
pin
that
it
go
from rotating.
up?
No, like a regular M16, just like a real Colt.
Right, with like an A2 front
Where
sight
you
that's pinned.
put it on, you the right place,
want a
and then you
big
drill a hole through the barrel
I
and
don't
the
want
and
I don't
unit,
want a
and you pin
midget
it.
cock on the front of my gun.
Well, that's too bad. That's what you use to rip open somebody's throat if you need to.
No, that's what I use my own cock for.
Oh shit!
It really got real.
What's the difference between a bayonet strike and anal? Okay, let's go.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I gotta ask.
You're gonna be fine. Okay, they stay on there just fine. You're gonna.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Just keep an eye on it. Make sure it's not leaking gas.
Yeah.
You'll know right away because it'll hurt a lot. And you're gonna
I've never had mine go out of adjustment ever. They're just clamped
hurt
on,
your hand.
literally.
because
Shut up,
gas
shut up,
will come
shut
out.
up.
Burning
You're not
hot
listening.
gas will come out and hurt your hand.
You'll see the
You'll
set.
know right away.
Okay.
You'll also see the set.
Okay.
It's not like it happens every time, just most of the
Yeah.
time.
I think I'm kind of cool because I have a $400 rail on my shit.
400?
Wow.
Yeah, $4 for some 98 type bullshit. That's how cool I am.
It's strong and everything, but like you're saying, you carry around a lot of extra rail. That's why I've gone to the round ones. And
But
then
I
it
like-
wasn't good enough. They weren't selling enough, so they started changing this.
What is the actual weight of that Daniel defense rail?
Look it up.
Pre-Iraq war.
Yeah.
It's probably like 12 ounces.
Nah, it's about mid-Iraq war. I wouldn't call it mid-Iraq
My Troy
war.
rail's like 7 ounces.
That was a hot. Put it like this: if you showed up to Iraq and you had Daniel Defense rail, you were the shit. You were the shit.
You needed it there. You got 19 different things to put on there.
But the whole time, put it like this, and at the same. All right. Like who was telling me I was stupid? Who? San Antonio? San Antonio?
I'm just messing around with you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like nothing's personal here. Nothing's personal here. I mean, this is between you and me. But so like, let me ask you this: do you like a lot of barrel, a little bit of rail, or do you like a lot of rail, a little bit of barrel?
Okay.
That's what she said.
That's real personal.
That's like the rusty trombone. Oh God.
I'm used to AK. I normally rock AK, so having a little
Yes,
bit of
okay,
rail.
no, but on an AR-15, do you like a lot of rail, little bit of barrel? Because like some motherfuckers rock their rails out right to the fucking muzzle brake. I put this like if I'm rocking a 20-inch, even though I know like my iron sights stretch out longer, on an M16, on a carbine barrel rifle gas length, I like a lot of barrel.
Most of my shooting has to do with carbine length gas systems. So I've shot middies, but I haven't shot a lot of middies, or I haven't shot a rifle length gas system. So I'm used to kind of holding it close.
But do you like your rail going all the way out to the tip of your barrel? I mean, because you could still get a carbine with the rail all the way out the concha su madre. You know what I'm saying? You can get a carbine with the rail.
Yeah,
right
we're all
to the muzzle brake.
WTs. We're all WTs. We shoot A2 sights.
See, I like me personally. Like my personal look, I like very little barrel. Now, if I was gonna build a 20-inch upper, I would throw my looks off and get, a rail all the way out to the end of the fucking muzzle brake. But if I'm just talking looks on a 16-inch carbine length, I like very little rail, lots of barrel. But if it's 20, I don't give a shit. I would totally flip it.
Are we going with 16-inch here, by the way?
I've only shot like a 20-inch AR like one time in my life, so.
Yeah, I haven't
gas
shot anything
rifle.
longer than the 16s.
I don't know why, but I really like the 16-inch barrel with it's like a 14 or 15-inch rail.
I do the rifle length, the 9-inch, just because it's as far out as my hand goes is the 9-inch out there. So, well, I didn't like having any added weight at all.
Put it like this: I was actually gonna buy the 9-inch Daniel Defense rail, but when they pulled it out the box and I noticed that it didn't have the screws that screwed into the barrel nut, I was like, okay, I don't want that. Like, I already knew prior to going in there, I wanted the screws that went into the barrel nut, and they only had that in either 7 or 10 inches. And at that point, I went an extra inch just so I got those screws. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want I want a true free float. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. And that's what I decided to go with.
And you also got to take it. I've only got one AR that I built last week. I've had one before when I was younger, but that was years ago. So you can take that for what it's worth.
I only have one AR, and I've been building it for 2 years, and I have 2 other AR lowers that I have yet to touch. And they can both be pistols legally in my state. Super cool.
I'm on G-Web's, advice. I'm building the straight spikes. Spikes upper, spikes lower, spikes everything here. So
Nothing but spikes.
Well,
I'm gonna Cerakote that bitch.
Have any of you guys seen any Spikes Park kits available?
Spikes?
Yeah,
JTV found some the other night.
Those
somewhere.
things are bad freaking ass.
They're okay.
No, I mean I've got a DPMS, I got a CMMG, and I got a what's the other one? The PSA, whatever their freaking basic is, and then I got a Spikes, and the Spikes is leaps and bounds quality above.
Did you find that PSA one was a little funky at all?
I haven't put it together, so
okay.
I don't know how to.
Some people said that they had a couple issues with a couple pins on that one.
I'll tell you this, and like as corny as it sounds, I don't want to buy I don't want to buy a single fucking piece for my AR unless it's the piece that I want to buy for it. So if you get a Spikes trigger pack or whatever or lower parts kit, you just took $20 away from your Geissele trigger, is the way I look at it. If you get a Palmetto State Armory upper, even though Palmetto State does have the best prices, all right, Palmetto State has the best prices, but you're still dumping.
Well, I'm replacing the trigger right away, like you're saying, anyway, and then
I put a
badass
between best prices and anal rape.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
I put the badass ambi safety on too.
Well,
so that's half my parts kit.
AR, are you not replacing?
Well, let's go shopping.
Exactly. So that's why I wouldn't buy a complete parts
I'm pretty
kit.
cool, dog.
I got the BCG that I wanted. I got the charging handle I wanted. The only thing that's on my Palmetto upper that I don't want is the cheap plastic handguards. That's it.
Yeah, and your Daniel Defense handguard is $400 away.
And I can buy that though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not too worried about the plastic handguards.
$30. That's my point.
Okay, but then you're more
I'm getting key mod.
I'm talking. Okay, great. But my specific point is that people say, okay, I got this Magpul MOE stock, and I'm like, that's the worst thing you can get because for $20 or more, you would have got the CTR. So you already lost $50 on that. And
well, if you're not going to go free float, it is a better option than the stupid.
I've got the CTRs on my AKs.
We're talking stock. We're not talking rail, and we're talking So and it.
I got the upper end Magpul one. I like that. I have the AS.
It's the lock-in. The lock-in low.
Exactly, the lock-in.
I have that one. Yeah,
So
you're right. You got to get the locking.
You would be an
but
idiot. Like you would be an idiot to buy a complete upper that has the mow because, like, what you're saving in those $50 to get that mow, you don't even want. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the part that blows me.
And that minimalist stock I just got from MS Mission First Tactical, they're $50, and it's tighter than any other stock ever, and it weighs 5.5 ounces. It's awesome.
I'm a huge fan of the CTR just because of the locks, and to me that's a huge difference.
This one's tighter than my locking one, and it's no lock, without a doubt.
But is it fat at the end or is it skinny like the
No,
CTR?
it's literally the minimal. I mean, this thing is the lightest stock that ever made in the world.
No,
here.
I'm not talking about lighter, but like you know how you know how the M1 and the CTR are skinny, the cheek weld. I don't like those that have cheek welds. I want fucking two. Okay.
It's as thin. You'd love this thing. It's as thin as it gets.
No,
and that's a piece of paracord right there. I mean, it's exactly like the Magpul, only it's
too thin.
It's tight. It almost, you'd think it'd be too thin, but it's triangular in a way, so it does give you just enough cheek weld.
It's all how you use it.
Yeah, it is. It's all how you use it. More tube or rail, whatever you like. But it's awesome. Best thing I ever did, and it took 6 ounces right off the rifle. And I wouldn't have normally have thought it would have been good to have saved the weight
What
there.
are you, the Grinch? Dude, it's like May. Why are you still wrapping a blanket around you, young?
Dude, it's like fucking 40 degrees. I'm in New Hampshire.
It's fucking 94 degrees down here yesterday.
And it's 6:15 in the morning.
You want to nude
like
in
a
front
little
of the camera?
baby in a fetal position.
Down where the fuck you
Show
want.
me a nipple or something. Shit.
You don't want to see that. It's hairy and.
Oh! I wish I saw this picture.
It was the '80s. I'd be styling. My gold chain, my malachite Italian horn.
They come from the same era as your handguard that you got.
Yeah, exactly.
But let me ask. All right, so let me ask you this. So
all kidding aside, those Daniel Defense handguards don't even cut their pubes, dude. It's all natural.
What do you mean when you cut it?
Oh, it's like an Asian girl, it's just straight, black, and long.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm gonna cut my hands on them.
You won't, because you're gonna buy those ergo ladder covers. Is what you're gonna get.
Because they'll have some sort of like a hand dolly to carry it around with.
No, but because it's so thin that they put it so close to the barrel, you're gonna burn them.
Oh.
They have to make up for that girth.
No, but seriously.
Stay away from the Surefire rail ladder covers. By the way, I didn't really.
You don't like
those? No, they flared out and they were. I didn't like them at all. They didn't fit as well as the ergo ones that I found.
Oh, you like the ergo ones?
Yeah, the real thin minimal
ergo
ones.
anything.
Ergo's in New Mexico. They're not as bad as Utaj.
Well, Magpul makes the exact same ones. You can call them Magpul if you want, but.
Utaj in China.
I like
that.
them.
I'm saying Ergo isn't. Ergo is New Mexico.
Hey, so
UTG is Israel, isn't it, or is it China?
I don't know.
Mako's Israel.
I know Mako is, and I know a couple of them are Israel, but I just assumed a lot of those things were Israel.
Well, listen, like as far as those rail
we don't get that much Chinese stuff. I guess we get the Next Star.
Should I be more worried about them like warping out and becoming loose, or should I be more worried about them like melting in and I'll never be able to get them out the rail?
They'll never melt.
Nothing is ever going to happen like that.
Unless you throw it into an actual raging fire,
exactly.
You don't have to worry about that happening.
So why you guys try Seismines?
They're all different. They're just like shoes, dude. Some people like a big ass rubbery sole of a shoe, and some people like a Chuck Taylor. What was the kind that are just like barely a
Chuck Taylor.
Chuck Taylor, just a leather or rubber sole.
And
so
some people like a comfortable 2-inch pump that makes our calves pop.
So when you try those rails, just try a bunch of different ladders, ideally, because they're all going to make your rails feel different. And then you got panels. You can put panels
you can get those
on
really cool Magpul ones, yeah, and you can make an multi-cabinet.
Some people like those ones with the clown shoes.
Just the foliage green and the FDs, and you mix them.
It actually looks pretty cool when you do mix them up. All four
I don't
colors.
know. I would say just paint that thing.
Yeah, let me Cerakote that bitch.
Black queso paint.
I'm gonna Cerakote that bitch. That joint.
I didn't even see my joint yet. Wait. I'm taking it out in 2 days, and y'all will see plenty of video of it. I have like 6 or 7 more shoe videos to upload. And I've been kind of hesitant.
I thought you were gonna go on your birthday.
Well, today's my birthday, and because I'm drinking today, I'm sobering up during my birthday, so I can hang on my mom, and then I'm going the day after.
Isn't that the definition of a mama's boy?
Nah, I love my mom, bro.
You love your mom.
I love my mom. I know you love your mom, G-Web, so it ain't fake.
Yeah, but you don't act like it on the internet in front of people.
What are you gonna do? Like throw a brick in her face? I'm gonna throw a brick in your face.
What you gonna do with it? I'll put a tattoo on my face and then see how fast it takes her to slap it off of there.
If you and your mom get matching AK tattoos on the face, then you love your mom.
I guarantee if I got a tattoo on my face, there would be a Facebook thing the next day about how long it took her to slap it off of my face. Like, well, it goes in this deep into the skin, so it took me about 15 slaps per whatever depth, you know.
No, it's a lot faster than that. It's like 120 RPMs into the flesh.
Have you guys seen
I
that
don't know.
Glock?
I know my friend had a tattoo gun, so I'm like, oh, I'll just do my own tattoo here. And I did not know the physics of it because it just went away after not very long.
Some dude I saw the past couple nights, I forgot what it was. He had a Glock Perfection. He had the G, and it said Perfection on his trigger finger. Tattooed.
There's a DT rapper locally that's called Shy Glizzy, and like underneath the Glock G logo, which is what his logo is, it says Shy or Glizzy or whatever. Like the G turns into Glizzy, and that's his rap logo.
The ATF made me tattoo a tax stamp onto my finger because it's basically a registered.
With the tax number, so I can steal it from you.
Well, no, it's attached, but.
No, but if it's
I had to
public
register
knowledge,
it.
I will take it from you. Let me see here. YouTube or not? Why does it take me to the or not Google search? Here. Chicken noodle soup is all I gotta say. Shy Glizzy. Awesome. It is his new hottest song. Hey, we get a lot of play on here. Young Hefe.
Did you get linked that one by Girk, that one video with that kid singing all weird?
I don't click any links that Girk sends me.
Oh, he was in the chat and he's like, here, you gotta watch this one because we were laughing at that other video and it's some young kid.
Why would you not click the links, Girk?
Totally hilarious.
Are you afraid that they will not be shirtless, tight Latino men?
No, because it's local and I would be tempted to click on shirt, tightless Latino men. Or not.
You need links to that.
Yeah. That's a new, very hot DC rap song.
That mile-long link over here.
That's a Texas link. That's a Texas link from San Antonio.
I gotta go out inside and film this flashlight before it rains. If it's going to rain.
Dude, I have sunlight over here in the East Coast.
What'd you get?
It's a Swing 3.
It's just that same catapult flashlight. I've just never done a review of it.
Hey, did all those Through Night people send you? You know what's funny? So this motherfucker Tactical 6-string
that one right here
sends me a link to Through Night. I'm like, oh shit, these batteries are cheap as these flashlights, cheap as shit, and they're like 300, 400 lumens. I'm like, bet, I'm gonna order me one. I ordered me one, and they're like, oh, well, we're not gonna send anything unless it's under $35 shipping. I'm like, fuck. So I get this joint, and like little $10 like 1, 2, 3 battery, and these are the best fucking flashlights you could ever imagine. And like a month later, I never made a review off of them, and I feel stupid because now everyone and their mothers get them for free, and I don't want to fucking.
I had to promote the thing.
Yeah, and at that you gave me like last year's model. So you gave me last year's model.
Too.
Yeah,
it was a hell of a deal. 30.
Yeah, and at that point I can't even make a video of it because it's last year's fucking model. And all these fucking other
but you got a hell of a deal. So
I did. I ain't gonna be mad, but they give me no content. They give me no content because I can't make videos about it.
I just picked this one up for like $85. I don't know if you can see that.
I gotta go. I'm gonna put my jacket back on before I go out because I just started to walk out the door and I realized it's one thing to get caught by the police shining a flashlight around in the middle of the night in the park. It's another thing to have a gun open on your hip while you're doing it.
Yeah, and you're also.
Can you see that?
Yep.
It's a Surefire.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So time out on G-Webs because I was thinking about getting that. G-Webs.
I like it.
Surefire flashlight or Geissele trigger.
Both.
No, one first over the other. And
flashlight first. Have you shot the triggers yet?
Yeah. No,
Geiseles are good triggers, but Cadillacs are good cars. That doesn't make them good for everybody.
I haven't shot them at the range in like Mag Dump, but I've been at the booth like where like the demos and like you feel the glass pull. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been like
all of that bullshit. That's all bullshit. That's like getting in a car at the showroom and being like, oh, I pushed the gas pedal and I pushed the brake, so I know how it's going to drive. You don't know how it's going to drive. It's all about driving the thing. So all that, anybody does a review where they're just pulling the trigger and resetting and pulling the trigger, yawn, that's nothing. It's all about using it.
I'd get a nice Scout light, 500 lumen.
I'm not going to lie.
M600.
Buy a Fury. They're way cheaper.
They are good, and yeah, you're right, and you get the same output. But I just like the Scout light. I mean, it's designed perfect.
I
got the Defender. It's 320 lumen.
Is that AA or CR123?
Can you even see stuff in the dark when it's only 320 lumens?
I know, that's what I have.
I can spot it. It spotlights the school across the street.
Yeah, but if it doesn't start to get the hair warm on the school across the street, then.
If you can't spotlight hookers from your condo.
It's one of the most bang for buck.
Oh no, I can spotlight
battery
hookers.
Life and
I can spotlight hookers from my joint. Yeah, from like 4 to 5 floors up. My through night, that joint is like that. I can spotlight hookers, and they be getting mad too.
Yeah, I remember DB from his penthouse suite, 20 floors up, spotting lighting them.
That was with my through night at that, because I was over there that night. He was mad. He was mad that my flashlight was better than his. But my whole alright. So for example, like I'm not gonna lie, and I'm just getting into like carrying shit, and because of my like. I carry a pocket knife maybe like 40% of the time where I go. I carry a flashlight maybe like 10% of where I go. So shouldn't I just get a Geissele trigger over a flashlight? Because I
got a flashlight, a pair of
I was gonna say get a
freaking
freaking maxi pad for your vagina. Because Jesus, if you don't carry a knife or a light.
I'm not ovulating yet. So no sense. That only makes sense for when I'm ovulating.
You know you're supposed to carry the other version of that if you're security for bullet holes, bullet wounds. Plug it up.
But that's the point. By the time I'm shooting bullet holes, do I want a flashlight or do I want a Geissele trigger? I'm gangster like that, and I'm.
The trigger ain't gonna do nothing for you. That's like saying, should I get better rims before I get headlights? I mean, you want to be able to see what you're doing before you worry about how you get there. And the trigger ain't do nothing for you, dude. Geissele triggers are awesome for people that shoot fast. If you don't shoot fast, you're wasting your time with a Geissele trigger.
That's right, because honestly, like I don't have anywhere to train to shoot fast.
What do you guys recommend? Because the stock trigger that I got on mine sucks, and I don't want a 2-stage. I want a single stage.
Dude, you want that single? Huh?
The only triggers I know people using that aren't competition shooters are just the SSA.
And even though I'm not a competition shooter, I'm going for the best, so I'm going for Geisley.
No, that's fine, but like I'm saying, you're not going to notice that big a difference unless you're really running. If you're out there shooting multiple targets where, you know, it's critical when your finger's going off compared to when the rest of your gun's doing your thing, and you want your brain to be able to concentrate on what you want, which is target acquisition more than trigger pull and shit, then yeah, Geisley's like the way to get that goal met. But if you're just going to, it's like buying really nice rims and then driving the car like never, just putting it in the garage even. Because I can almost say if you're only going to drive it on Sunday, it's worth getting rims. But if you're not even going to ever use what the thing offers, then why bother?
But then at the same time, I will never shoot at night to practice.
Who cares? In real life, if you really need to use the gun, it ain't going to make a difference if you got.
But I'll never have any practice on it then. I'll never have any practice on it then.
The Geisley trigger is going to sit there doing nothing for you, and if you ever have to really use the gun, it's going to do nothing for you.
He's already made up his mind.
Yeah, why'd you even ask us? Sounds like a good guy wanting freaking...
Yeah, going the opposite way.
No, because you want to what? I might buy this next year. I might buy this next
year.
I'm asking you for next year. That's what good guy would say.
Well, that's why I like 2-stage triggers, because Rock Rivers are cheap and they work really well. They're only $76 right now.
Yeah, but
and I like 2-stage.
So that's too much stuff to break.
Buy one, try one.
They're the same as the mil-spec triggers, just better.
No, there's more parts in there. They're more fragile.
I like them, and they're the trigger that I had.
Oh, they sell well. I'm not going to say they don't work, but most people I know don't want.
I just having the 2 ARs and the one of them not having that trigger, and I noticed it sucked. So that's why I did it. And
hey, G-Web, what's your...
But dude, it's like I won't buy shoes that ain't high tops. Like I want, like if I'm gonna waste my time putting something on my feet, I want it to give me ankle support. I don't see owning shoes that don't give you ankle support. And there's other people that think I'm crazy, like they wear sandals. I would never wear sandals. And then look at Hawks. You have to freaking wrestle and put a pair of shoes on.
Yeah, I wear sandals 24/7 unless I'm at work.
I wouldn't even consider owning a pair of sandals. I don't even own fucking flip-flops. I had to like literally get forced to buy them in the freaking army. I freaking hate them.
I will tell you this. When the Haas,
nothing but Doc Martens and sandals.
I'll tell you this. When the Haas
that's what I'm saying. It's just like that with gun stuff. I mean, there's some certain grips I'm never going to use, like ever, no matter what, and it might be perfect for somebody else.
Well, you know, like I got the Surefire, but that was after 6 years of putting on a PowerTech light and a Phoenix light on there. So it's, I mean, you could certainly, and again, I don't think you're cheaping out if you went that way. I mean, you could put another light on there and
cheap out with a G2, yeah.
I mean, you get a $60, $70 Surefire, and just get a $20 light mount, and then later upgrade it if you want it. You'll have the light on there.
I think what I'm going to do is just make like a blank form, and then when people want advice, they're going to get my advice, and then I'll just refer to the form.
Yeah, just see answer A.
Yeah, I think most people are like, here's what I'm going to buy, but instead of just saying it, I'm going to put it in the form of a fucking question.
Well, I made sure I didn't get a spikes.
I'd get a spikes grenade launcher.
They have one?
I'm going to get one for fireworks.
They definitely do. 37mm side launcher, or side ejector, side opener, whatever you want to call it. It's awesome.
Where I live, because I live in... Okay.
As soon as I fix my car, I'm going to get that paint job and some mags.
I like the idea of you picking up a couple mags here pretty quick.
Hey, G-Web, so what's your favorite... Oh, shit. I mean, that's the wrong question to ask you. Give me, like, a list of, like, 4 iron sight.
My favorite chatter? Edge. Oh, what?
Webbs is an AK guy, dude.
Core A.
I don't fucking use that. Are you going to say what flip down sight for an AR? I don't use them.
No, I didn't say what. I said give me 4 said 4 of them. 4 of them that you would pay cash money for.
Flip up sites? None. I don't agree with them.
4 manufacturers out of them?
Yeah, well there are. Yeah, Troy, Magpul, Daniel Defense, LMP.
LWRC has some.
They don't officially have flip up, do they? I thought they were all fixed.
I'm just naming companies. I really don't know because it's fucking AR shit. I don't know AR shit.
Didn't Diamond break off of Troy? The guy from Diamond, the Diamond sites, didn't he used to work for Troy and they stole his diopter?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. Okay, so do you like a little like square triangle bullshit on the back, or
no? That's crazy.
Like
I don't like that at all either.
Like a circle.
They're designed for close quarter only, or whatever. Their purpose. I wouldn't go with
like
those.
Fucking European or something. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Go with the circle, the peep. And if you're gonna go front, you know, I like the HK style. Not that I have it, but they offer that.
What's that with the 2 arms going out, or
is they're
like the front of an AK or an
circle.
HK? Yeah, so circle,
HK.
like a Chinese AK.
Yeah, it's neat because it frames the sight a little bit nice with the rear. I find.
Yeah, it's like a ghost ring. Super fast acquisition.
Well, let me ask you this, because I've seen the Troy ones where, please, I don't want to get a front post tritium because I think that's kind of cheating.
You don't need that.
Yeah.
You don't want that anyway.
But what about the rear diopter circle?
No.
What about it? No, that's horrible. No.
It's not even. It's not tritium circle. It's 2 dots around the circle.
That's just garbage they make so people buy stuff.
Really?
And it's an extra $100.
If the world was an AR store, that would be the stuff at the register, like in a little bin.
Okay, so just go circle
Just you get the set. It's like $180, $189 for the set. Actually, you can find it sometimes for cheaper than that, but actually, check out Rainier Arms. Sometimes has the set for like $140.
You know what the best thing about an AR is that there's a billion other people buying crap for their ARs and then not liking it because somebody tells them it's bad or whatever, or they find something else, and then they sell it used. So you can buy everything super cheap. No, like
most
everything.
Stuff, most stuff on mine's used. I got a used Troy Alpha Rail on my other AR.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, like Daniel Defense Rail. Like people try to tell me I should got key mod, so I should sell that.
Oh, I would definitely.
Yes.
DD Rail.
Yeah. I'll give you $50 for it.
People like that vintage stuff.
Marco's about to go take a piss on cam again.
What is this? You like stick your camera up in the air when you walk around?
Yeah, he's like Les Stroud. He's got the shroud. He's got.
Hey, seriously? I haven't pulled these out in a while, but since tomorrow's my birthday, you know what I'm wearing tomorrow?
Oh no, it's a shoe.
What a Superman!
That's absolutely nothing for me.
Can you see the tongues on these? Can you see? Do you see the Superman tongues?
I would imagine the answer to this is yes, but these shoes has to get you laid, right?
Dude, have you not seen my ex-girlfriend?
I have not.
Oh, she's the redheaded devil.
And if you're going to credit the shoes to this.
She's the redheaded devil.
It works, but he still's got to pay 80 roses.
So Girk told me he had 62 pairs or something, or 200 pairs.
What the hell is a roses?
Alright, so like when you
roses
go on
means
money.
Websites, they charge code for bucks.
Yeah, so the police can't like get you. You can't like say like
well,
I'll
that's
do
what I
this
thought,
for
but
80
then you
bucks.
said I was wrong before, so I thought
No,
It's
it's money.
it was early, you
When you
know.
go on Backpage or like Craigslist and like, oh, 200 roses, that means like you're paying $200 a foot. $80 to use a hand job.
I'm just looking to get yelled at and like told why I make wrong choices and shit like that. I'm looking for that kind of experience.
Yeah,
That's what you got Yankee for.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Send Yankee a holster and he'll do that.
You know what I do need? I need a fucking outside the waistband holster so bad.
What are you gonna do for an optic after the sights?
Well, I already have an optic, no sight.
Well, there you go. What kind of optic you got there?
I have a 1x4 Leatherwood CMR. Suits did a joint on it. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Seriously?
Wow.
He wants to go high dollar Daniel, but he wants to get Leatherwood optic.
Leather? Are you kidding me? It's like a $300 fucking optic. I mean, what the fuck?
Ironically, it is. But
Yeah.
it's.
What 1 to 4 do you know that costs $300? Step your game up.
Why are you putting a 1 to 40 on a carbine, though?
Because nothing in my life is beyond 100 yards.
Wait, yeah, exactly. So why are you putting any magnification on?
Okay,
Magnification is for long-range shooters.
I have my I
really like those it's like the Burris MTAC or the those what you call it, those ones that are
those leather
are lit up.
Those Leatherwoods are supposed to be pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, and I've
Was it that Burris one that's only you get it for $200 now? Yeah, it's illuminated. It has a lever on it.
Yeah.
That's the one with that fold-away leather, right? I mean, lever?
I think
or
so.
lever, as Bob would say.
No, I bought it with the Burris. The one that has it's kind of canted towards the front. That one piece attachable. Some people have it in the fixed or whatever. That you gotta screw it off, but I got a quick attach mount on that joint, 1 to 4, and if I'm hitting at 100 yards, I can fucking hit that shit dead easy headshot.
I proved to myself 2 days ago that there's definitely a difference between the nice aim .20 MOA and the friggin' Bushnell TRS. There's definitely a noticeable accuracy. You just way more pinpoint using that focused wide field of view.
I have a T1 on my AK. I want to get iron sights for my AR, and then, God forbid, if I really have to use my AR, then okay, I got magnification. And at that, the Leatherwood is like etched into the glass.
At least the AK gets the T1.
Yeah.
What's the micro called?
Either the H1 or the T1.
The T1s are like $575 to $600.
I paid.
The H1s you can get for around $450. But
I paid $6 even with the flat mount.
The arsenal I bought came with it, so I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, I've yet to actually try one.
I really like it.
I'm anxious.
If you weren't 3,000 miles away,
yeah, no, I can sugarcoat it for you, and if you want to let me try it out.
Actually, I like it the way it is.
Yeah.
If you go to my Google Plus profile, it's the picture up on there.
Hey, G-Web, so...
No, burnt bronze and everything.
All right. So, G-Webs, remember when you were telling me about that, about the exclusive interview you got coming up? So, I went to the gun show.
Hope to have coming up, but I can't get the guy to return my phone calls.
Well, then you should go knock on his door. But, yeah, so you told me about that joint, and I was like, oh, wow. And then when I went to one of the biggest gun shows across the country, East Coast, one of the usual suppliers was down maybe anywhere from 50 to 60% of his normal supply. He usually has like 7 different calibers of pistol, and then he has his 223, 7.62, whatever. He only had a rifle caliber pistol. And whatever he had in, like, I asked him for like a case of 40, the best he could offer me was Privy Partisan. And everyone else had these bullshit name brands like Galco or whatever. No one had like a decent case of, like, if they had one decent brand of 40, it was like Remington. They wanted like $150 more than I was willing to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? And then, okay, so whatever, blah, blah, blah.
AmmunitionDepot.com, dude.
Huh?
AmmunitionDepot.com.
Yeah, you really can't go wrong. Here's the cheapest price and in stock.
But, I mean, like, I'm always
point blank,
in favor of paying a person in cash. You know what I'm saying? Because by the time,
they don't
Ammunition Depot, it'd be around the same price, and then by the time you had the $30 for shipping, you're breaking even.
No, they added in.
Really?
You can find it, yeah, with shipping in there. And I don't know. The only thing I find cheaper is Tula locally. It's the only thing. Everything else I buy online because it's a better deal.
Every time I'm in my gun store, I'll buy some of his over. I shouldn't say overpriced, but not cheap.
He's not.
My point was that like I went to a gun show looking for .40 caliber and couldn't find it. That is what shocked me.
Walmart had tons of it. It's actually not bad price. The white box was like
Because I got 9mm
for 100.
Look at this. I bought 3 cases of 9mm at like $260 a case, which is what like right now I'm finding for like $250. So $260 a case for 9mm. I paid
How much is a case?
Yeah, what's the case size there?
1,000 case.
250? I doubt.
260 is what I paid. I could probably find it for like $250 if I look hard enough. So I bought 3 cases of 9mm at $260. I bought 2 cases of 223 at I want to say $370.
$13 a box. Where the hell did you find that?
Huh?
$13 a box. Where the hell did you find that?
What for? Yeah. For 9mm PMC.
So the cheapest I'm seeing for bronze is just under 15.
But that's because I bought like I bought like 8,000 rounds off this guy. I was like, bro, you're gonna give me a deal in cash and not charge me tax.
Yeah, right now they got PMC bronze for 14 a box. So that's $280 a case.
Plus shipping?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you can find it.
But I couldn't find any 40, dude. The cheapest price that I found a case of 40 for was $380, and I was not paying that. I was not gonna pay that. And like it was like plucking a box here from there, blah blah blah.
Here they got it for $17.50 a box, so that's $33.50. No, that ain't right. Where's my calculator?
That's $34.50. That's $35 even.
So $3.50
even. $3.50 even.
It's reasonable.
That's not bad, but I would be mad if I had to pay shipping on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mind getting that in my hands.
Oh, here's 250 megapacks for $89. So what's that times 2?
Really? 250 megapacks around here go for 100 even.
89's not bad for 40.
Yeah.
That's
69 for 9.
That's 360.
So 160, 170.
That's 360
for
total.
500, so
that's 360 for the case.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
But once again, like that's if you can find it there and pay for it there, and hopefully you get at a show where if you're paying cash,
I quit going to stupid fucking shows around here. Yeah,
I'm dying to find like 2 cases of 40 right now. If I can find 2 cases of 40, I'd be okay.
We got no shows to even for me to not go to. No shows up here.
You can just move.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, you're right. It's my right to go to a show.
How much are you finding 40 for a case down there, G-Webs? What's the going rate?
Seriously, I mean, I like guns and stuff, but I don't buy shit ever. I mean, you guys ever hear me go like, "Hey, here's a good price on something"? I don't buy shit.
I'm not saying that you buy, but I mean, like, at least you're aware of the. I mean, like,
I'm not. I don't even shop. I don't. No, I don't go to stores and look at prices and worry about it if I'm not buying something at the moment. I don't get hung up on it. I mean, if you want to really ask me that question, how much has 40 been? Like my whole life that I've been shooting? Because, shit, I'm convinced that we're in a pretty cheap part of my life as far as shooting goes. I can go buy ARs and AKs and stuff cheaper than I could have almost my whole life. There was just one little spot where I could have built AKs cheaper earlier in my life. Otherwise, this is about the cheapest point in time to go out and buy stuff. Now, ammo used to be a little bit cheaper, but I was making $7 an hour back then, probably, or maybe not even that. And I was basically tapping out. Like it was like go on a date or go buy like 2,000 rounds of ammo and shoot it up. Like what's going to be more fun? And just alternate weekends or whatever. So it was like it wasn't like it was so cheap that I was. In other words, it wasn't so cheap that I could just buy ammo and do other stuff. I still had to decide like I'm either going to do nothing else all weekend or pay $200 worth of, a couple of thousand rounds of ammo.
I don't know. I guess it all depends is like how you smell by the end of like the next 2 days. Because if I smell like
if I could smell my finger and it smells like hops and lead, then I'm happy.
Now it's 60.
If I fucking smell like pussy for the next 2 days, I'm walking around like a proud man.
Oh, I need to get me some of this.
Hey guys, what does this smell like?
$30 for a box of 50. Or I'm sorry, $29.50 for a box of 50 gold dot 9mm.
Anyway, that's $8 cost average all your ammo. Just start buying it. Don't wait around.
Yeah, it's like buying stocks, man. It's stock market. Some you buys a lot, some you get a deal on, and then a week later you
tie us to a pipe or something.
I just had to pay for my daughters to get her driver's license and driver's ed, and now I gotta pay.
What's that
cost? What'd you pay for? Let her get a part-time job. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, what's wrong with what happened to earning all that?
She's been babysitting her younger siblings forever, so I owe her.
She better be like a 4.0 student.
3-1.
314? 314, right? 314?
I know people that are like, well, no, why would you think that you're going to get paid to babysit when you get fed and all this other stuff? Like, you're not even going to help out. In other words, you're just going to sit in your room and not watch your sibling?
She does. She got chores too. It's not like she's not doing anything.
I don't know you or your kids, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it's poor parenting. You're babying her.
Thanks.
Not that I have to know anybody to judge their parenting. I can do that over the internet pretty easy. Now where are you taking us? Shit. It's got a real rapey vibe going on. Take us into a dark room and...
This is pouring water out the brother.
Hand check.
Right here. I'm carrying my laptop while I'm walking out, and I got my
just taking a shit. No big deal. We're in the live chat.
At the same time.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see.
Like, you don't have. You could just move. You don't have to look at the screen just because I got my camera.
I don't know why y'all highlighting on me.
I thought you were taking us somewhere. You're like, check this out. And so I'm like, all right, I'll click on your screen. Stop what I'm doing.
It's my birthday.
Hey, when did Wolf go to the wood crates?
What?
When did Wolf go to wood crates?
And what caliber?
760 or 39.
Oh, no.
Well, there's always those. Well, not always, but the green ones will come in wood crates once in a while.
Did you see this link that Rob posted in the external? I don't know if it's goes or for or against Spark. Here, I'll put it in the internal. Supreme Court won't rule on carrying guns in public.
Yeah, I just seen that the other day.
Oh, so they handed. Oh, so that was the case I was talking about earlier.
That's gonna throw your whole case out.
Dude. The whole last 6 hours of a chat is worthless.
It's exactly, and they reference everything you said right here. Heller, dude, New Jersey was challenged.
Yeah, this was the case out of New Jersey.
So why won't they rule on it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying.
Somehow, does that solve something or something?
It resolves Bear. It resolves Bear, but nobody wants to talk about Bear.
What does that mean?
Because you bear arms.
You mean to bear arms.
Yeah. Not like teddy bear.
Oh, sweet. 62 grain in the
No, this is not.
420 round cans for 190. Oh, now we're talking. 210 rounds with
See,
seven PMags.
It's very clearly states that the Second Amendment doesn't have anything to do with any form of carry or self-defense outside the home.
Okay.
What? Who says what?
In quotations at the bottom here, it says.
This is an article. This is an article telling us what the justices said.
This is USA Today, and at the just at the bottom.
The justices refuse
the Second Amendment does not require that the states permit some form of carry for self-defense outside the home, unquote. The panel said, quote, states may not destroy the right to bear arms in public under the guise of regulating it. But again, I'm not sure what connotation we're in here.
Well, once again, that's not a Supreme Court decision, and if at best that is the opinion of the court not to hear it.
I think that's the ruling that was in February. That was a ruling in February from the 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Changed the equation. The majority opinion struck down San Diego County's restrictions as a violation of Second Amendment rights. And then that's the quote that I said comes after that. Which, again...
I don't know if you guys saw Yankees video from like a couple days ago where he's like, oh yeah, we're winning.
Well, this,
you're winning depending on what state you live in.
Well, yeah, but that's how we're doing it.
We're winning as a citizenry,
right? As an overall, if it's a add, addition, subtract, a balancing, we're coming up.
When there's 90 million citizens that still don't have it,
That's a big number.
There's going to be some collateral damage, but we are able to shoot the guns we got. So
yeah,
we're winning.
Me's got guns here. I'm good. Getting selfish in my old age.
No, but we're winning altogether because if you don't have states that are on solid ground to pull from, no one can pull the states that are sinking out. Then we're all sinking. So we're winning in the fact that we're not sinking as a whole, that we've got reason to be optimistic that we can pull states that are losing right now out of it. Because it's not like you guys are pulling us in. If anything, we're pulling you out and you're just the last one to get helped out.
Yes.
It's because you're belligerent, though.
Kind of.
No, it's just...
Well, Jersey's overtaken Illinois now, right?
It's just because of the population centers, that's all.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like, so for example, like these 6 or 7 few states that don't have it sweet, but yet those 6 or 7 states make up like a third of the population.
By choice.
No, not by choice.
I was born in Jersey, okay? See me living there? No, you don't.
Shit.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Seriously, I lived out east before. I fucking hated it too. I moved away as soon as I could.
Alright, y'all. I gotta go pass out. I'll catch you.
Yeah.
Alright, brother.
Alright, man.
Alright, I'll live in the same place tomorrow, but I guess I'll talk to them.
Alright, well, I'll holler at y'all.
Oh, what, everybody's leaving now?
Hey, with you is I got half the video done today for the Urban Gun Club. I need more still pictures of thugs and guns. I was thinking about throwing a still
I got
picture.
pics I could send you, but they're so real that I don't know if you'd be able to hang with them.
I mean, bitch, I got extendos. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was this close to putting that motherfucker on there, but he ain't about that life. So I don't know. Like, it's just one of the still pictures of me just reading off the letter. Hello?
Was that a question? I thought you were just saying that what you
No,
did.
no, I was, but I just heard everybody mute at the same time, so I didn't know what the fuck happened.
I'm trying to move pictures and shit over.
Yeah, I'm watching the rest of that video from whatever his name is there, the gun shop owner.
Cause just to keep the pictures rotating, I did 4 seconds per picture, and it was a bunch of pictures like.
You can repeat pictures too, you know. That's a trick.
Yeah. But okay, so me speaking came out to 2 minutes and like 40 seconds, and I have like 50 seconds of pictures. So I just need like more video content, I think. I don't know. I still have one more folder.
You can write shit on the screen in between pictures. That'll last longer. Because it takes time to read it.
Yeah. I wrote one in the beginning just to pronounce Urban Gun Club. I got like a silhouette of a city and just wrote Urban Gun Club on the bottom. With some skyscrapers. I got a bunch of my pictures. DB sent me like 2 pictures that I was able to use. But
I found all these pictures of stuff I sold on eBay back in the old days.
Where'd you find those pictures at?
I'm just moving pictures around, digging through them, found them.
Oh, I thought you like found them on the web.
I accidentally deleted.
Oh no, just in a hard drive.
I accidentally deleted my whole download file folder the other day. About 800 pictures from the last 3 years in there, just cool shit.
Well, you don't back that shit up?
No.
Dang. Google gives you drive, cloud space for just pictures, especially if
I
there's
don't
pictures
believe
you
in cloud. Dude,
I'm
you
learning.
cloud? I don't cloud
understand.
anything.
Well, that's crazy. So basically, if you're talking about what he just said, downloaded pictures that you just grabbed anyway, might as well keep them on the cloud. What's the point of wasting your
because
own
I
hard
got
drive
them
space?
off the net. Yep.
Because like right
Not
now,
even yours. They're just to look at or to reference or laugh at or something.
60 megabytes for like $20. Who the fuck cares?
Well, you need both, dude. I've had every single thing corrupt so far. Every single thing corrupts. So multiple copies is the way to go.
No.
Because if your laptop and shit dies too, I mean,
everything can fail.
Go buy a new one, you know. So it's like
cards fail. Freaking USB drives fail. SD cards. Everything that there exists to put stuff on, I've had fail. Except for the cloud. Cloud is perfect. No, I mean, I wouldn't put like password lists up there or pictures of your penis up there, I guess. I keep those pictures hidden. Google Images. But like I've got, I don't know, I've just been scrolling through just pictures of old motherboards. I don't really care if somebody steals a whole bunch of pictures of old motherboards. I don't even know why I keep them.
I mean, I have a friend who I just like owe him a favor, and you know what I'm saying, like, and he's a genius. I'm talking about like a computer genius. I
thought you were gonna say genie. Dang.
No. Well, he's a computer genie. You know what I'm saying? You get him what he wants, and.
Well, that's definitely somebody snoring. Who's in here?
I see. I was just catching my breath.
That was his third chin.
Yigadoo. Yeah, it is after 7 a.m.
That's another reason to mute. If it's like past 11, you better mute because you're gonna get recorded.
Tagged. Yeah.
But yeah, I have an Asian friend who anything I want on my computer done in any which way form.
Nice.
It's like a favor.
You had to go racist. You couldn't just say I have a friend who is able to do all this.
No, because he's my man. Ken. All right, damn, I can't even say his last. His first name is Ken. But yeah, he's a beast. You can do anything you want.
You believe there's 250 people watching this?
You're lying.
That'd be weird if there was, though.
While they're eating Fruit Loops in the morning.
Oh yeah, it is like 9 o'clock in the morning over there already.
7. Dude, it's daylight out here. I feel like Mika now because I'm like on like the wrong, on the opposite side of the earth.
And
That chat
social.
was great with him. I'm surprised. I'm kind of mad he left. You know, I give him a lot of credit for like even though he sounds very unsure about his English, he pursues through it and.
Oh, dude, come on.
Yeah.
Whatever, all these stupid Americans sit around going, well, for one thing, we keep calling ourselves Americans, but anyway, we're stupid people here who are like, blah, 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 I don't like people coming here, and blah, 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 they should vote. Like, dude, they already know 2 languages. It's like twice as much shit as you know in your head. Why would you think that they don't make a decision about who to vote for? I mean, they had the balls to walk to another country to do hard-ass work because they care so much about their family. It's not like they had gambling debts and they were forced up here, you know what I mean?
No, but I like him.
Most of the time, it's just people.
Even though he gets frustrated, like with his capabilities, I think it's still tight that he participates and like muscles through it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people like shut the fuck up, which is even cool, and let him muscle through it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, they like to hear it because it's real.
Yeah, because it really is real. I just wish he was more confident in himself. I think I personally like as a person, I think he, you know what I'm saying? Like I appreciate everything he says, and I wish he would stick even more through it because sometimes he kind of like quiet himself down. You know what I'm saying? Like he kind of gives up on his comment when I'm like, oh no, I really wanted to hear what you were about to say just right now. You know what I'm saying? So I give him a lot of credit, and I really hope he participates more and even fights through his own language barrier even more.
I think that's a lot of pressure to put on him.
It is.
It's greedy.
It is. We should have a government program for that.
Interesting. Oh, that would be good. Hey, what happened here? God.
Hey, so did you ship out the patches, the AK ammo can patches?
No, why would I? What am I gonna do that secretly?
Or whoever.
They got to be sewed. They take like a month to get sewn.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it takes a long time to sew them or if it takes a long time to ship them, but it definitely takes like a month to get these things. So they.
Oh, really?
It took a couple of days to make sure the money come through. And then it's weird because it tells you right in there. I didn't read the fine print, I guess. It tells you right in there you're not supposed to take the money for 14 days or something. Or they're not supposed to give it to you for 14 days, which is BS because then, so whatever, it ended on like the 20th, so that would have been the 3rd of this month before I was even supposed to take the money. It would have been like yesterday. I was just supposed to barely take the money yesterday, but I've had the patches done since, if it ended on Sunday, like, 2 days later, Tuesday? I think I waited a day because the money happened like immediately. Like it says it's going to take time to trickle in, and I just went over there and I looked, and it was 0. And then I went over and looked to check when it was going to come across, and it said 14 days. And then I went back and I refreshed, and it was all there. Well, pretty much all there. So I was like, oh, well, that happened pretty fast. So I'm going to go ahead and call them tomorrow. And then I saw that thing about $14, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll wait a day or so to see. But it. Oh, and then it did take a little longer than that because then I transferred it to my bank. And then I waited a day after it got to my bank. So I might have done it on like Friday or something of that week. So I don't know. It's only been a week or so that they've been sewed or being sewed. And then I'll get something in the mail that says they're being shipped and here's a tracking number. But I'm not going to say shit until I have them in my hand. And then once I got them in my hand, I'll make a post up there and say, here they are, they're going out. And then people will know they're like days away instead of some unknown amount of time in the future. It looks like you're saying shit, but I don't hear shit. There's no more sound.
I hear you.
You hear me, but do you hear Marco?
I do not hear Marco. Oh. He dropped. I'm gonna have to drop out here too.
Yep, it's pretty early.
Yep, it is. I'll catch you later on today, tonight, however that works.
Well, on that note, I'm going to put a link in the chat so that people who want to jump in with Yankees Chair and
Marco.
The Refreshed in Marco. And who else is there? Oh, that's it. We were just about to leave, dude.
Refresh.
Hey, Marco, I got to bail about it. It's after 7.
Yeah,
Happy birthday,
dude.
brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Stay in there with you, you know? All right, we'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, I'll see you later, man.
All right, bro. I'll catch you out.
Damn, someone's up early.
You have got to be kidding me. Yankee, when do you sleep? Oh, I see. You guys come in and put up your logos, and then you sleep. What up? It's 8 a.m. and I got some coffee in me. You have got to be kidding me. There it is, see? All right. See how quick I am on that draw? Who's up and at 'em? Anybody? So seriously, there's going to be a point in this chat where it's just me talking shit to myself? I just printed up this spam cam challenge, so I'll give a shout out to the spam cam challenge. Get to your range and shoot some guns. And I'm going to sit here and talk shit for 40 minutes until I got to take my other daughter to school, so. Welcome to In the Garage with the Tac Daddy. I can't believe that these motherfuckers have their logos up. G-Webs I understand. But how Yankee has his logo up, his little Glock shooting at you, and then, this is funny. You just fall asleep. Is that what happens? Oh, chick, I didn't realize, Chris, I didn't realize you were over on the left coast of Florida. So since you're never going to watch this replay anyway, I guess I could push out a link, huh? I'll do that. I'll go on Google Plus. I've taken over the G-Webs gun channel chat and live now talking mad shit about Yankee. Wake up, Yankee. I guess I need I guess I need that other chat or the G Gun Channels chat up to see if anyone's talking there. If you're there, jump on. I sound like an idiot sitting here talking shit to myself while I'm doing my morning stretch. I was actually listening to Resist the Tyranny's follow-up chat last night. Let's see. 5 events. So funny. It says 7 members online. Guru, where you at? Online means in the world of Yankee and others. Hey, DP, if you're on, jump on, buddy. But in the world of Yankee, it means, yeah, what time must it be over there? It's 5 in the morning. Tactical 6-string iron. It's just me. Shit. I'm gonna do some grunting for you in a minute. Lower lumbar stretch. Looks like I get some more coffee in me and rant about Bloomberg for a little bit. Now I'm going to save that for Thursday. Make sure you tune in Thursday night. I'll be talking some shit about him. He's such a fucking idiot. Now his public supporters are starting to bail on him, so we'll be talking about that for sure. Welcome to the latest episode of Housewives, or House Husbands, Broward County. Just make it like a shout-out session. I could just shout out people for a while, get all that out. Answer a bunch of questions. That's what I'll do. Let's talk shit about the people who leave comments on my channel. How about that? Listed as private. Can you see it? Go to gunchannels.com. Dystopian Empire is trying to say that it's, or not trying to say, saying it's listed as private, but I'll see if I can get some answers there. What? So when's the zombie thing gonna end? Like, just people dressing up like zombies randomly and doing shit? I did not watch Yankees Recover Tactical video yet because I've already made them, so I don't need to see what he thinks. It is what it is, man. It's a way to put a rail on a 1911 that doesn't have a rail for $50. I think it looks futuristic more than ugly. Plus, it's in your hands and shooting out fire, so who gives a shit what it looks like? Alright, back to the YouTube shit. Here we go. What's up to Prepper Bug Out Bags? What's up? Yeah. One dude's pissed about me having the worst music in my vids. Please stop. Well, there's 500 of them out there for you, so go check them out. Thumbs up to that the live show where we had the Bundy Ranch guys on. If you haven't seen that, that's definitely worth watching. A lot of good insight and information from people that are actually there. What up, Fabrizio? What up, Tactical Lola? Buckeye Imaging, I did repost that install vid for the tactical walls. Thanks for that suggestion. Glock USMC's in the house. Go subscribe, Glock USMC, if you have not. It's going to put forward quite an effort this year. Someone Grant Smith mentioned on the Mr. Guns and Gear episode of Tac Daddy Live that he was obviously watching it later, that a lot of his FFLs have 22 in stock and are giving away 22 with the purchase of 22 firearms. That's basically what they're doing. They're saying, you know, buy a gun, and I'll build in a little bit of price here for my ammo, and rather than sell the ammo and deal with all the people that just want to come in and buy as much as they can for as cheap as they can, I'll sell guns with it. So that's definitely a tactic people are using. God, could more people seriously come in late on the calling out Mr. Coleon Noir? I should just do a whole video on this shit. We're friends. Everybody needs to chill the fuck out. It's so funny. People get so butthurt over my spoof video from a year ago where I didn't even have a good green screen going. And I kind of mirrored his style. Tried to mirror his delivery, but and then just got pissed about his hats. It's a joke, dudes. It's a freaking joke. Jokes, get it? Haha. Hound Dog, thanks for the detailed insight about your 9mm. Right, Dennis Hayes. I'm just trying to get views off of Colion Noir's success. Exactly. D. Wheelhoit, what's up, buddy? It's great to always hear from you. What? Did someone stir?
Say what?
Oh, you're there. Someone's here. Did you wake up?
No, I've been up. I just turned it on and nothing going on, so I just let it sit there.
I'm just talking shit about it. I was just actually responding to some comments from recent videos because there was no one here with me.
Oh, okay.
But good morning.
Good morning.
It's new and interesting.
Doing anything exciting today?
Actually, kind of a catch-all day for me. I might shoot a couple HD videos. I might go to the range later. I just need to catch up on pushing paperwork through and doing a couple things computer-related and that kind of stuff.
I'm just thinking about maybe going out and shooting at some turkeys out here or something. You know, just something for some fun.
Where are you?
I'm over in Fort Myers.
Oh, that's right. I just said something to you about that.
Right.
You have turkeys out there?
Yeah. Well, yeah, tame ones.
Right.
But they're always walking around in my shooting videos.
Are there? You can just go out back and shoot?
Yeah, I got a little spot over here. You probably got a mile's worth of pasture between me and the nearest neighbor downrange.
Ah, it's perfect.
So, except for a few dead cows, I haven't heard anything yet.
A couple casualties?
Yeah, well, not really. Anyhow.
Yeah, I was making fun of Yankee. I guess he just there's a camera on, throws his logo up, and goes to sleep.
Yeah, I see that.
G-Webs is allowed to do that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Yankee, I don't know. He's a good dude and all that, but boy, sometimes he just gets me to boil and I just turn him off.
He does that to everybody. I've concluded that this guy is a good man, a good person, but boy does he understand the psychological game of how to get under people's skin. And I think he plays it for fun. I think he enjoys it. I know he does with me.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. I don't let it go that far. I mean, you know, like I say, I don't agree with about 80% of the stuff he talks about, and he talks like he's the world's greatest authority on whatever and everything. But I don't know. It's just more liberal, heartfelt bullshit to me.
Yeah.
But anywho.
Actually, I gotta be right back in 1 second. I gotta double check and make sure the daughter's getting up.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I've settled into this first part of the day. I get a couple hours work done in the morning, and then Mr. Mom, get them off to school, and they're self-sufficient. I don't need to make their lunches or anything anymore, which is great. But
right.
Still got to keep them on point, keep them aware of what time it is and all that kind of shit.
I've been through all of that a long time ago.
I give them the countdown, you know. It's like, you got 20 minutes. All right, you got 10 minutes. And then, you know, you get back 5 minutes later, it's like, there's no way you're going to be ready in 10, you know. But that's living.
It comes around full circle. Now it's the dad and the father-in-law I've got to take care of.
Right.
And that's pretty much the same thing.
You know, that's interesting, but it's true. I've always, there was a couple years, I'm 42 now, and there was a couple years back where I turned to my wife and I was like, so this is the stage where we're in charge of everything. She's like, what do you mean? I was like, we're in charge. When it comes to where are we going to dinner, who makes the decision? It's not your parents. It's not our kids. It's us. You know, you're making all the meaningless stuff. It's like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of it includes the parents and where they fit in and how are they going to be comfortable and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, I moved a pair of them into here. In the process of getting their houses cleaned out and get them rented.
Yep.
Well, it's fun.
Yeah. Well.
Probably have doctor's appointments 3 days a week.
Oh. My other career, which again is slowly fading into the distance as this one is taking over, is I've been originating reverse mortgages down here with financial planners for 10 years almost now.
Right.
And so I only do about one a month now, but I used to do, you know, a gazillion a year. It was crazy. 06, 07, 08, it was nuts.
Right.
And now it's just, you know, like I said, I got my referral partners. I don't do any advertising. I don't even do really anything anymore, but I still got my license, and so if someone calls me and needs my help, I'll help them out. And I've had more situations sitting down with people listening to their life stories and watching where they are at that point in their life than most people. That's for sure.
Right.
So many kitchen table meetings that's pretty much what the whole business is based on. And
exactly. It just, again, it, you know, like puts your life on hold again, just like it was when you had the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Yep.
If I had my druthers, I'd be up in western North Carolina somewhere right now.
No, I think that's where one of the states that my wife and I are thinking about retiring. You know, it's a ways out, and I'm sure things will change between now and that point. But I'd like to have a place at the beach, a place in the mountains, and the mountains can be Colorado, but they can also be here.
Right. Yeah, my daughter's a 4-H agent up in the Asheville area.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what it's going to dictate is where the kids end up. You know, you hope that they stay close to each other and we can all be central. But what's interesting about that is that's the model we have now. All of our grandparents have migrated down here and lived down here, so hopefully my kids will want to have their parents as part of their kids' lives as well.
Yeah, I got a couple grandkids up there and none others. I got 2 other daughters down here now.
Wow, nothing but girls?
All girls.
Yeah.
Miscarried. First one was a boy, and it miscarried. They're
sorry.
Pretty much full term, but not quite.
Ugh, that's brutal.
More brutal on her than me, but.
Yeah, you know. I bet. And the first one.
Yep.
And that makes everything scary going forward from there. Yeah, that's no fun, man.
Right. But it happens, so, and frequently, I guess.
Life's got curveballs, no doubt about that. If you're not ready if you're going full throttle and you hit that speed bump, man, it can hurt.
Really. In fact, I just got confirmation that it's been shipped. I ordered that Red Lion indexing rail and stuff for the Sub 2000.
Nice.
So that should be here sometime, probably end of the week.
Next time you go shopping, and again, I can't get everything, but I can get almost everything. So next time you go shopping, shoot me a message. Let me know the product number you're looking at, and I'll throw you a price.
Yeah, actually, I will be looking for some kind of a little red dot type thing or something for it, but not too expensive.
Yep. Those little Bushnells are badass. The TRS one? No, that's a Streamlight flashlight. It's the little Bushnell red dot. They retail for usually around $100.
Mm-hmm.
It costs about $70, $75, I think.
Heard any thing on the Vortex?
Yeah, people love Vortex, and actually, I'm hoping to get more into Vortex through one of the rifle companies I'm working with because they're badass, and I mean, again, it's the same story that. Again, man, part of the reason I started a channel was to get through the gear and get to the point where you actually have the best stuff for the money that you can get.
Right.
It's the same story as Trijicon or anything like that. It's like it's so expensive you have to really be committed to that weapon, in my opinion, to spend that kind of money on anything. Now, again, the Vortex red dot, like the Spark.
Don't even remember. I was just looking through them, and they're like, oh, they have some down in the $150 range. But
yeah, those are a little more. Those are like $200. But the Spark or whatever, I didn't like the Spark. That's one of the optics I took back a couple years ago. And maybe I just had a bad one. A lot of people are telling me that the dot's much clearer than I think it is, but it was blobby. The one I had. But I will also counter that and say that there was a custom competition rifle I was shooting one time, a buddy of mine, and he had a high-end, when I say high-end, I'm talking over $1,000 for an optic.
Right.
He had a high-end Vortex, I don't know, it was 3950 or something, 3150 or something like that. I'm not too sure exactly what it was, but I'm looking through it and I'm shooting steel at 200, you know, and it was lined up for that, so it's just bang, bang, bang. And then he goes, check this out, and he turns one of the dials, and the crispest, cleanest red dot appeared right in the middle of those crosshairs.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, that's badass, because not only do you have the crosshair, you have that super crisp, clear pin dot red. It was amazing. So back to your question, yeah, I think I want to get into Vortex.
Yeah, like I say, I don't know. I think I saw something about a limited lifetime warranty. They're supposedly, you know, geared for the shock and the, you know, the recoil.
Yeah.
And I guess from what I've been seeing here, the cheaper ones tend to not be. Although there shouldn't be that damn much recoil on a whole sub 2000.
I've been running the smaller EOTech.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it. On an AR though, but I think it's great. It doesn't have that huge battery compartment that sticks out the front of it.
Right.
It's just that solid square, and then you get used to shooting that with two eyes open. Up to 250, man, no problem.
Yeah, I'm not looking for anything with any magnification or anything like that. You know, I mean, the sub 2000, hey. 100 yards, fine. 150, maybe 200, reaching out.
Right.
You know. And you know, I'm not going to need a whole lot of magnification or anything, and I doubt that it'll be that accurate out that way anyway.
Right.
But for in the neighborhood type stuff, it ought to work out pretty good. Hold on just a second. I think I got a dog trying to tear down the front door.
No worries. Yankee, where you at? Wake up, fool. For the record, Yankee likes to make midget jokes about me. Haha. I'm small. All right, back to the stretch.
Alrighty. Figured someday I'd like to try and get out towards that Okeechobee thing with you.
Oh, dude. This place is fantastic. I'm thinking about going up there 16th and 17th. They're having a carbine immersion class.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be fun. You know, for anyone that's got an AR and hasn't put it through its paces,
mm-hmm.
You know, you get up there and you're talking about 2 days and, you know, with an overnight, and basically 9 to 5 with a lunch break. You're learning or running or shooting.
Right. I don't have any of them wild rifles on. That subby's the biggest thing I've ever had.
I can't imagine. Yeah. I can't imagine how much ammo you go through, but I'm assuming you probably need 500 to 1,000 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of I had a bunch of old powder. I think I might have told you a long time ago.
Yeah, you did say that.
50, 60-year-old powder. I loaded up 3 different kinds of 40 with that. And I've been noticing on the challenge target things that I got at 3 yards. I can have a couple things hitting sideways. That can't be good. I don't have a chronograph, so I've been shooting them, or loading them pretty much at the low end, and I think that might be the problem.
Gotcha.
Sometime I was trying to sight in that sub 2000 out at 100 yards, and that was, maybe a 3x3 foot piece of drywall down there with a target on it, and sometimes it'd be real good, and other times I wouldn't even hit the drywall. I have a feeling that's because they're tumbling.
Gotcha. And I just found one of these little lizards. This guy can't be more than a couple days old.
See, what's that now?
I just found one of these lizards running around my garage, and this one can't be more than a couple days old. He is tiny. Whoa.
Right.
And frisky. Jesus. Dude, you're supposed to go the other way. Don't go back in there. Turn around. Turn around. There we go. Jump onto here. Whoa.
I got.
I'm trying to help him.
I got feed and whatnot in a tack room down here, and of course feed for the chickens and the turkeys and stuff. And we get some rats in there.
Yeah.
I've been putting a decon out for them, and I got a bunch of them. But this morning I walked in there, and there was one laying there in the middle of the floor looking dead, and I reached down to pick it up, and it took off.
Yeah.
By the time I grabbed its tail.
Dude, I caught some rats last month, I mean. Man, amazing what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse the garage door. I'll let this guy by my side. I got a thing for those lizards. I think they're cool.
Dogs like to play with them.
I killed one time with just grabbing the trash can and rolling it,
Mm-hmm.
I felt so freaking guilty. Seriously, it was bad, man. I was like, oh. I don't know, I just think they're cool looking. I think they look like little dinosaurs. They eat all the bugs. Very helpful.
I had one of the turkeys hatched a couple little ones by herself. No incubators or anything involved, and she was running around with them. I didn't happen to think I have one of those little mortar mixing plastic, whatever, about 6 inches deep.
Yep.
I just filled with water. I went down there one day, and man, one of them was missing, and I got looking around, and son of a bitch drowned.
Yeah, right.
You talk about feeling bad. I mean, the one thing you don't think about.
Right. I used to find them in the pool. I used to have a backyard pool. I used to find them in the pool from time to time. Snakes, too, from time to time. Just those little ring snakes with the orange ring.
Mm-hmm.
Those little guys.
Hey, Jack, did you see the live chat where good guy hits a coyote?
What happened?
Oh my God! You didn't see that? Well, I imagine you're not, watching hours and hours of these chats. It's the first one. I'll find the link and throw it on here for you to watch it later with some timestamps on it. But it's the first 24-hour chat that we put on here, and Chris is driving home and he hits a coyote. And I don't want to tell you too much more about it because it's kind of organic. It's kind of organic. You got to watch it yourself. So
and he's got his iPhone rocking or whatever.
Well, he'll like the first one I'll send you, the first link I'll send you, or the first timestamp is like he's just driving along and you hear this loud thump.
Oh my God!
He's like, guys, I think I might have hit something. I mean, he keeps driving on. I'm howling, laughing, because he doesn't stop and look. Like that's what I would have done. Put the phone down and made sure someone wasn't leaking out of my car. Yeah. So, yeah, and then like 20 minutes later. He gets back online and tells us what all it is and the whole thing.
All right, yeah, I'll check that out. I didn't hear that one.
Oh shit! It's kind of tough.
I hope it's not like a couple of the things that happened over here. And people hit pigs hit hogs on the road and end up with little ones running around.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that. You hit a pregnant hog and all of a sudden there's little babies running everywhere?
Yeah.
Or one that just gave birth to a bunch of babies, so they're following her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they don't know what to do because there's Mama Splat.
Right. Usually someone ends up with a whole cage full of them.
Is it really that prolific over there? There's that many of them that people are hitting them with cars?
It happens, yeah. I've seen them, hell, even in my neighborhood, and I'm just north of the river.
Really? You ever see them in your yard?
One potbelly one time. That was the only thing. But I have seen them down the road, a mile or so at times. Hell, there's an overpass that goes over 75 right down the road here a ways, and I've seen them get hit there, maybe 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about documenting my first ever hunting excursion. I've been invited to go shoot hogs in up above Okeechobee.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just never grew up in a hunting. Actually, you know what? My grandfather hunted, and we had a farm up in Pennsylvania, but I never, and we shot there, but we never shot animals there. So,
mm-hmm.
And I would only do it to consume it. That's my whole thing. I'm not just going to do it for sport. I don't need a head on a wall. It's just my thing.
Right. Yeah, that's the same. That's like me. I was just at the opposite end of the pole there. I grew up hunting,
mm-hmm.
but never, I basically small game like I had 22 in a 870 Magnum shotgun. Did a lot of rabbit and pheasant hunting,
right.
little deer hunting with the slugs. But ultimately, I put those away and stopped buying the bird dogs or stopped using the bird dogs and ended up archery.
Oh, interesting.
And hunting deer. And once I started that, the fact that you're really hunting, you got to be within 15, 20 yards maximum to do any good. That's
right.
when it really became fun, and I got really good at it.
Sport hunting like that, I totally respect. Again, what's interesting to me is just, the word hunting, thoughts of hunters. I've spent time in my life in Wisconsin, where it's huge, and hunting season comes in and you hear about it, and everyone's taking off work and all that crazy stuff, and
right, kids staying out of school the first day.
Oh yeah. Again, I tell people all the time, you want to see how big hunting is in Wisconsin, just watch a Green Bay Packers game and look at how many guys are wearing blaze orange or camo. Mm-hmm. All those guys are hunters. Right. That's how you can really judge it. It's amazing up there. Michigan, across the entire band up north.
Right. Yeah, I came down out of northern Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. And what's funny to me, again, I want to kind of map it out a little bit better before I really decide what to do from a content creation point of view. But I think comparing it to fishing is just so interesting, and a take that no one ever takes on. There's lots of people that have a big problem with you killing an animal. Again, right now, versus slaughterhouses versus mass food production, I don't think anyone could sit down and watch Food Inc. and tell you that hunting is a bad thing if you're going to eat it.
Right.
If you're going to take your time and your money and your energy and go kill an animal that's out there that's damaging property, and you're going to consume it rather than go and get the packaged stuff at the store, that's one thing to me. If you're going to kill it and let it rot, I don't get that. But anyway, the whole moral side of it, the whole psychological side of taking another life off the earth. Again, with me, moral compass-wise, if it's for consumption, it's no different than going and again pulling a fish out of the ocean and frying it up and eating it.
Exactly, and it was always very anticlimactic when I actually took a deer. I mean, it would actually just, first of all, you're so adrenaline pumped and everything and ready to go, and then you do it, and then it hits you.
Right. It must be like dropping off a cliff with that amount of.
It's like hitting the bottom.
Well, now you gotta go take it somewhere too. I don't think people think about the. You make the kill, then you're gonna either skin it there or take it somewhere.
Yeah, I always processed them.
That's not easy to drag an animal. Well, depending on where you are.
Yeah, the last few were up in the mountains in North Carolina, and I'm telling you what, I was actually hunting in an area, in a spot where I could actually see the truck parked down below, but the damn deer would run up the hill instead as soon as you hit them. And they go maybe 30, 40 yards. One of them jumped over the far side of the ridge, which was extremely steep. You had to hang on to things to stay on it. And he went down about 10 yards and just landed wrapped around a tree. The only thing kept him from going, God knows where the bottom of that was.
Wow.
And getting him up at 10 yards and over a big old deadfall that one of the hurricanes that went through up there knocked over along the ridge. Yeah, I was about ready to die. I was cleaning him out when I cut the gut sac loose. I wanted to save the liver and everything. Hell, he got away from me with slippery hands and whatnot. And I had the deer actually tied with my safety harness and whatnot to a tree. And as soon as I cut the gut sac loose, it slipped out of my hand, and you could hear it going for many, many, many yards. So you couldn't hear it rolling anymore down the hill. So it's a lot of work, but again, it's that, as soon as you release the arrow and boom, you got him, and then there's this big depression that sets in. Why did I do that?
It shouldn't be, though, if it's coming from a good place. Right.
I understand it. I don't get me wrong. I'm not against hunting or anything like that, but it's just a personal experience. It's just like,
well, you don't need to feel
buck finger when you see one is one direction, and
right.
As soon as it's over with, then you can go back, or I go back the other direction. Like, oh man, why wasn't I just using a camera? And it happened every time, but it didn't stop me.
Well, they say that's what the best wildlife photographers are from hunting. They're hunters that put down their rifles and picked up cameras. They're the best adept at stalking and being quiet.
Exactly. Most people don't realize that especially like with archery, hunting deer with a bow, you climb a tree, that's one thing, and you get lucky, but to be consistently, it takes a lot of skill. So even camera people, unless they got these. This is my thought on it is, if I'm out there hunting with a rifle and I can kill something 500 yards away, that's not hunting. In my, yeah, it's cool to be a good shot and to shoot that kind of distance, and I'm sure there's some satisfaction with hitting what you're shooting at. But that's, to me, not hunting.
Well, you're defining. You're adding in the sport element.
Why? Because of distance?
Yeah, that's what
you're adding in the sport element. Not necessarily hunting is hunting if your family's hungry and there's only a few deer out there and the only shot you can have is a 500-yard shot. You take it, that's hunting. I mean, that's hunting.
I agree. I have nothing against that. I'm just saying, to me, that's not the hunt. The hunt is getting there, with the animal and being right there, and it's just different. It's much more of a challenge, I think, in the respect of getting close to the animal. If you've ever hunted, that's a hell of a challenge.
Mm.
I mean, I've had deer within 3 feet of me that didn't know I was there. I mean, like, mostly a couple times they were like pulling leaves off the tree by my feet. Just above them.
Yeah, they run into my speeding car with my headlights and horn going, so...
There you go.
Yeah, the Canadian is like, I spend all night in the woods, I just drive down in my minivan on a freeway, and with my horn going, they run right into me, so...
You field dress them right there and pack them up? Got a cooler with you?
Funniest thing, I'm at my buddy's place in the woods. His girlfriend comes pulling in her car. It's got like 2 flat tires. The windshield's busted out. The rearview mirror's hanging off the side. She's bawling, crying. Oh my God, I hit this deer. Got stuck on the windshield. Its antlers got caught in the side mirror and it was kicking around and stuff. the hood's all smashed in, a side, is all smashed in. She's bawling. She drove back that way on the flat tires and everything. And her boyfriend's like, "Where'd you hit this deer? Do you think he's still alive?" Literally jumped in his truck and took off and went and tracked the deer. Just left his girlfriend there, crying, car a mess, blood, fur stuck to everything, and took off and went and found it had gone down over the guardrail, and he went and got it. So he was more worried about where the deer was and if it was all right. If it was going to be all right to bring
We
it
used
home.
to have some people in this little town up in Ohio there where I was, and of course they were anti-hunters and all that. We had a couple pictures of this big old buck standing by a swing set right in someone's backyard. And we used to tell them, we're doing our best to protect you people from all these baby eaters. So used to laugh about that because they were also anti-hunting, and we'd try and tell them, we're trying to help you. I guess anymore they're overrunning the area up there. They're everywhere.
Deer?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
apparently they have their brother-in-law up there. He has 8 or 10 of them that just by his back door all the time, and he's right next to a golf course at the edge of town.
Yeah, we get a few. My parents get a handful, a fair amount, but it's always kind of been that way. So it's nothing too out of the ordinary, I don't think. I haven't seen any more, laying on the side of the road than any other time.
Mm-hmm.
So
when we went up on vacation, I was up in the Oberlin area, up in northern Ohio, there, north central Ohio, and you had to hunt hard to find a block out in the country there that had deer in it. And maybe 1 out of 10 blocks or woods out in the middle of nowhere would have something in it. And anymore, they're pretty much everywhere. When we go up on vacation, just driving back and forth to where we were staying, we'd see them all the time, every evening. Different areas too. So it was unusual. When I first started hunting up there, I just looking at the hunting laws and saw that there was a long archery season, better than a month. And, I just enjoyed being out in the woods and whatnot. So I borrowed a bow and went to Woolworth's and bought 3 arrows. Didn't match the bow, but I didn't even know it. And first time I went out, I had never seen a deer in the wild. Had never actually seen one, but I had seen a few tracks in this one area. And I went out there, and raining that evening and cold. And I stood there under an apple tree by a swamp there on the ground, and nothing, didn't see anything right there. After about an hour of that, I said, Jesus Christ, I'm freezing, it's wet, the hell with this. I started to walk out of there, and I got to a fence looking over an alfalfa field, and there was a bunch of deer standing there, 50, 60, 70 yards away from me. I got my first 3 shots that day crawling in the alfalfa. I had a huge buck, and I never even scared him. Shot all 3 arrows, never even scared him. From that point on, I was hooked. I pretty much put the shotguns away, and the rabbits and the pheasants and everything were free to roam.
Oh yeah, my buddy's dad makes like the old wood bows for a living, all custom and stuff. So he's all into that.
Yeah, I used to make my own arrows and all that stuff too. I'll put them together, assemble them, and buy the shafts and the feathers and all that stuff. I still got all the equipment. I'm not sure I could even pull the bow anymore. My one shoulder's pretty bad. But anywho, this is a gun channel.
Yeah. So guns are fun.
Yeah, it's not. This is just built as the lobby for, general chat. And got members of gun channels who just want to come in and, chat from time to time. So, don't feel obligated to stay on a certain topic or anything like that. It's just here for everybody. We figured it'd be a good thing. quit having to worry about who's going to post, the after chat or who's going to host this or that. I just said, let's just make an account and do it. So.
Right. Yeah, it's cool. I'm hoping it kicks in. Kind of fun.
I'd love to be a smart ass in the morning.
Yeah. Sorry.
It seems like a good place.
Right.
I've actually been toying with and putting together a plan to do some supplemental content in the mornings, but that's topic specific and driven.
That's cool.
But what would be cool would be to, and I'm just talking out loud here, possibly post in the chat that in the internal, hey, I'm going live for my 5-minute thing. The topic is XYZ. Anyone that's got some input, jump on.
We did a couple of those quick things with Never Enough, kind of back in the day, or not too long ago, where it was just It was just like, hey, whoever's here, you guys want to jump on? It's gonna be real quick, and they're nice because they really stayed on, topic, and you're real focused.
Yep. Well, there's just some drag in between an entire week with my show where there's topical stuff that I've got opinions on, and I want to get out there, and I want to create some content and some discussion and some banter amongst friends, So to wait a whole week sometimes doesn't make sense. So anyway, more to come on that. We could actually post it here too. But we'll talk about that.
Sure. I know there's a couple guys that do like a radio show in the morning that they turn into a podcast with like call-in callers and stuff.
I've thought about, again, man, there's a couple ideas, but once this new computer shows up, I'm going to have to justify its cost. So you might see me doing a little bit more than average.
That's funny.
Dude, actually for the last year I've been putting up 4 to 5 a week.
Yeah.
So to slow it down a little bit and get more concentrated on the new stuff is really part of my focus this summer.
That's cool. Are you starting to find out what people are interested in or what they like?
Yeah.
Or?
Topical news stuff that has to do with them not being able to keep their guns.
Yeah, I can see that.
The guest thing is going great, People seem to like that format, but to do that on a morning thing is a stretch, and
sure.
So I think it's just going to be more. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to get overexposed or overfill my plate in terms of what I got to do as well. So that's kind of where I am right now, trying to figure out what I want to do.
Sure.
You're going to be pandering to us old retired dudes.
Exactly. Exactly. By the way, if you need financing, I'm getting ready to put on my shirt. Nah, man, it's crazy that this shift that the past 6 months has made from one career to another. And I'm not complaining one bit.
That's good.
Having a great time, but it's interesting to deal with it.
I think one of the hardest things for the mainly YouTube guys is relying on it. A lot of them don't want to rely on it solely, so because it can be so wishy-washy. I know you have other things going on besides YouTube, so but that's one thing I noticed. A lot of even the bigger guys still have their day jobs, which I kind of found interesting. So
again, watching because before I put up one video, I had been watching gun-related content for probably 1.5 years, maybe 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And just, again, watching who's come and gone, watching the changes that have happened, watching the direction of certain channels.
Mm-hmm.
All of it's been a very interesting experiment to watch. And then being on the inside from a content creator point of view and watching it there, it's even crazier because you get all the insight. You got 5 minutes. Told you. it is.
There you go.
Shit, I'm just going to be Yankee. You're going to hear my garage door open and the car start and me take off, and then when I come back...
There you go. You actually take them to school, or...?
Yeah, I drive her down the street. It's about 2.5 miles away, but it's just out of bus zone. It's so stupid. I live in a super high tax area, and we can't even get frickin' bus service. But I revel in it, man. I really enjoy it. I have a no phone call policy, and I just shoot the shit with her every day. It's kind of fun.
It's hard to put a price on that, right?
Yeah. That's. Yeah. My dad passed when I was young, and that was priority number one of being an adult. Was do something where you can be around these nugget heads.
Yep. Yeah, I know that quandary.
That was an interesting conversation last night about the bug out to stay or go. I don't know if you saw any of Stone Guy's chat. I was on for a little bit. But I'm like, well, hopefully I got a couple more years to get these girls completely trained up. Right now I completely trust them with firearms, but get a couple more years of decent training under their belts. Tag Daddy Posse begins.
Get some uniforms.
Yeah, just some sort of patch.
Right.
My middle daughter dated I'm just going to call him redneck for the best description at this point, for a long time. I mean, she'll go out and gut a hog like nothing. I mean, she surprised the hell out of people, and she's a good-looking gal. My youngest daughter is actually a corrections officer out in Moorhaven.
Do you know any adults that when they find out that a young, talented, attractive female also knows how to be proficient with a firearm? Do you know anyone that looks down on that? Are they universally, that's awesome?
I sure know a lot of people that are shocked when they find out.
Yep.
They were standing around, whatever, having a little backyard beer party, whatever, and hanging out, and a couple guys pulled up with a wild hog, and they were all, teasing her and shit about it. She give me a knife. She skinned it for him.
Oh, no shit.
Gutted it out. So, she shocked a few people here and there.
Yeah. One of my plans for the summer is get these two proficient on disassembly, cleaning, and assembly.
Mm-hmm.
They'll like the competition of it. Field strip this gun, go, time it, see who can have the best time, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So that'll be fun. We've got a few weeks where there's no summer camp or no activities planned. And there's stuff we can do at home, don't even have to go out to do, so that'll be fun.
All right. Rainy day stuff.
Hey, when I went to summer camp, riflery, archery, and rocket shop, that's where it was at, man.
Rocket shop?
Oh, dude. Not only did they have a rocket shop, we got busted because we got in so much trouble at summer camp because, A, it was an overnight boys camp in the middle of West Virginia. Awesome camp. I mean, the layout was awesome. The lake, the golf course, just everything. Again, not super high end, but very, very well put out. You probably had 30 cabins of 25 to 30 kids, so that kind of a range. And you had the juniors, the intermediates, and the seniors. So, the cabins were separated, and the seniors ruled and all that shit. But anyway, by the time we got to be seniors, we knew everything. So we knew how to skip an entire day of camp and go to the girls' camp. We knew how to go to the rocket shop. And when there was one day when there was no class, someone burrowed a hole underneath the cabin. So we got up into the rocket shop, and then someone found the closet where they kept all the fireworks for the 4th of July. And so, 2 nights later, there's just fireworks going off in the middle of the night.
Oh, man.
Nice.
But yeah, rocket shop. You would build model rockets and then launch them.
Talk about like a, what was it, Estes or something like that kind of thing?
I actually, it was the my first exposure to the SR-71 Blackbird. I remember building that bad boy.
That's funny.
You gonna tell me you built one of them?
I did. I did.
Full size?
No, come on.
No.
I think 132 or something like that, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, fun stuff, man.
Hell, when I was a kid and they first came out with those things, I'd buy the rocket packs, and I found they'd fit right into they made the tubes for them for the bodies, and I'd stack them up and actually cut the different stages, in the tube, and then tape them with Scotch tape and whatnot. And of course, they go up, and as soon as one engine gets spent and fire up the next, the tape would burn off and it'd drop away. And hell, I was doing 3-4 stage rockets. they'd be going like so fast by the third stage that a lot of times they just blow the fins right off of them.
I bet. Well, I got to go, but the last thing that I remember us doing, is we would combine sports, and the best one was we did archery golf. So we went over to the golf course with archery and with bows and arrows. And so you stood up on the tee and you just launched that sucker.
Never played it. I've seen videos of it here and there.
We did it. The good thing was, again, it was only 3 or 4 people at a time. There was no one behind you pushing you, thank God.
Yeah, it's 4.
Right.
Deadly.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm going to shut this down and go plug this computer back in upstairs. Later.
I gotta go check the doggies, see if they're scratching my door up again. Be back. Getting quiet in here.
Hey guys, question defense. Here with one of the coolest weapons I've made for life, the chance to regulate the Caltech Sub 2000 chambered in the 40 caliber. So some of you who have never seen this explained before might be wondering this. As I said, this is the Caltech Sub 2000. This is a pistol caliber carbine.
Alright, I'm back. Seriously, is anyone else in here? You here? Not yet. Okay. Hey.
So what, you don't work or what?
I'm working right now. You don't want to see what I'm zeroing out an Amex card.
Nice.
Yeah. Corporate Amex, we're switching over. So.
Did Dak Batty jump back in, or was he never gone? I wasn't really looking. I was just listening.
No, he had to run his kids to to school, so I imagine it's going to take him.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying he didn't log out then. It's not like he jumped back in.
He probably left his laptop or whatever.
Okay.
He said he'd be back. He said he'd be back. Once you log out, you lose the connection or the link after a while. Can't get back.
Well, the idea is we'll keep throwing the link out there until we come up with some better idea. We keep throwing the link out there in the chat so that whoever is a member can just jump in.
Yeah,
I suspected.
Can non-members see the front page?
Yeah, exactly. They can see what's going on. So if we just posted the link, then anybody and their mom could just jump in here. So this way we keep it to members, which isn't a who cares one way or the other really, but this way it's it's something for members to have. But I'm thinking that, like Tech was saying, you could as like an alternative to the morning radio. This might be something that'd be interesting to hear. Just a bunch of people gather and chat about guns.
Right. I'm just wondering whether or not it's really would really be a bad thing if you left it open on the front page too. Just at least until maybe it gets going. I agree. It probably is, but until things got going and people started using it.
I hear you. It's only a few days old for one though. We've already got people in here at 6 in the morning, my time. But the other thing is that as soon as they put like one weird inappropriate thing, let's just say, up there, then it'll kill the account. We'll have to redo the account. It's just a hassle. So
I'm not into those particular angles of it. I don't know anything about them.
It'll just happen with numbers. You get 100 people. Somebody's going to think it's funny to pull a prank, and it'll be inappropriate something, and somebody will get mad. And then there's always, we've got audiences that love us and hate us, unfortunately. So there's a chance of somebody just doing something stupid. It's easy to break windows when you make a greenhouse.
Exactly.
But anyway, so that's one of the things, and then it makes it a reason for people, who's a member, so it's something that they get to jump in. And I don't think there's honestly that many people. Look, we have 300 people that hang out in gun channels, and only a dozen of us jump into here. Not everybody wants to participate. A lot more people want to listen, I think, than actually want to talk.
Right.
But anyway, I just think it'd be neat because I listen to morning radio, and there's one station in town that's like halfway decent, but I honestly I just don't care about all the boring politics that I think are mindless, like just to keep our mind off of what's really going on. I'd rather just talk about guns if I was going to talk about something.
I started listening to a damn radio station out of Tampa. Call it The Bone. It's just real raw radio is the way they advertise it. And I mean, they are raw. But they touch on pretty much everything or whatever's in the news. And I don't know how they get some of it you would think wouldn't get past censors.
Anything interesting happened last night? I left early.
It was just endless debates. It's Prophet's birthday, so he got all drunk.
Oh, I was there for that.
So it was just endless versions of government versus state law.
Right.
But no, it's actually pretty fun. We bullshitted a lot. It's a really weird group at night. So, not different group, I should say. Like, different people come in and it'll change the dynamic quite a bit. Fairly gun topic, though. Mostly gun topics, I'd say. Well, you have to be. If it got too far off gun topics, I usually just go do something else. I don't listen to it when it gets just stupid, but it stayed pretty much guns.
Are you at liberty to give an update on the patches on your Kickstarter thing? Your Kickstarter patches?
Oh, yeah, I was telling those guys before. Yeah, there's no secret or nothing. It's just that they're being made. It's just.
You're waiting on approve still?
No, they're just being made. They take time to be sewn. So, it ends, and then they say you're supposed to wait 14 days to use the money.
Okay.
But the money came over really fast, and then most of it, 90% of it came across, and then a whole bunch of it, people, I guess out of 125 people, there's certain people didn't want to really do it, I guess, as it came back rejected or whatever. So, and I don't know if I haven't really looked because I don't care. Enough of it came across that I could pay for them, right? So I think I don't know what it will do. I'll have to go back and check. That's why I'm doing this the first time. It might go back and charge those people, or it might just decide we charged them once and they didn't want it. So no, then they just don't get something. So I have to figure out like what kind of list I get from them of who these people are, or if I have to contact them all individually or what. But anyway, so basically, 125 people threw money at me. That all went to Amazon payments individually, but then also Kickstarter takes a cut. So they take, both Amazon and Kickstarter take a cut and a percentage. So first a cut to everything, and then a percentage of how much it was. So my average was like $19 because they were 15 and 30. So the average came out to $20. So they took 75 cents. One of them took 75 cents. One of them took 30 cents, and then they each took 30, or no, maybe 3%. I don't remember. So I know they all took a bunch. So hundreds of dollars were the fees, and then anyway, so then it's like it says somewhere in there. I didn't read it right away, but it says you're supposed to wait 14 days before you use the money. So I didn't do that because I didn't know about it, and I'm not going to wait 14 days. That's stupid. So I guess it's so that if people decide they don't want to fund you, they can take back their money. They have like 2 weeks to take back their money, but that doesn't make any sense because then everybody has to wait in case everybody decides to cancel. It makes no sense. And they gave me the money, so like, why would I wait? So I went ahead and ordered the patches. I think, if they gave me the money on Monday or Tuesday, and then I decided to do it, let's say like Wednesday or something, then probably took a couple of days. So I must order the patches like on that Friday or so. Maybe it was earlier. But anyway, then it'll take, 7 or 10 days to make them, and then another however long it takes to send them.
My main question was in the past you had issues getting a place to do the design and borders and stuff, right? I'm taking you find I recommend, I sent you that one patch place that I used. No,
I'm going to try them on the next one. No, these are already done. I mean, I don't know how it worked at your place, but you send in a design, and then they sew it for you. They sew one patch, and then they
approve
a picture of it, yeah, or they send it to you depending on what you want.
Right.
So I just have them look at the picture. I just look at the picture, and then that's where I was like, hey, these borders are screwy. And then that's where they started. And I don't know how many patches I've done with these people. I've been doing patches for a long time. Some Arizona patches and other stuff I've done with them, on patches. So I've done all kinds of stuff with these people, and I've never had any issue. So this is like the first time, except for like maybe once it took a while to ship, or like one time there was like one little tiny issue. But otherwise, nothing that ever bothered anybody. And then this time, like, they couldn't get the dang order right, and then somehow they moved to this other type of patch, which is this new style. And the Mil-Spec or the Mil-Spec monkey ones where Bowataman or whatever does the art.
Right.
They look like nose art. I think it's that style, except way smaller. But I think it's going to be that style. So they cost a little different, and they claim that takes longer to sew, which I guess I can understand. If they screw it up a few times, it might take them a while to get the machines calibrated or whatever happens with those machines. But anyway, so it wasn't like a problem with this place, other than the fact that for whatever reason they screwed me on those borders. But it was also like, I had to pay for SHOT Show right then, and for whatever dumbass reason, I made those orange ones first, when I should have used that money to make 5.4Rs instead of waiting, right? But I think the reason what happened is they sent me the stupid borders first, and I was like, well, I got the money burning a hole in my pocket. I'm going to make the orange ones, those 1.4C hazmat stickers or patches. So anyway, I think what happened is they screwed me on the borders, and I was like, no big deal. I'll just buy those whenever they fix them, and I'll get the orange ones going. Because I think whatever it was like December, and I thought maybe I could get these before SHOT Show. And then I'll have these cool patches to hang out, pass around or trade or whatever at SHOT Show. So I think that's probably what I was thinking back then. But this is also when we were building this place, and I was basically having to figure out how to do something besides YouTube, because YouTube was being weird. So it was just a lot going on, and I remember that was sort of like a spur of the moment. And anyway, so what I did is I screwed myself. So then I didn't get the 5.4 ones. I didn't have any more. Like the money for the 5.4 ones went to the orange ones, and then I was like, oh shit. So now I'm sitting there without the 5.4 ones till way after SHOT. And what I'm getting at is that they would go, hey, here's the new border, and then I wouldn't get to it right away. So it was just like on both of our ends we were jagassing, and then in the meantime some other effort goes and starts making them himself. Somebody who had the cash to just make them started making them, and then he has the balls to go to my Kickstarter and go, hey Dick, you're copying off of me. And I'm like, seriously? Because you did these like last week, and I did these like in November last year. So what are you talking about? But so anyway, it was a giant. That's why I was pissed at this company, though, is that they sort of like dicked me a little bit, and then let this other guy get around me, and I'm, what's the odds of that guy has the patches made at the same place? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, probably making both of our patches.
That's funny.
So anyway, I don't hate the place. It's just that I was a little pissed on that little thing. But it's enough to make me go try your other place for next time. I don't know what to make next, though.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that those were already, like...
Oh, so what's the deal? Is those already, the artwork was made, and that was like their, third or fourth revision of them? And it basically, the fine print says, you make a patch, or we do this process, you give us the artwork, we make the patch, and if you don't like the patch, no problem. You just pay us $35 for a setup fee and go F yourself. So I'm like, great, I don't really want to pay a setup fee because I didn't screw these up. I gave you the same kind of artwork I would give anybody. So, you're the one who's screwing with this. So at some point they're going to come at me with like $70 worth of setup fees. And I'm like, shit, I don't have $70 even, so. Anyway, so that's why I figured, okay, this will be a perfect thing for Kickstarter. Either I'll have to bite the $70 server fee, setup fees if nobody wants it, or it'll at least pay for itself to do this run. It paid for itself plus some, so hopefully they end up fixing the border issue, and these people don't all end up with goofy-looking patches. But anyways, like I say, I'll end up with trying that next patch place, or that other patch place on the next run. It might be the Ever Second Matters ones. I'm down to like 10 of those. So
yeah, we need some tan and maybe other colors, right? So
that's what I was going to see if, like you, and I don't know. Luke hasn't been around a while, but he was back when he would be like, I just want to buy these things. Let's get done with it. Like I was thinking maybe this time, instead of me having to do like a bunch of pre-orders, we just all kick in a couple of bucks, and then I just get, let's say 500 of them made or something, and then just chop it into pieces and send them out. Everybody gets 100 or something.
Yeah, I hear. We can set that up.
Yeah, so anyway, I figured that'd be a good run for this place. And plus, I kind of like to find some place to do PVC already that don't cost an arm and a leg. I can get PVC, but they cost me as much as I sell them for almost.
Right.
And who wants to pay $12 for a patch? I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But some guys that have it figured out. Monkey's got it figured out.
Yeah, but that's the difference, dude. When you buy like 100 patches, you're paying like $3 a patch sometimes. And if you're buying 1,000 patches, you're paying like less than $1, and that can make all the difference in the world. Because now you're, at $3,000 worth of patches, you can sell that same amount of patches for $5,000, but you only paid $1 for them. Well, now you actually made some scratch. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure, he was doing it smart. He did his first run, and that paid for like the same patch in like a different color, and then that paid for it in a third color, and then he started probably going on to the next patch, and then started taking us money after someplace after that. But he has people working for him too. I think it's a pretty big operation. He sells his patches probably by the, 100 to other people. I bet, like stores and stuff.
Yeah, he's probably doing revolving credit more than likely.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So I'm sure when he does a run, they're probably way, way, way bigger runs. So he's probably paying nothing per patch anymore.
That's rough though. Having so many variations of the same product that you're going to have sitting around. It's a relatively small dollar item that you give out and do promotion with, but think about like he's got a patch in like 4 or 5 color variations of like every patch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Have you seen his operation? It's just tons of Metro shelves in this room with like those various size like plastic little bins, with all the different patches in them. Like I can get however many I have, and it's like 2 shoe boxes for me. Like no matter how many patches I've ever had. Like right now, I just got a bunch of Arizona ones. I have extra Arizona ones, so like, it's like a shoe box and a half.
Yeah. Well,
but I wouldn't want to get that big.
It's tough to, it would be tough to know how many to order in colors, and like I said, it'd be.
Well, dude, no, not anymore. First, Monkey's not stupid. He's a pretty smart guy, so I'm sure that he's got it down. But he's been doing this since before I was even doing stuff online hardly, so he's definitely figured out trends. And like I say, I'm sure he's doing enough big orders that he knows, how many to make in December kind of thing, like how many to make in what quarter. And I'm also thinking because he makes so many, he's probably sewing them himself at this point, unless he's crazy. I know, well, when we did our tour, I went to 2 places that are the size enough to be able to just buy, well, they already own their own machines, so they just build their own patches now, except for the ones they buy from Monkey. But the machines aren't cheap. They're freaking super expensive. And then you got to basically hire an employee to run it because it's specialized.
Mm.
But then it is kind of cool. It's like a giant printer thing that just kicks out, a patch of whatever you design you want.
That's cool.
Oh, what's going on with the gun channels ones? You have to be done with those by now.
No, I got a bunch of packages that are stuck in to go out, and there's still a bag of them here. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18.
Did you see the Benchmade ones?
20 or 30.
Have you seen the little Benchmade ones that are like maybe even smaller than a postage stamp, but they're about the size of a postage stamp probably?
Huh.
I think those would be the shit. They're made out of PVC or whatever, that rubber. But they're cool because like Benchmade would look stupid in a patch that size. Like it would never work. It would look like a mush of white on some blue. But in PVC, it's super, super cool. It has like a little logo on there and everything.
Oh, so it's just a butterfly logo or whatever?
Yeah, but very precise, and you can see it, and it's great contrast. So I'm just thinking that, and that's a way cheap way to go too for PVC, because PVC, I'm serious, like the do an Arizona size patch that I have, it was like $4 or $5 to do the patch. I'm like, how can I even sell that? That would have cost like $12 by the time I get it shipped and then ship it. It's crazy.
You mean that molded stuff, not like the printed Tyvek stuff, right?
No, I don't even know what they call that, even though that is really PVC and the other stuff is rubber. Right. I don't know why they call them PVC, but yeah, that other stuff is like bargain. I don't know. It should catch on because it's way more efficient, but heck, you could probably print that and then just sew it yourself, sew the Velcro on yourself. But no, I don't even know what you call that. I've only seen 2 places that do that stuff, though. Or 2 people even using that, I should say. They look pretty cheap. But I think they cost about 3/4 of what a regular patch costs anyway.
Mm. Yeah, I threw a bunch of patches in the box going to you, and I don't know if I should order more or not and sell them or what.
Well, we're live right now, otherwise I'd say let's should go over and bullshit about that stuff, but bullshit about that live.
Man.
Cool. I'm home this week, so we can chat later.
Oh, good, because we should address that like doc where we have all the list of shit that we never did and the stuff we need to do.
Yeah. I'll take another look at that.
Is that upgrade a mandatory thing, or is that just like, hey, you can if you feel like it?
I don't know that it said one way or the other. It certainly didn't say required.
No, and it didn't say like urgent.
Right.
Do this or else your shit's gonna break. Yeah.
Exactly. But at the same time, there might be performance benefits, but it's also we have to make sure that any other plugins, add-ons, and things like that are compatible.
Exactly.
When we upgrade the base. So I'm sure I'm kind of preaching.
I'm not looking forward to it.
What I do that's what I do all day. A lot of times is warning people not to do things. So.
No, I hear you exactly. So that's why I was like, hey, I'm not looking forward to this unless it's necessary, but
right.
Also, you can't wait too long. It seems like, 3 months and they've already done one, so they're probably going to do more than one a month or a year.
Oh, I can semi-handle that. But yeah, you don't want to get too many revisions behind on something and then try to catch it all up at once. That's really bad.
But it looks like that whole buying and selling it right after we got it didn't.
I don't know. We wouldn't really see a difference, though. I mean, if you look at it, we already own, so we're not getting support.
No, but I thought your concern was that they were going to be like, okay, great, we own this, so now we can blackball it or whatever they call it, mothball it, and then go on to our product or something. So it seems like at least it's there.
Yeah, it's there.
But we also got to figure out the dang podcast thing. The podcasts are doing good, and nobody's listening to them on iTunes unless we just suck at doing iTunes part of it. Like I don't say Macintosh enough or something. Yeah. Everybody watches it from that Stitcher.
See? I told you, Adam.
No, I mean the famous rapper from Florida.
Yeah, right.
No, but yeah, exactly. It's either coming from there or just wherever. So anyway, I figure it's worth putting a thing on there to schedule them or have a schedule of them the same way we have a schedule of live stuff. That way Well, I guess we have this now, but I was gonna say that way people who want to listen to shit during the day can listen to it. But now they have to listen to us, so I guess they don't really have a choice now.
Well, that kind of rolls into my RSS feed. How I'd really like to have like a way that you could put a space on your page that says display whatever this RSS feed is, and then you could pop your podcast RSS feed into that on your own page or whatever, and then it would just list, your podcast entries, right on your own page. So as you add them in, you don't even have to go to your page and
oh, no, of course, we could do that. What are you talking about? Who's the you, I guess I mean, that's obviously super easy. So are you saying that, like, people that are members of the gun channels would do that, or people that are listening to the content, or do you mean the people...
members of gun channels. So on your own profile page, you could have a add RSS feed option.
Oh, so like your own personal channel or whatever, frequent, like tuner, or presets or something, or
your own content.
Playlist. Yeah.
Or your own content, because you know that the RSS feed is a one-time thing. So you pop it in maybe in your profile or something, I don't know. But the page has got to be able to display the list that's coming from the RSS feed, on every refresh. So then as you add podcasts, if someone wants to go, right now, people can't go and look at the list of all the podcasts you have within gun channels. So, that I'm aware of, this way that would always be able to list them, out there. So,
yeah, and that's just because that one roadblock where we ran into it, that whatever that page is called that masks all the other pages, the PHPs or the indexes or whatever, like that thing, I just said, oh, screw it, because I want to figure out if we can make that thing work finally, then that little free system thingy should... At least I just want to see what that can do. So anyway, I just got stuck not knowing what that thing can do, and I just never even bothered to do it. But I should probably put a tab up there called Gun Channels, the best of gun channels, because then it would be exactly what you're talking about. That would take like 2 seconds.
PHP thingy.
Huh?
PHP and thingies. It's getting technical.
Oh yeah. Sorry if we use too many crazy internet jargons for you there.
No worries. Good
I'll
morning.
throw 9mm in there.
Yeah, right. 9mm. Parabellum. For that one.
Oh man, the weather's finally turning nice here, so anxious to get out.
Dude, it's already been like 100 already here. Well, maybe not 100, but it's been like 95. It's finally getting better because it's like only going to be 75 today. There's actually some wind.
We're in the closing stages of being able to open up the house through the day. Pretty soon it's going to be nothing but hot and humid.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we're at, except without the humid part. But yeah, it'll be like so horrible that no one's ever going to want to open up a window again for the next couple of months.
Yeah, but there's 2 weeks of nice sleeping weather with the windows open in there somewhere.
I'm hoping that this year was the strangest winter ever. Like, it didn't even get cold hardly. So I'm hoping that that'll screw with our, whatever you call that, transition time too, and give us, months instead of, or like weeks and weeks instead of just a brief time to be comfortable.
Right.
Jump back on in just a few, guys. I give you a quick story before I do, though. I just literally saw something. I was like, holy shit. I was driving back from dropping my daughter off, and I'm telling you, this is like as foreign as anything that you could possibly imagine in my area. But I see these 2 guys walking on the path next to the golf course down the main street, and they're in shorts and t-shirts, but full-on backpack, bug-out gear. And I was like, and I drove by and I was like, you know what? I saw those guys like 2 weeks ago. I can't imagine. Well, whatever. So I turn around and I drop off. I just walk up to them and say, hey, how's it going? Good morning. Here's my card, and I handed them my cards, and was just like, I see what you guys are up to. I work with a lot of the gear and stuff you guys are rocking. And then one guy says, well, I'm ex-military. I was like, awesome, thanks. And then I don't know what he wanted me to do when he said that, and I was like, just seen you guys walking a couple times, and I figured we might have some commonality, so reach out anytime. But that is, as odd as I can explain where I am.
Kevin, those guys are probably got their black ninja suits in the back there, in the bags.
I don't know,
From working overnight.
They look like yeah, right. They were operating on homes.
Yeah.
It'd be a good, but anyway, and they had full packs. I mean, you were talking, they were rocking 40 pounds of gear, hydration, battle belts. I didn't really take a look to see if they had any weapons because we don't do open carry out here, so it wouldn't be apparent. But obviously, ex-military, I would assume they'd have their concealed carry permit and have something on them. Again, just odd to see, and I can't imagine what the average mom driving home from the car line would thinking when they saw them.
But you're saying not like rifles sticking out of here and there, or anything like that, just a backpack.
We'll never see that here.
No.
Apparently you can open carry if you're fishing, but I can't tell you what that would arouse if I just went over to an average canal and
fishing.
Yeah.
Fishing, hiking, camping, hunting,
Like,
obviously.
since you might encounter an alligator or something, I guess.
And to and from a range.
Right. But you're supposed to. I mean, again, I can't imagine what would happen if I went over and open carried on an average canal. It would probably take. That'd be a great experiment, but I'm just not into it.
How about if these guys are hiking, okay, with their packs? They technically could be open carrying if they wanted to.
Really, in Florida?
Check your laws.
No, I mean, again, I have the book.
Hiking, fishing, camping.
Fishing was the one that always surprised me because, again, there's people fishing on these canals and in these little golf course ponds all over the place.
Right, and I've seen a couple of YouTube videos where the idiots went out on a pier, fishing pier, like say downtown Naples or whatever, with their guns.
Right.
Again, that kind of makes no sense either, but whatever. They're just doing it to raise a problem.
That's why I'm not trying to go do that experiment, but it would be an interesting experiment. A, how long it would take, and B, what the authorities' response would actually be. And again, I have a document from the sheriff's department stating that they will not supersede the constitutional rights that are written for the nation.
Right.
So I take that to include the second, obviously.
Yeah, we got a pretty good sheriff over here too, as far as the gun situations and whatnot.
Yeah. Again, Florida is a lot easier to deal with than most states, no doubt about that. When it comes to that stuff, if you want to become a responsible gun owner and go get a permit to carry one, you can go through the steps and get that taken care of in short time.
Not to be crazy, but I have noticed over here in the last year or so, things are starting to get like Wild West. Seems like every morning there's a new shooting on the news. These gun shows.
Is that gun and gang related or drug related?
Apparently, that's the rumor through the sheriff's department is that we got about 9 gangs moving into the area. But these gun shows out here at the Lee Civic Center have been. I mean, it's like at the fairgrounds, and they pack the parking lot. When they have them for the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, parking lot will be pretty much packed all day long. People coming and going all day long.
And are there deals there? Are there deals to be had?
I don't know, but it's huge. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of traffic through that gun show.
Yeah, there's always traffic at the gun shows down here too.
Yeah, I have no idea what deals are. Again, I don't. I'm not
Deals
really.
are different too if you're savvy or if you're new to the game or if you've got a lot of money or if you're poor. I mean, deals are different for everybody.
Sure.
I know there'll be walk through there. My wife works out there, but when we walk through there, their concealed carry permit classes will be probably 40 to 50 people pretty much every time they run them.
Don't they have to shoot? Don't they have to shoot a weapon?
Yeah, but they take them out to the sheriff's range or someplace for their one shot.
Isn't that ridiculous? They have to pull the trigger one time, just for the record.
Exactly. When I took mine, I took it at a range over here, and there were like, I don't know, there were enough people that they had to break it into 2 sections for shooting. There were like 8 or 10 people in each section. In my section, 2 of us actually hit the paper at about 3 yards. And I was watching, and the women like didn't even hit the paper, and we're talking something about 2 feet by 18 inches with a target in the middle at 3 yards. And of course the instructor just said, bang, pass, bang, pass everybody.
Well, here in Arizona, as a CCW instructor, I tell people it's not a marksmanship test; it's just a familiarization.
Yeah, understood.
It's really to make sure people know that what it's going to sound like, and
that's exactly what they did.
Like.
They made noise, so they passed.
And let me reiterate, for anyone that happens to be anti that might be out there listening, I don't know if there is, but that's just one piece of the whole thing. There was a classroom instruction, there was the background checks, the fingerprinting, all that stuff to make sure that you're a legitimate citizen without, a risk to the general public in general.
Oh, well, I mean, that you're right to mention it, but I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. The fact that you never see any CCW holders really do anything wrong is pretty good testament to the fact that people in general are good people, and they just needs a little bit of coaching, maybe. Not even need, but they only require a little bit of coaching to become familiar with something that we get less training on our vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, I think that there still should be
in our overall lifetime, at least.
I think a year later you should have to go fulfill an additional requirement.
Really?
I do. I think that the average person that just goes and gets it doesn't get proficient enough to be safe. Just my opinion.
Interesting. I don't agree with you. I think that maybe if you want to do that, that should be encouraged, and maybe there should be something extra that you can get by being enthusiastic about it. But I don't think it should be a requirement for somebody like my grandma or a little old lady or somebody to.
I hear that, but at the same time, what here's where I'm going with it. It's more along the lines of, I think the most stats that you'll see is that 10% of the people who get a concealed carry permit actually carry every day.
Exactly.
That's you, that's me, that's the people on this panel, that's the people that watch these shows. We also, as a result of that, probably shoot more rounds than your average police officer. I've always said that as well.
It's documented, yeah.
We're more proficient with firearms than most of the, and again, that's just by time and training and rounds downrange.
Just like a car enthusiast is going to get more, time behind the wheel at high speed than a cop.
But for the however the remaining 90% breaks down, let's just say it breaks down into 2 groups. One group of people that are going to 4 times over the next year go to the range. So once a quarter, they're going to spend the time, energy, and money to go make sure that they're proficient, so that when it's reached for in their glove box, their bedtime nightstand, it's not a fumbling job, it's proficiency. It's the other 45%, and again, it's just a stupid number that I'm saying, but whatever that number is, those are the people that I think need the reinforcement. And I think it's a shame that it's, again, here, shoot this gun one time so you know how it feels. All right, cool, go put that in your glove box, or in your, wherever, in your bedside table, so that when you hear a bang downstairs, you're ready to go. I don't think that's enough.
I'm tending to agree with that. I think, hell, even my daughter's a corrections officer. They don't even carry guns in the prison. The only time they would be on a perimeter watch, or on when they're taking one to the hospital or something like that, like an escort type thing. But they qualify at least once a year, and they have to qualify to a certain degree, to a certain standard. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Have you ever spoken to the range officers? Have you ever spoken to the range officers that do that qualification?
I haven't personally, no.
I'm going to try to get some video of that conversation at some point. It might have to be anonymous. It might not. I'm not sure yet. But I have access to someone that 2 people that have invited me over to a local training facility for the local departments. And I've been told, and I'm willing to ask the questions, obviously, but I've been told many times that a lot of times it's a joke. Try again. So, all right, keep trying to, try until you do it. And it's regardless of what their position is, if they have a firearm as part of their job, just my opinion, you should know how to use that weapon.
There's a difference between qualification and performance level. So somebody who, proficiency, I should say. So there's somebody who uses their firearm, sure, they need to be proficient with it. But someone who occasionally might be called to need to, do something where they have to have a firearm, they should be, they should meet a certain requirement. But sort of like a PT test, if someone's job is to push papers in the, in an office all day,
into the shredder.
Well, I'm just whatever, but then they probably don't need to waste a bunch of time and effort making sure all those people are, the same as a beat cop, and the same thing. A beat cop doesn't need to be every bit as good as a SWAT cop. There's differences in training, just like there's differences in your level that your job requires.
No, I agree with you completely there, and the fact that even if they did make people, qualify a certain proficiency, as seldom as they would use it, the ones that don't care to go to the range and all, the ones that don't use it, when it come the big emergency, they're going to be all shook up anyway. It's going to go right out the window.
Exactly, and you talk to people who, like Yankee, they go a whole entire career never using a firearm. Just because they're law enforcement doesn't necessarily mean that. Have you guys been to Frontside at all?
No.
The school? They do you've heard of it though, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I've heard of it.
They do an interesting, one of their lectures is interesting because they talk about the concept of, and you might have encountered this in a CCW class because I'm sure Frontside didn't originate this concept. They're more of like a consolidator. They take things that worked and they incorporate them. So it was the concept that, you think of police officers like anybody else in the world, any other job, any other occupation, there's going to be more gung-ho type and there's going to be less gung-ho type. And who's going to be the first ones to show up to, a call in the middle of the night of, gunshots at a residential neighborhood? Is that going to be the sergeant who's like, just about to be off work, who's, calm-headed and rational about everything? Or is it going to be the younger guys who are looking for action? They became cops because they wanted action. They're there, they're going to be so you got different types of people come into the scene, and to be aware of that. And it's like, as, juxtapose that with some CCW classes, that'll teach you, this is what it's going to be like when the police come, and be ready for this, and this is the card you're supposed to read. Like, some people are so regimented in this stuff, but I think of the more, what are you going to encounter more often, or what's going to help you more of the time. And anyway, I think that all relates back to how much time you're going to spend teaching somebody is, how often they're actually going to need the skills.
Good point.
But as far as the old ladies having to qualify, I would just say I understand both of your concerns, but I think that by giving in to those concerns, which I'm going to suggest is not founded in reality, that you're actually discouraging people from being open to the idea that you can just have a firearm the same way you can have a bunch of pots in your kitchen and not be a gourmet cook. You're allowed to cook horribly and still survive off of it and eat your burned food or whatever you eat. So there's so many people out there with firearms legally carrying CCW, or just bought a firearm and brought it home, because you don't need to get a CCW to just buy a firearm and bring it home. That's a lot of guns get sold. And I'm just going to suggest that if it was really the only reason I would even consider the idea of more training is if there was some sort of scourge of problem. But what I'm going to say is that there's been all this CCW and all these new CCW people that are getting this mediocre, I'm going to, I'll agree with you that it's not the most intense training, but the fact that there's not an issue there, that those people don't go and do anything crazy is justification that you just don't need it.
Yeah, and let's not be unrealistic. Children can operate a firearm. It's not you can if you're an adult and you know how to operate a blender and you know how to operate a television and you know how to hook up a TV, you could probably pick up a gun and figure out how to make it work.
And that's why I'm okay with just
that as well.
Just the manipulation. As long as you understand that's what it's going to sound like. If you got to hold on to it, then that's enough.
Right.
Then
back to the little old people that we love so much. What are your feelings about getting old people to requalify for a driver's license after a certain age?
That's a good point. And I don't know. I'm not old. My grandpa was, that was my last experience with it. Was my grandparents getting old and wanting to drive. So I can see it from both sides. I can see it from their side that they want to have their freedom, but obviously from society's point of view. So I think you can encourage it, though, without having to put requirements on it.
All right, fair enough. Again, just, it happens quite a bit down here in retirement land where, they're parked in front of a strip mall, and I swear I put it in reverse, and they go right through the front of the business. Happens all over.
Which is scary because we both live in places where people go to retire. People stroke out and die, and then, clean into oncoming traffic. And unfortunately, that's happened like 3 times since I've lived here. So, I mean, that's just, what are you going to do? I mean, that sometimes sucks that weird random shit can happen. We don't live in.
You're also piloting around a multi-thousand-pound death machine.
Exactly.
But
you're not walking around with your finger on the trigger on the gun that if you stroke out you're going to pull the trigger. So.
Look at still how many people are old and drive. So I mean, just because some bad things happen doesn't mean all old people should lose their licenses either. So I don't know.
Here's versus
That's a good question though.
Let's back up for just a second, back on the gun thing. I think I'm more worried about people not knowing when to use the gun than physically being able or being proficient with it. A lot of these things you see on YouTube, whatnot, or whatever on the shootings, like the old man in the the internet parlor thing, following people out the door shooting at them. That ain't legal.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
But I mean, seriously, there's a lot of that going on. And I've seen several of them where they follow them out the door and shooting at them down the road. I mean, I'm more worried about that, and I think as more people start carrying, you may find a lot more people getting shot trying to be the good guy because somebody else doesn't evaluate the situation properly.
Well, I agree, but maybe is the thing I got to emphasize. Then, when there's a problem, then we react to it. But I wonder if this has really happened more often, because I still suggest, Browning invented the .25 ACP, which was only designed for small pistols back in 1905, and literally millions. They literally created the 1968 Gun Control Act because they were so worried about all those little pistols, and there weren't scourges of random gunfire back then even. There was a big scourge in the 80s of violence, but anyway, all I'm getting at is that we've had little tiny firearms in people's pockets for a long time, and I'm just wondering if now, because of cell phones and security cameras, we just are able to see this a lot easier than back in the day. If something like this happened, the sheriff comes out and goes, "What happened?" Well, Cletus shot at that kid who tried to. Okay, and then we don't need to write this up, and then no one knew about it except for the 6 people that were standing there.
I just think in the last couple of years, if you were to chart this, that the number of people that are actually carrying concealed or whatever has probably gone up exponentially. So I could see where it could sooner or later become maybe a problem. I'm not saying it is. Don't get me wrong.
I hear you, and I agree with you 1,000% that we're gaining. But I like to be confident in my position because if there's the people that are. I don't want to say on your side, because on the side of we need more regulation first, right? On that side would be the anti-gunners. And if there were a scourge of all these people irresponsibly carrying guns because our CCW requirements are too lax, the Brady campaign would be all over that if they could. They just can't. And I'm sure that they've devoted resources to trying to find that if it's possible.
I agree. And I'm not going that way, and that is not the point.
No, I hear you. I didn't want to even discuss that.
Right. Yeah, the point is that it could be thought of as a potential.
What I kind of think could be cool is just to see, like, I'm just going to throw something out there, like somebody who's doing, let's just say a YouTube channel, because we're all familiar with that, who, or maybe like an Eagle Scout project. That's something that I'm more familiar with. And for an Eagle Scout project, they bring like a trainer, like a CCW type trainer, to do familiarization and just maybe if people already have their CCWs, like update type of skills training or something, but bring that to like old folks' homes so that they do some marksmanship training, or like they get on a bus and they go to an indoor range, and as one of their activities, instead of walking through the mall every morning, they also can decide to sign up for shooting or something. And once you see more participation like that, on a non-required level, then I think that could do a lot towards setting people's concern aside, because okay, these people don't even need the training, but they're pursuing it.
Exactly. And my daughter's a 4-H agent up in Asheville, North Carolina, and they have a shooting project as such in their 4-H program. So that's, I think, a step in the right direction. I'm sure the Boy Scouts probably have something similar.
Boy Scouts are like so much, you know, in the news for being, well, for one, it's just boys, but then also, you know, all the crap that Boy Scouts have to deal with. So I'm glad to hear 4-H is doing something, because that's a lot less, you know, a lot less stigma going with 4-H. I've never heard anything really bad about 4-H ever.
No, they're pretty good kids for the most part.
Most everybody I know, it seems like they've had a pleasurable experience with it. I mean, they might not become farmers or anything, but at least they learned useful, you know, knowledge.
Right. It's got to start somewhere, and programs like that, you know, getting introduced at that younger age when the liberal education system is like molding people, molding the kids into their system. I think this needs to get started down in that range too. I remember when I was a kid, I don't even know what it was involved with, but I joined a little club with 22 rifles, just in a little indoor shooting at little targets, little target archer or target shooting with the 22 rifles. I enjoyed it. I don't remember what it was, but it was fun.
You saying as a kid you did that, or older?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, young. I mean,
okay.
I don't know if I was maybe 10 years old. I can remember going there. I can just remember it, and that's that range of age where, you know, you can't remember too much before it. So had to be down in that neighborhood somewhere. And it might have been some kind of, I don't know, a friend of mine was like in Future Farmers of America or something, and it could have even been a 4-H type thing or something. But anyway, I think it was his uncle that was running the thing. So I don't really know what it was. I didn't ever join little things like that when I was a kid. I never did Boy Scouts or any of that. Don't know why.
Were you in Florida growing up?
No, I was up in northern Ohio.
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking you're in Florida. You're in Ohio. Okay.
No, I'm in Florida now. We moved down here in
okay.
81. But yeah, I grew up there. In fact, there was just a little thing in the news not too long ago, a couple months ago, about Oberlin, Ohio, and the open carry in a park. And Oberlin College is one of the most liberal colleges in the country. And boy, they pretty much ran that little town. And they were fighting that open carry in the park. They were fighting that like crazy. And they just couldn't win. It just made my heart sweet. That college and their programs were probably 90% of the reason I left that town.
Well, I got an RSS feed of the best of gun channels over there, but it looks like crap.
Did you use the widget, the RSS widget?
Yeah, it's all like garbage. I put it on the main chat page, like on the lobby page. It's sitting there.
Yep, that's half snuck in here. What's up, dude? I'm listening
like
to. I'm
some
sorry
crazy
to interrupt your
upskirt.
conversation, but I'm listening to Stone Guy's chat last night, and Marco was tripping.
He was going crazy, man. Wasn't he just? He was like, "But all these motherfuckers are gonna show up, and they're all gonna try to want me." I don't want to bug out, but they're all coming.
I haven't finished listening to it, but he's talking about the Second Amendment is not a constitutional right, and I'm like, yo, I wish I was in there. I'd have made him shut up.
Oh man, that went on for a long, long time. Also, went through like 3 chats.
That must have happened after midnight.
Oh yeah, this room started up at like
Just one thing, hold up.
5 p.m. my time, and it's now 7 a.m. my time, and it was only quiet for maybe 3 hours.
Oh man, cooking is good food, G-Web.
I was making fun of Kirk because he keeps Instagramming all this food he makes at work, and then he goes home and eats like chips and like Frito dip in a jar or whatever. Like, bleh.
He was showing us last night.
This is my breakfast right here. Oreos and granola and silk vanilla soy milk.
Well, that's healthy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Future diabetics of America.
Right. Where am I now?
You guys are crazy.
I'm gonna pull HTML out of it and see if it makes it look better.
I was gonna say, what if you put that into a rather than a column? Maybe it's not dealing with that column well.
Let's try shoved it over in the edge. Yeah, I'll shove it underneath of the chat and see what happens.
It might format better on a wider page. What else? Because that's how you publish the podcast, right? You just add them to your RSS feed or whatever?
Nah, it's lame. You have to take the audio file and put it on a streaming server, so that's the main key. And then you take a link from the streaming server and put it into I put it into a blog. And then you take the blog post, put that into an RSS feed, and then you get on your knees and make love to iTunes until they take your RSS feed.
And this is why I'm a listener.
It's definitely the most tedious, weird thing that I've had to do in a long time on the internet as far as figuring things out. Because maybe I didn't figure out the best way to do it, but it's not exactly as simple as it stuff used to be.
The RSS feed with iTunes, though, is consistent, right? I mean, they just have the same link. You're just publishing things to that feed.
It's just your version of it. They just
pick it up,
have it sculpted in a way that they like, and everybody else figured out to take that format, I guess. That's the best way to say it.
I gotcha. I like the syntax for the...
Yeah, exactly.
The header
and then, yeah, because if you go in there to your feed thing and send it out in a different way, you can tweak it to some other system, I suppose. But
someone mute the cleaning lady.
Yeah. I got.
Sorry.
He's making us lunch, Tech. Come on.
Needed
I was
to be
gonna
done.
say, what's he putting together? Some ho-ho biscuit fun?
Fig Newt.
Biscuit, gravy on top, some melted butter. All starts with the ho-hos.
Yeah, I left it with the HTML still on, which I don't know if that does anything, but it looks better underneath of there better, I guess. Just making that page really big. Still better to have it on its own page, I think. I don't know why it's only showing us 4 things. I think there's more than 4 things over there.
Hey, B-Gurk, I have a theory. I have a question for you real quick. Do you know what Cajun Sparkle is?
Hold on 1 second. Let me put my earphone back in.
Yeah, it looks better.
All right, what'd you say?
Do you know what Cajun Sparkle is?
No, the fucking shit. What is that? Some homosexual, like cocaine or something?
All right, next time you go to Popeyes, I'm not even making this up. They got a box of something behind the counter called Cajun Sparkle. Ask for it by name.
I don't think I want that, yo.
Sprinkle that shit on your chicken. It's the best.
Nah.
This guy wants Cajun Sparkles. Oh, he just made one of those, so it's going to take him about 20 minutes, but the order up soon as he...
I'm not kidding.
I like the sweet heat sauce, though.
Is Everglades a regional thing?
Cajun Sparkle, yo. That sounds like a fucking, like a redneck tranny or something.
Or like a stripper.
Right?
Up next on stage 4, Cajun Sparkle.
Right.
That was gay porno.
Like strippers in Louisiana.
Oh, I got so many duplicate images in here. Managing the amount of images and files and video files, it's just mind-boggling.
You know, there's software that'll sort out and look for duplicates for you and
really
categorize them and let you delete it.
That's just what I've been doing for like the last, I don't know, month. Just removing around all my files and pictures and stuff.
Yeah. Search for duplicates. We have to do them in large file systems all the times because people store the same document like a million times.
Right.
So one of the things that some large companies will do is they'll go source and find all those, and then they'll replace the majority of them with symbolic links that go to one master document so that you're not backing up 100 copies of the same document. So whenever you do a restore, they just come from that one master. That way you only have one main of the same document. As long as all the other... If you have the same one and the hash matches the one that I have, then it doesn't back yours up. It just puts a link in there. But anyway.
The other big thing about all these new video programs and stuff, they want you to tag everything so you can have it searchable. And I'm just like, why don't I just search for it? You know, it's like.
Well, tagging the metadata that they attach to, you know, down the road if you needed to search for.
Yeah, I get it, but
I know I don't like doing it either, but I like being able to use search. So
yeah, some of these I have like 4 of the same.
No, there's free software that'll go and search for duplicates, both files and yeah. So I'd look at that and just let it run and go do something else. Let's see if I can find something.
Holy shit.
What are you using, Mac or Windows?
Yeah, and I'm trying to clean up because I'm getting a new one. It's being built or whatever. And I have half the stuff in regular folders, half the stuff in iPhoto, and just trying to make it all make sense. Yeah, Cajun Sparkle, there it is, baby. Bing! From Popeyes. I wasn't kidding. It is legit, by the way.
Share. Let me see.
Do a bunch of garlic powder and stuff.
Do a screen share.
It's like a seasoning packet.
Okay, hold on.
Like a red pepper packet from a place.
Cajun fucking Sparkle.
But it's got like garlic in it and red pepper.
Cajun Sparkle, Chef? You heard of Cajun Sparkle? That shit good? See, somebody just told me. I believe you now, man.
There it is, right there. From Popeyes.
Oh, okay.
Sprinkle on to suit your taste a great New Orleans flavor.
That shit's just like seasoning salt.
The funny thing is, I've gotten into arguments with managers at Popeyes. I'm like, I know you got a box of Cajun Sparkle back there. Just give me one packet. You don't have to tell anybody. And they'll be like, oh, we don't have that here. I'm like, yes, you do. I want some Cajun Sparkle.
I'm going to say I need the CS, and then you're going to give me 2 packets, or I'm going to
be like, do I need to go on Google and show you that there is such a thing? Do I need to announce it that you're keeping the Cajun Sparkle from me to all these people in line?
Hey, Google on your phone is one of the most powerful tools in any argument there has ever been or ever will be.
It's amazing. You know when you think about it, you have every answer to every question ever asked in the palm of your hand.
Perfect situation, right?
30 seconds away, you know.
Me and my girlfriend, we were talking about brakes. The brakes, and you know how if you buy brakes from AutoZone, right, and then when you change them that time, you can bring them back, and you know they'll reimburse you for the money for your brakes for the warranty, right? Everybody know what I'm talking about?
If you say so.
All right.
Get in the zone.
You've never bought brakes back to AutoZone, and they give you your money, like reimbursed you for the brakes? Whatever, but AutoZone has like this lifetime brake warranty thing where you can buy brakes like one time, and you can bring, as long as you bring the old brakes back in the box, in the box that came in and stuff, even if they're used, whatever, they'll like give you the money. You just pay for the new brakes, basically. And you can do this over and over and over and over.
Can't you
She kept trying to tell me that I'm trying to scam them and like cheat the system and shit. And I'm like, you know what? They've been doing this shit for years. So
Dude, I agree with your girlfriend. That sounds like you're scamming them out of brakes for life.
It does, but check this out. I had to Google it for her, and when I read it, you know, it was justified what I was saying is that what they do, they said like the average people keep cars is like 2 to 3 years or something like that, and brakes wear out in like 2 to 5 years. So they were saying that people will have another car before those brakes give out. So they don't replace as many. And then people, you know, always buy new brakes. They don't think that they can bring them back, or they don't keep the box because you got to have the old box.
Shit, you can just go get a box off of eBay and go to a junkyard, get some free brakes.
Well, you just buy 2, yeah, and just have one that you swap out.
Right, because they tell you
most of the brake they can reuse. They're just going to put new pads on it.
If you buy brakes from AutoZone, they're gonna tell you, hey, if you got, you know, I don't know y'all, but every time I go, they always tell you, if you got the old brakes, bring them back, you know, so you know.
Wouldn't the brakes be on the car? You keep acting like you have brakes in a box. Wouldn't they be on the car that you're driving?
Well, you buy 2 pairs.
Yeah.
You take off your old ones and put them in the box, put the new ones on, and then
bring them back to AutoZone and get your $60 back for the premium brake.
Hey, You just buy one set of brakes, you have them switched out, and then you keep the old ones in the box, and then you go return those like 2 days later.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then anytime you need the new brakes, or you need new brakes, you always have new brakes in a box just sitting there waiting to be used.
Exactly.
I guess. Yeah, but I don't know. We had a big thing. But she always trying to say I'm trying to scam the system, but I am. That's not the point.
Just because it's their policy doesn't mean that it's not a shitty policy and you're actually stealing something. It's just that they're letting you.
This is what I always say. This is how I justify it. I say, because we always get fucked over by the government and big corporations, so I need to do some fucking over myself.
Yeah, because AutoZone is definitely the government. That's
no, because we went in.
This guy carries a gun.
No, man, we went in 7-Eleven the other day to get our money order for the rent. So the guy, missed the $100 bill that was there, and when he counted it, it equaled out to the amount of our rent. So I was gonna let the guy keep putting it in the thing, and give me my money order, and walk away with an extra $100. So he recounted the money like 18 times and just couldn't get it in his head, until I had to recount it in front of him. But she's like, "You trying to scam the dude?" I'm like, "It's not my fault. He can't count."
I knew a dude. I used to sell shoes growing up, and I knew a dude that I worked with, and he used to also work at a bank. And I finally got it out of him. This is 25 years ago.
Right.
And he told me, he goes, "Dude, he worked at a bank for 3 years," and he's like, "I waited and I waited and I waited, and I was so patient." And he goes, "One day, this deposit comes in through the fucking drive-through, and I got an extra $2,000 in cash. He has not accounted for it. He's handed me the slip. Boom, 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 boom. Back before cameras were what they are today.
Right.
He said that was his one scam. The whole time he was at the bank, some dude handed him an extra $2,000.
Damn, by accident.
Some business deposit or something like that. Yeah.
A
lot of cash.
I hear that. Tell people, there's vultures out there, man. Sometimes you gotta be a hyena or something. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but that's what I'm gonna use. Can't be 100% pure, man. You'll never win.
You better be skilled at scamming, because one day you might need those skills.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean you have to implement them.
I'm trying to get over. But ain't nobody got rich by playing it the straight and narrow.
I spent.
Some people have got rich by playing it the straight and narrow. It
just takes a lot longer.
They inherited it.
No. I bet you $100 that Bill Gates did not commit any felonies to get rich.
I bet he fucked somebody over in the process.
No, he just made a better product than Apple.
You don't think Bill Gates ever committed a felony that would be qualified in the business world as a felony?
I think he have. He's probably do multiple.
Kind of arrested for like drunk driving, or not drunk driving, but speeding, I think, a bunch of times.
Dude, he has to sign his name. Think about this. He has to sign his name on all those tax things from year one. You don't think if they really went deep,
right?
They'd find something?
In there. There's something in there.
No, not really. I mean, not. Look at how much money he's basically wiped out malaria. I mean, let's really think about it. So what's he doing?
That's why
committing felonies to turn around and go down and wipe out malaria in South America.
No, but I mean, you can say it's accident.
You don't have to get ahead by stepping on other people to get ahead. You don't have to put somebody down.
Everyone breaks a certain amount of crime every day.
Right, but the attitude that I'm feeling is that in order for someone to get ahead, they have to pull somebody down or they have to step on somebody to get up. And the only people that are that far ahead, obviously, either broke the law, screwed somebody over.
No, I don't feel that's the way. But Bill Gates is a really shitty, stupid example.
Yeah, exactly. He was, because Bill Gates. I did.
How about
He's
Richard
a
Branson?
guy, but no. What I'm saying is that people fuck each other over, or they do what they got to do to get ahead. You know what I mean? Every day, and for the majority, that's what happens. And I mean, and that's kind of what has to happen. Look, it's not it's not enough money to go around. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
No, I honestly think there is
You
enough
have to get
money
ahead
to
in
go
life.
That's the difference. That's the zero-sum argument that there's only X amount of money out there. There's one pie, and we all have to fight for our little piece of it. And I don't think that's the way it is.
It is.
Well, no, it depends on it. No, it depends on the situation.
all.
It depends on the situation. If you're talking about something that's incredibly saturated, then yes, there is only a finite amount. But in general, like right now, again, let's just talk about YouTube content creation for gun channels. It's not a finite pie. It is basically
Okay.
right now. It's growing. The audiences are growing. The exposure is growing. The acceptance of YouTube is growing. So for there, I wouldn't say that there is a pie that's going to get divided.
In world like economic, money type sense, so where there's only so much money in the world or whatever. So everybody.
No, there isn't. There's only so much gold in the world. There's only so much whatever. Money is flexible. Money isn't tied to something.
Right. Money, they print fiat currencies all over the world.
Right. Okay. That's the same argument that you have on why money isn't backed by gold. So there isn't.
Right.
There's a flexible amount. It balloons. It goes up and it goes down based on how much we need to use. And we can create industry. You can go and create that YouTube channel. You can create a revenue stream that was never there before. And you're not taking it out of Tack Daddy's pocket. He's not making less money in a one-to-one step because you're making, or whoever else.
But if Tack Daddy made all his money making satellites that orbit, outside the atmosphere, and then Gert comes along and rebuilds drones, military drones for like pennies on the dollar, rebuilds them into communication systems and runs them in the atmosphere and puts Tack Daddy out of business, then somebody could come along and go, oh, see, that guy took that guy's money, but I don't see it as you taking his money. You just did something that created money, and his thing isn't getting as much money.
Yeah, you kind of like push
there's a
them
cause
away.
and effect, but I mean, it happened at the same time, but it's not a cause and effect, if that makes sense.
Right. I'm just saying, as far as like my whole basis of the argument is that everybody can't be rich. First, it's impossible for everybody to be rich. You need a class type system with the economy, but it's not enough up there. It's not enough for everybody to be rich. You know what I mean? That's my thing.
Can I just say one thing real fast?
I'm rich in my heart, man. Right?
I think that between Marco thinking that all of his friends are going to steal all of his stuff, and Egret thinking that everybody has to steal from everybody else to get anywhere in life, I just don't want to live in the DC metro area because apparently it's full of assholes, and those are the only people.
It is, and there's certain things you got to do to survive. To be honest, Tack Daddy, no.
I grew up there. I got the fuck out of there after college.
Yeah, you gotta survive out here. There's a bunch of sharks out here.
Everyone tells you Florida's worse, though. I'm telling you. I hear more bullshit. People talk about bullshit about Florida than... Because a lot of dumb shit does happen in Florida.
Yeah, down there, you go out Dade County. Man, it ain't nothing but wolves down there, man. You got to survive.
They'll eat your face off.
Yeah, and exactly.
They'll eat your face off.
Yeah, man, what? They got extendos. Bitch, I got extendos. I love selling blow.
There's going to be a rash of people just saying that as they're walking down the street.
I love selling blow.
I'm looking at all my title slides and how they've evolved over the years, over the months, I guess you could say. It's pretty funny. Oh yeah, that was the white background era. Alright.
Hey, so when are we gonna plan this like East Coast Gun Channels shoot?
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. Or G-Webs, when you doing like a travel around the nation thing again?
I've been trying to set that up, but just a matter of figuring out how to pay for it because people want money for everything.
Oh, I hear you. Shit. What was the whole? I don't think
Satellite empire could help fund it for a while, but then it was quickly destroyed.
I
know a guy who does drones though, so I might work on it.
I think I first followed you when you first started doing that. I first saw when you was in the process of doing that. I think I'm not too sure, but
no, dude. Thing says you started you before that. 2009, yeah.
Oh, it was before that. I don't know. I don't know when you did it.
What? At least that's when you subscribed. I have no idea when what you actually want.
But yeah, man, that'd be pretty cool. But when you first did it, what was like your whole purpose of it?
Mainly to see the AA-12 and shoot one. And I figured out a bunch of other stuff to do while I was driving over there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
I used to do road trips all the time when I was younger, so it's been a long time since I did a road trip. I just wanted to do a road trip, and
okay. Because I think if you could plan something like that, you can probably do a dual thing. You maybe could have like Every Second Matters kind of spin mixed in, and then you might can guys from the site could donate to help you out. You know what I mean? Cause shit like that. Because I know you do a lot of this shit just out because you're interested in out the goodness of your heart. But
yeah,
nobody's paying you for this shit.
Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to play around with the Kickstarter, because we are going to have to find different ways of funding, and we being everybody on YouTube, because they don't pay anymore. Right. So it's just a matter of how we're going to be able to do it, and then not be, well, I don't know. I'm hoping that we can figure out something that will work for everybody. It's tough to,
right.
When everything's changing so much, it's tough to.
Well, look. Let me hop out and charge my phone. I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Peace.
Can't believe we have Yankee in the room and everybody can still talk over him.
For hours.
Yeah, this must be the time when Yankee sleeps.
I can just imagine Yankee out in his garage. It's like a little cot. He has gun channels playing in the background to help him sleep.
Exactly. We're the background music of his.
I think if he doesn't disagree, that's implied consent. So he's on board with all of our topics, really.
Exactly.
Unless it's expressly forbidden, then it's allowed, kind of a deal.
Unless otherwise direct.
Hey, G-Webs. Did you just add those links at the bottom of the lobby chat?
Yeah, we just were playing around with throwing the Best of Gun Channels podcast list down there.
Because whatever you did, it kind of screwed up Gun Channels. I can't even log into it now. That's why I jumped in here.
Oh, really?
Let me